Good. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition on behalf of Canadians who want a permanent end to the ArriveCAN app, the vaccine mandates, and all COVID mandates. Currently, the government has only suspended some of the mandates, but thanks to the opposition pressure, they will be getting rid of the ArriveCAN app and the border mandates. The petitioners note that other countries around the world have removed all their vaccine mandates and restrictions. Petitioners are calling on the government and the Minister of Transport to end all federally regulated COVID-19 vaccine mandates and restrictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians. The plight of the Yazidi community is well known around the world. The genocide that happened, and the unfortunate situation that they're in today. 8 years after that, they still live in fear. They still are in unlivable conditions and still in IDP camps. So this petition calls on the government to, one, cancel the refugee status document requirement for G5 and community sponsors under PSR, at least for Iraqi and Syrian religious minorities. Number two, using ministerial discretion and or public policy designate Iraqi religious minorities for refugee resettlement under the various sponsorship programs. Number three, allow private sponsors to name Iraqi religious minorities for inclusion under the BVOR and JAS programs. Number four, facilitate the private sponsorship of Yazidis and deem these applications above SAH's allocations. And number five, speed up the processing of in-Canada and overseas PSR applications, ROCO, for Iraqi religious minorities. They're calling essentially on the government to have a better and more efficient way to get those people that are being persecuted into Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petition, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a huge privilege and honour to table a petition on behalf of constituents from my riding. They're citing that Canada's electoral system is from its very inception, has always been a first-past-the-post system, unfairly resulting in either a Liberal or Conservative government with virtually no impact on the popular vote, leading to distorted Canadian values. And they cite that proportional representation is a principle that says that the percentage of seats a party has in the Parliament should reflect the percentage of the people who voted for that party. So if a party gets 40% of the popular vote, they should get 40% of the seats. They cite that under a first-past-the-post system like the current system in Canada, a party can win a majority of seats and all the power with less than half the popular vote. So they're citing that other countries like Germany, Italy, Ireland, New Zealand, and Netherlands have progressed with a first-past-the-post system. And many states are seeking to implement ranked choice voting so that all votes are calculated. So they're calling for the government to move to a proportional system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by many residents of Winnipeg North asking for the government to take into consideration the many different programs that our seniors are very much dependent on, whether it's GIS, OAS, or many of the different senior support programs that are also supported, such as New Horizons and so forth. And what they're doing is they're asking from the Prime Minister, in fact, all members of Parliament, to be strong advocates for our seniors in all regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Very good. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons. Second reading of Bill C-31, Cost of Living Relief Act No. 2, targeted support for households.
Monsieur Duclos, appuyé.
Mr. Duclos, seconded by Ms. Tassi.
C31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to share my time with the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Housing. I'd like to thank you today for allowing me to speak today at the House to launch this important debate on Bill C31, an act for the cost of living relief with respect to dental care and rental income. These times, everyone is feeling the cost of living that is rising very hard, and we all know that all parents want what is best for their children. But with inflation right now, for more than 1/3 of Canadians that have no dental insurance, getting dental care for themselves and their children can be not within their reach. That is why we are tabling this bill for Canadian dental benefits to help families that are having a hard time paying for dental care for their children. The introduction of this benefit is the first stage in a national dental care program in the long term. Dental health is not limited to avoiding cavities. It is essential for your overall health. By facilitating access to dental care for Canadian families, we can avoid dental health problems in children from becoming major issues that are more costly and painful and difficult to solve later on down the road. For example, poor dental health is linked to serious chronic issues such as diabetes and cardiac issues. Clearly, poor dental health is a heavy burden for our children, our parents, and our healthcare system across the country. These direct and indirect costs affect everyone, and we can all benefit from the enhancement of overall health of Canadians through appropriate dental health care.
That dental benefit is a first important step towards that goal. The proposed benefit would start by helping children that are more in need because when it comes to poor oral health, kids have the most to lose. Many oral diseases can begin in the preschool years, and tooth decay is the most common chronic disease in Canada for children, and that's also true around the world. In Canada, the treatment of dental problems is the leading cause of day surgery under general anesthesia for children under the age of 5. Once again, these dental problems, Madam Speaker, are not shared equally among all kids. Research shows that dental diseases tend to be found mostly among children from lower income families, Indigenous children, new immigrants, and children living with disabilities or having special healthcare needs. The good news is that with the right amount of care, these oral health issues and the longer-term health problems that they create are preventable. Voici donc comment
Here is how the Canadian dental benefit will work. As of the end of 2022, parents with children under 12 years of age who have net adjusted family income of under $90,000 and do not have access to private dental care will be able to seek the dental benefit for their eligible children. The CRA will implement this benefit. Parents will be able to put in a request through a CRA file or through a contact center, and if they're eligible, they will receive initial payment that they can use to consult a dentist with their child. We want to ensure that families don't pay for dental cares from their pocket who do not have the means to do so we can eliminate as many obstacles as possible to dental care. The Canadian dental benefit will see a maximum benefit of $650 per child under 12 years of age per year. It'll be offered to families and children who are eligible, and it will not be taxable. We recognize that it will be essential for Canadians who have urgent dental care needs to obtain this funding quickly and without difficulty. And that is why this benefit will be offered to those who request it before dental care is offered. These funds will be able to cover oral dental care by any provider that is independent and regulated. In cases where a person has paid for dental care before they make a benefit request, as long as this care was received during the eligibility period, and they're not refunded already by another program, they still will be able to make a benefit request after. If this bill is adopted, Madam Speaker, Health Canada and the CRA will work in close collaboration to make sure Canadians receive their benefit as quickly as possible. The CRA has the resources and experience necessary to offer this program, thanks to its vast infrastructure that is both secure and given its great experience in offering services to Canadians. The CRA will conduct audits before and after payment to prevent fraud and to ensure that the program is being used as expected. If this bill is adopted, Health Canada will act quickly to ensure that Canadian families who are eligible for this benefit will be able to be properly informed about how they can make a request. Health Canada will lead a national information campaign so that those who are eligible for this program will be aware of it in cooperation with the CRA, and they will supervise the implementation of this benefit.
The proposed Canada Dental benefit is an interim benefit. This measure would provide immediate financial support to low and middle-income Canadian families, allowing them to begin addressing their eligible children's dental care needs sooner rather than later. While this interim program is in place, the Government of Canada will take the necessary steps to build a comprehensive, longer-term dental care program. That includes engaging with key stakeholders, including provinces and territories, Indigenous organizations, dental associations, and industry, to help inform our approach to implementing a long-term Canadian dental care program. This past summer, for example, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement Canada and I launched a request for information with industry representatives, and Health Canada reached out to provinces and territories to better understand what is needed to successfully implement a long-term Canadian dental care program. What we learned through that process will help inform our approach as we work towards a permanent program. I'm pleased with the progress our government continues to make on this front as we develop and take necessary steps to put in place a robust, sustainable, long-term dental care program for Canadians. I look forward to providing more details on that front in the coming months. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, if this bill is adopted, it will help hundreds of thousands of Canadian children who do not currently have access to dental care because of costs of this care. Bill C-31 proposes an interim benefit because we recognize that children whose teeth are still growing are a priority for our government and for all those who are concerned with their oral health. Nevertheless, I will like to talk about delays. In conclusion, in the 2022 budget, the Canadian government committed to helping younger Canadians have access to dental care before the end of the year. Our goal is to ensure that children under 12 can access this Canadian dental benefit before the end of 2022. I would thus exhort all honourable members of this House to support quickly the Cost of Living Relief Act with respect to dental care and rental income. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a question that comes right away to mind when I listened to the Minister's speech. He closed the door on all discussions with provinces on healthcare costs and the way that we have to intervene in this area. Did the minister consult the province of Quebec, the Quebec government, and most importantly, the Quebec health minister about the implementation of his program for children? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Health Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before answering a very clear yes to this question, I'd like to make a quick correction because it's been suggested that we have not worked with others over the past few months, and I would suggest that my colleague have a chat with my counterpart in Quebec, Quebec's health minister, who is currently quite busy. But Quebec's health minister will confirm that we've had many conversations over the past few months, especially about health, the fight against COVID-19, and other important health topics for all Quebecers and Canadians. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very curious to know whether the Health Minister knows that in Quebec we have dental care for children. Has he given this any thought in preparing his bill? And how will he compensate Quebec for the program it already has, because Quebec already pays for this, and what we need is money injected into our healthcare system. And here's the real question, Madam Speaker. When will the minister increase health transfers and let Quebec do its job? Thank you. The Honourable Health Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Two pieces of good news for Quebec's children today. First, yes, in Quebec, there is a partial dental care dental care system for kids up to 9 years old. But the first piece of good news is that we are expanding that coverage. We are also increasing the age range to 12 and increasing the types of services which will be covered. Now, we know that preventative dental care is essential. Of course, we want to help Canadians once they have health problems, but we also want to help them preventatively. This coverage, the Canada Dental Benefit, is additional coverage. It will help hundreds of thousands of kids in Quebec up to age 12 to have access to better preventative dental care. That's great news.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for this bill. I'm glad that the NDP was able to force the government to take action to ensure that dental coverage is being provided to Canadians, first starting with children under 12, and then subsequently for seniors and people with disability, and so on. Now, with that being said, what is important, of course, is that we want to make sure that Indigenous children who get dental services elsewhere would also be able to access at least the equivalent level of service under this bill. Could the Minister please confirm if that would be the case?
L'Honorable Ministre de la Santé.
The Honourable Health Minister.
Three different things. First, thank you for the question. Second, NIHB, which the member would know, covers services, dental care services and other services, health services for Indigenous peoples, and that's a program in which we have been investing more resources, in which we'll be investing more resources over time. And third, this is a key part of this House agenda over the next few days. We really hope that all parties will be supportive of this piece of legislation, which is going to be key to support the cost, the issues around the cost of living for so many Canadian families, and certainly the healthcare and dental healthcare needs for so many children in our country.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Minister's comments on this. My question really remains, though, how can a government that can't even afford the Canada mental health transfer that's been promised for a very, very long time, can't manage the Canadian healthcare system at the current time, why are we introducing new legislation for something else that this government is not going to be able to manage, Madam Speaker?
A brief reply. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Health Minister.
We all know, and I'm sure the member knows that too, that health and healthcare are global. We are all part of an entire body. It would be unfortunate to say that we should treat one part of our body or mind and not treat the other parts. We're all connected, and that's why investments in dental care, as in mental care, as in long-term care, as in home care, as in community care. All of these investments, Madam Speaker, are important. We're not going to choose which aspects of people we need to invest in.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion.
Order. Somebody else has the floor. I haven't recognized, and there's debate going on both sides, so I would just ask that they wait for questions and comments when it's time. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to have the chance to speak today about the government's efforts to make life more affordable for Canadians. Since 2015, our government has made housing a priority. In fact, housing was at the very core of our latest budget. Canadians these days are increasingly feeling the increase in cost of living. That's why we need to ramp up our efforts and move forward with an ambitious plan together. In 2017, we adopted our national housing strategy. It was the first strategy of its kind in Canadian history. It's a 10-year strategy, a 10-year plan with over $70 billion. The National Housing Strategy aims to create more housing units for the most vulnerable in Canada, especially seniors, children, women, those in situations of violence, persons with disabilities, those with who live with homelessness or are at risk of becoming homeless. Our strategy has already led to successes. For example, in Quebec, recently, last year, we announced $100,000 for HLMs. We are continuing to adjust our strategy in order to keep pace with the situation, which is constantly evolving. We've implemented many programs, and we are also speeding up funding for existing programs. We are working very hard to make life more affordable for Canadians. That said, we know that many Canadians need more help, and they need it now. That's why, Madam Speaker, we are moving Bill C-31 to offer one-time top-up of $500 for the Canada Housing Benefit. This will help over 1 million renters in Canada who have trouble paying their rent. This one-time top-up will be for Canadians whose net income is under $35,000 for families and under $20,000 for single renters. Madam Speaker, 70% of people are renters in my riding, and 24% of them pay over one-third of their income for rent. This top-up will follow up on a commitment we took in the 2022 budget. We will be able to help 2 times more Canadians than we originally committed to helping. This one-time payment will be in addition to the Canada Housing Benefit, which is currently co-funded and delivered by provinces and territories. The Canada Housing Benefit was co-developed with provinces and territories. It was launched in 2020. There is joint funding which offers direct support to those who struggle to pay rent. Madam Speaker, Canadians let us know loud and clear that the affordability of housing is one of their biggest challenges. And we agree. We support them. The pandemic shed light on difficulties with housing and even made housing more difficult for many Canadians. One of the main reasons for the housing problems in Canada is supply and demand issues. There's not enough housing available. This was made worse by the pandemic, and as we know, this problem has gone beyond cities and now exists in rural areas. We will create more housing units, which will make housing more affordable everywhere in Canada. It is urgent to build more affordable housing units, especially for those who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. That's why we are extending our initiative a third time. This third round of the initiative, the Canada Rapid Housing Benefit, has an envelope of $1.5 million over 3 years. This was announced in the 2022 budget. This will create 4,500 new housing units in order to meet urgent housing needs everywhere in Canada. We have worked well with our municipal partners, and in fact, the first 2 rounds of this program exceeded our expectations. This third round will allow for the creation of 14,500 housing units for those who need them the most. It's also important to mention that the National Co-Investment Fund for Housing, this is a fund managed by many partners to help the most vulnerable Canadians. It will receive funding of $13.2 million, and that's in fact one of the most substantial programs of its kind in Canada. The National Co-Investment Fund meets challenges, it responds to supply challenges in a few ways. First, it renovates older housing, which needs renovations, and it also creates housing near transit hubs and near the services that Canadians and families need. Over $5.8 billion have been committed through this program as loans or contributions. This program will allow for the stable, safe housing for over 117,000 households in Canada. This program is substantial, but we know that we will need to work with partners, including provinces, territories, municipalities, private sector organizations, and non-governmental organizations. This is why we work with our municipal partners, and together we want to increase housing supply. We are launching a fund to accelerate building. Often, as we know, in municipalities, there are a lot of delays, but this fund that we are creating will accelerate construction. And we hope that this initiative will increase housing. Our goal, 100,000 new housing units by 2025. We are making excellent progress in the implementation of our national housing strategy, but we have many obstacles to overcome. We have mobilized our partners in all sectors, provincially, territorially, and municipally as well, in order to help Canadians with housing. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I invite all members of this House to work together so that together we can meet urgent housing needs. I especially invite all members to quickly support this bill so that we can pay the $500 top-up to renters. So many renters are waiting for this, and we hope that 1.8 million Canadians will have access to this top-up. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, once again, I'll thank the honourable member for the intervention, and I really believe that somehow we need an answer on this side of the House to understand the atrocious management that we've seen, the sadness, the heavy hearts we have, that the Canada mental health transfer has not been realized, and now we want to see another government program, Madam Speaker. How is this government proposed to manage things when we know clearly from their track record they can't really, maybe as my dad would say, manage a marble game?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. This question is of great interest to me. I live with young adults, one of whom is currently dealing with mental health struggles. And as the government, we did what needed to be done. We signed deals with provinces for mental health, and we will continue to work with all provinces to support Canadians across the country for all their health needs, physical needs, mental health needs, and also housing needs, of course. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Berchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member across the way represents the riding of Hochelaga. That riding has many families, many low-income families. And these low-income families, through their taxes, will pay for some of the checks that will be sent to families with kids who are 0 to 9 years old. to help them with their benefits, but nothing will change for those families. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. In the riding of Hochelaga, there are over 15,000 families which receive the Canada Child Benefit, and that wasn't the case several years ago. So these are $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 of checks. These checks absolutely make a huge difference for families in Hochelaga. Questions and comments?
Oui. Tout d'un coup, j'ai complètement oublié. L'honorable député de Rosemont, la petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Hochelaga for her speech. I was listening very carefully, and there were a few things missing. There was no mention of, in fact, the new Democratic Party, because before the election, the Liberal Party wasn't even talking about offering dental care, and we forced the Liberal Party to offer dental care. Also, renting benefit and the Canada Housing Benefit, the Liberals didn't want to do it. The NDP forced them to do it. What else did the NDP do? Increasing the GST tax credit. The Liberals didn't want to do that, but the NDP caucus forced them to do it. Now, can the Liberals continue on this right track and tax the biggest corporations who are filling their pockets? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague beside me here. I think that we should frame this as teamwork. And in the spirit of teamwork, this is what teamwork looks like. We're working with all parties in this place to improve quality of life for Canadians. I think my colleague and I share the same views. We will continue to work together, he and I and all members, in order to improve the quality of life of Canadians. Time for a brief question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, and I think it's really important here when we take a look at the legislation that what we're doing is we're helping society deal with a very serious problem. Teeth decay and the surgeries as a direct result of children not having a dental plan is having a profound impact on other aspects of quality of life and healthcare costs. I'm wondering if she could provide her comments in regards to the benefits of helping our children at this time.
A brief reply. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Well, a brief reply. We need to do everything that we can do to decrease cost of living for everyone, everywhere in Canada. I think that all of us here in this House should vote for all programs and all bills that we are putting forward to improve programs, to improve physical health and mental health. That's what we're working for, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Canadiens souffrent.
Canadians are suffering. I've never seen Canadians suffer like this in my 18 years in politics. I just traveled across the country. I met so many Canadians. In fact, 93,000 Canadians signed up to attend my events. I listened to their stories. I sit with them, and I don't leave a room before I've had the chance to speak to every single person who wants to meet with me. And I heard some devastating stories. For example, young Canadians, 35-year-olds, who've done everything that was expected of them. They got a diploma, they work hard, but they still live in tiny apartments, 400-square-foot apartments, or even in their parents' basements. And why? Because home prices have doubled since this Prime Minister took office. In fact, our real estate bubble is the second worst in the world. Canadians, the number of Canadians who own their own homes is at its lowest in 30 years. When the Prime Minister took office, it took 32% of an average paycheck to pay monthly costs for an average house. But now it takes half of one's paycheck for a normal family just to pay for their home, to keep their home. Why? Because of price increases, but also because of interest rate hikes, which this government promised wouldn't happen for a long time. The government said, don't you worry, you can get big loans, take out big loans because interest rates are going to be so low for so long. There will be no consequences. Do it.
300 points. 3% dans le langage plus commun. C'est pas juste l'immobilier, Madame la Présidente, c'est la nourriture.
It's not just housing, it's also food. Let me please read the headlines, because even the media are starting to note the problem. Rents are so high in Toronto that students are living in homeless shelters. Kids are going hungry, and this is of concern as groceries go up. Food banks in the Greater Toronto Region are dealing with this highest number of requests. More than 6 million people experience food insecurity, according to a study by the University of Toronto in 2020. 2021. So people can't pay for their food. A single mother cannot pay for food for her kids. Gas. I met with a young man. He works in Northern Ontario in a mine. And he told me that he was not able to go and see his parents for a final time in Thunder Bay because it costs more than $2 a liter for diesel. So he missed the opportunity to say goodbye to his very own parents. And what is the Prime Minister doing in response? First, he's trying to divide by attacking people, because he thinks that if one Canadian is afraid of another Canadian, they will forget that they can't pay their bills. They're keeping vaccine rules in place. All the other countries have dropped these requirements. They're keeping ArriveCan app in place, and it really doesn't work. He's trying to distract people from the cost of living by dividing people and by creating difficulties and division. Second, his plan is to increase taxes on paychecks, gas, heating, and food. So our official opposition, since I came to power, has asked that the tax increases be canceled so that Canadians can keep more of their paychecks, and to ensure that gas, energy, heating, and other costs are more affordable. In fact, that is the role that we play here in Parliament, to transform pain into hope. Canadians need hope. In fact, the comment I hear the most often from people who come to my events is that they say, thank you for this hope, because for the first time people believe that things can get better, and they will, Mr. Speaker or Madam Speaker. We can change this. We can change this situation. We can improve the situation. First of all, we have to cancel all the tax increases, but we also need to control spending. The inflation that we are seeing today is the result of a costly government. Cost of government increases cost of living. $500 billion in inflationary deficit has increased the cost of what we're buying and the interest that we pay. And inflationary taxes are increasing the cost of our companies and for our workers to provide the goods and services. The more that's spent, the more that it costs. That's just inflation. So we can change that trend. We can reverse that trend by putting in place legislation that limits government spending. This would allow politicians to follow the same economic rules as families have to follow. So when a family spends more on one thing in their budget, that means they spend less elsewhere. If they spend $1, they have to find $1. And the same thing should apply to government. In the United States, during the Clinton years, they put in place this kind of legislation, and this allowed the Americans to balance their budget and to pay back $400 billion in debt, the largest debt pay down in the history of the United States. The instant that law was repealed, they fell back into a deficit. So we have to limit spending by politicians, and politicians should follow the same rules as single mothers and small business owners have to follow. Instead of creating money, we have to create more of what the money buys, produce more affordable food, more energy and natural resources here in Canada, build more houses here in Canada. We need to remove obstacles that the Prime Minister has put in place. Let's start with food. He increased taxes on farmers. This increases the cost of fertilizers and the energy needed to produce food. Now they want to limit the use of fertilizer, which obviously required more lands to produce the same amount of food. So tractors and other equipment will have to go across and work over a larger field and therefore burn more diesel and other types of fuel. And we'll have to import more food here. This will require the use of energy in order to transport this food here to Canada from other countries. Have we not learned during COVID that it's irresponsible to depend on other countries to provide us with essential goods? We need to be able to feed ourselves here in Canada. Our farmers are the best in the world. And we should take away the barriers, remove those obstacles that the government has put in place. Absolutely. We will cancel those taxes on our farmers. We'll eliminate the government's plan to reduce the use of fertilizer, and we will eliminate bureaucracy, which is costing farmers a lot. Second, we will encourage municipalities to get rid of their red tape as well. We have the fewest houses per capita in the G7. If we have the largest amount of land, it's ridiculous. That's why we have the highest housing costs compared to family income in the world. In Vancouver, it's the third worst city for property. Toronto is the sixth. The Conservative government will tie infrastructure dollars for major cities where properties are too expensive to the number of housing units built. This will help to reduce the cost of construction permits, allow us to build more, and we will insist that every time the federal government has a new transit station, that the land around must have houses and apartments in order to densify so that people can live near public transit. And third, we will sell 15% of the 37,000 federal buildings in order to transform them into housing and create millions and millions of places for our young people to live and start their families. Instead of importing energy from abroad, we will remove legislation like C-69 and other laws to allow the production of energy here in Canada. This will create jobs and more affordable energy. This will strengthen the Canadians' purchasing power by increasing the strength of our dollar. When the energy sector is strong, this increases the dollar's strength. When the dollar is low, it costs a lot to buy everything that needs to be bought on international markets. By strengthening our dollar, producing our own energy, putting an end to imports of oil and gas from abroad. And where are the environmentalists from the NDP and the Liberal Party when it comes to big demonstrations about importing oil and gas from abroad? We should help Canadians get a paycheck here. We want to give Canadians back the control over their own life in the freest country in the world, to ensure that the dollar retains its value so that Canadians can have the lives they're working so hard to have. We want to be a country that gives compensation for the work done and ensure that every time somebody works hard to add value to our economy, they can keep the money in their own pockets and create more for their families. We want to be a country that encourages, that helps those who work hard, who take risks, those who build our country.
Oh, excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm supposed to say Mr. Speaker, aren't I? Thank goodness I have the former Speaker sitting next to me to keep me in line. But it is good to be back in the House. I'm a little bit rusty, I'm afraid. Madam Speaker, no offense was intended, but it is good to be back in the House. But wouldn't it be nice if our young people could have a home? That's what we should be working towards. But unfortunately, yesterday we learned that the rates of home ownership are at their lowest levels in a generation. House prices have doubled under this Prime Minister. In fact, when his Prime Minister took office, the average family could afford their monthly housing costs with 32% of their paycheck. That has rocketed up to almost 50%. Vancouver is the third most overpriced housing market on planet Earth. Toronto, the sixth. We have the second worst housing bubble on planet Earth. No wonder 9 in 10 young Canadians say that they cannot even dream of affording a house. And now, from housing to food, we see here headlines. Even the media has noticed. Rents are so high in Toronto that students are living in homeless shelters. Child hunger, a major concern in Canada amid skyrocketing food prices. GTA food banks say they're facing the highest demand in their history. Nearly 6 million people in Canada experience food insecurity in 2021, U of T study says. And then there's energy. I met a young man in Northern Ontario who said he could not afford to put the diesel in his car to go and see his dying relatives one last time hundreds of miles away in Thunder Bay. I met a working man, an energy worker, ironically, who in St. John's, Newfoundland, who said the rising cost of gas meant that he couldn't afford to replace his boots, so he was taping them up with duct tape. Canadians are suffering. Now, why is this happening? Well, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. $500 billion of inflationary deficits means more dollars chasing fewer goods, leading to higher prices, bidding up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest we pay. Inflationary taxes drive up the cost of businesses and workers to make our goods. The more Liberals spend, the more things cost. It is just inflation, Madam Speaker, and Canadians are paying the price for it. And what has been his response? Well, his first response was to attack the people that were suffering, to call them horrible and disparaging names, to divide and distract. You see, his strategy is simple. He thinks if you're afraid of your neighbor, you'll forget that you can't pay your bills. And so he keeps in place divisive and unscientific vaccine mandates to shut people out of the truckers out of the ability to transport goods across the border, and soldiers who have served our country bravely and loyally out of their jobs. He does this all to stigmatize and attack so that that single mother who's putting water in her kid's milk might forget, he hopes, how badly she is suffering under his watch because she will be afraid of her fellow citizens. Madam Speaker, it is time to replace fear with freedom. It is time for us to all unite. And his second approach has been ever predictable. He wants to raise taxes with a new tax hike on paychecks that will take effect on January 1st, meaning that Canadians will take home less of what they earn. Small businesses will have to pay a higher cost for every single person they keep on the payroll, forcing many to make the painful choice of laying people off. A few months later, on April 1st, April Fool's Day, the Prime Minister will continue to carry out his plan to triple the carbon tax. He wants to increase gas taxes, home heating taxes, and indirectly food taxes because, of course, food requires energy. So this is going to make things worse, and Conservatives have made the demand. This government must cancel all its tax increases on our workers and our seniors so that their paychecks go further and their energy becomes affordable. You know, we in this House have a duty to transform the hurt into hope. And that is what we will do, because things can get better. There's nothing wrong with Canada, with our country, that can't be cured by what is right with this country. And we have the answers that will counter this inflation and reinforce the purchasing power of Canadians. One, we call for a cap on taxes so that Canadians pay no more to the government and can keep more for themselves. That we call for the government to cap its own spending. And they can do this by simply following the same rules that everyday families follow. You see, if a family decides it wants to build a porch in their front of their house, they cancel their vacation. Or, better yet, they go out and find a deal on lumber, and they look for a way to keep their vacation costs down so that they can do both, but for the same budget. This is how small businesses function as well, but not government. You see, the great Thomas Sowell said the number one law of economics is scarcity. People always want more than there is to have. And the number one rule of politics is to ignore the number one rule of economics. Because politicians are the only creatures in the universe that don't have to live with scarcity. The birds and the trees, the fish and the seas all must make maximum use of limited resources, but the politician just passes on the cost to someone else in higher inflation, debt, and taxes. Well, a pay-as-you-go law would force politicians to make the same either-or trade-offs that everyday Canadians make in their lives. Forcing, here's the principle, very simple. The government brings in a new dollar of spending, they should find a dollar of savings to pay for it. All of the existing spending that is in the budget goes ahead into the future, but when governments step into this House to introduce a new measure, they should accompany it with savings to pay for it. You know, they did this in the United States during the 1990s. And that allowed the American government to balance its budget, pay off $400 billion of debt, have booming job growth, record low unemployment, and a massive increase in prosperity. But as soon as they let the law lapse, they went right back into deficit, proving that politicians need the same legal limits on their spending that families follow every single day. Our families have been pinching their pennies long enough. It's time for government to pinch its pennies too. You know, instead of just creating more cash, why don't we create more of what cash buys? Why don't we grow more food, build more houses, and produce more Canadian resources right here in this country? Let's do that instead. Let's start with houses. Like I said, we have the fewest houses per capita of any country in the entire G7, even though we have the most land to build on. Why? Local government gatekeepers stand in the way. In Vancouver, the cost of government gatekeepers, that's permitting, delays, consultants, taxes, for each unit of housing, $600,000 for one unit of housing. It's about $350,000 in Toronto. This prevents people from owning a home. So, well, what I propose is this. The government should link the number of dollars that big overpriced cities get for infrastructure to the number of houses that actually get built, so that we have an incentive for them to remove the gatekeepers, lower the cost, and increase the speed of building permits so that we can get more houses. Let's require that every federally funded transit station be pre-approved for high-density housing around it, so our young people don't even need to own a car. They can live right next to transit. Let's sell off 15% of the overpriced underutilized and overpriced 37,000 federal buildings so we can convert that into housing. Let's create millions of new homes so that our newcomers, our immigrants, our young people, and our working class people can reestablish the dream of home ownership in this country. And let's put an end to importing overseas oil into this country. Where are the protesters? Where are the Bloc, the NDP, and the Liberal protesters standing in St. John, New Brunswick, to greet all of those big tankers coming from overseas? They say that they're against oil, but they have no problem if that oil comes from foreign dictatorships. 130,000 barrels of overseas oil every single day arriving at our shores and taking our money back to their countries at the same time. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister violates his own sanctions against Putin to send back a turbine so that the Russians can continue to pump gas into Germany so the Germans can fund the Russian war against Ukraine. Incredible. They're against pipelines in Canada, but in favor of maintaining the turbines for Russian pipelines that fund foreign wars. Meanwhile, we have 1,300 trillion cubic feet of natural gas that could be used to free Europe from its dependency on Putin. Meanwhile, bringing back paychecks to this country, we have the ability to produce it cleaner than anywhere else on planet Earth. In fact, the shortest shipping distances to both Asia and Europe from North America are right here in Canada. And you know what else we have in Canada that allows us to liquefy natural gas so it fits on a ship? You know what we have? Cold weather, our most abundant natural resource. That actually lowers the cost of liquefying natural gas by 25%. And with Quebec, Newfoundland, and British Columbia Hydro, we can do it emissions-free. So why don't we ship our clean Canadian natural gas to Asia to shut down coal-fired plants there and ship it to Europe to break European dependence on Putin? Let's turn dollars for dictators into paychecks for our people in this country. And let's make work pay again in this country. Let's stop punishing people for the crime of getting up early in the morning and putting in a hard day's work. Do you know that according to a Finance Canada document, a single mother with 3 kids earning $55,000 a year goes out and earns another dollar, she loses 80 cents of that dollar to government clawbacks and taxes. So she makes $25 an hour. She takes home $5 of that. No one should work for $5 an hour. That is below minimum wage, and yet our tax and benefit system punishes her for trying to work a little harder so that maybe her kids can go to camp in the summer, maybe they can join the Little League team. We should reward hard work in this country. We should set out to reward we should set out to reform our benefit and tax systems so that every time someone works harder, takes another shift, earns a bonus, gets up a little earlier, that they keep more of what they earn. My parents raised me to believe that it didn't matter where I came from, it mattered where I was going. It didn't matter who I knew, but what I could do. That is the country I want my kids to inherit. I want this to be a country again where it doesn't matter where you start off. If you work hard, if you take risks, if you study, if you learn, if you build, if you contribute, that you can achieve anything you want in this country. Right now, people don't feel that way, but hope is on the way. We are going to bring change to this country. We're going to put change back in your pocket, and we're going to make this the freest country on earth. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable. Questions and comments is coming. I would ask members to please tone it down so that we can allow for the questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. Oh, point of order. The Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I just want to note in the speech we just heard, I think the member spoke about putting change in your pocket, and I wonder if that's appropriate in this place.
This becomes a point of debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by congratulating the Leader of the Opposition on his recent victory. What we are fully aware of, I think what Canadians are quite aware of, is that during his leadership, his leadership contest, he started off quite a bit by talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies as a solution for people to invest. Now, I already hear the heckles coming from across the way because they don't want me to bring this up, but I have a sincere question for the Leader of the Opposition. You know, he started to change his position on it and pretty much stopped talking about it right around the time that cryptocurrencies took an absolute dive, and anybody who was investing would have seen their investments absolutely devastated. So a genuine question to the Leader of the Opposition. Has he had an opportunity to reflect on that position, and perhaps has he evolved his position on that, and would he be willing to share that with the House?
The Honourable Official Opposition House.
The only way for all Canadians to avoid inflation is for this government to stop causing it in the first place.
Yeah.
The Canadian dollar is the only national currency. It will always be the only national currency of this country. Unfortunately, this government is devaluing the purchasing power of that currency with $500 billion of inflationary deficits. They have driven inflation to its highest levels in 40 years. They've doubled housing prices, which has reduced the purchasing power of the dollar in terms of real estate by half. And that is what we have to fix. We need to reinforce the power of the Canadian dollar by cancelling the inflationary deficits and inflationary taxes that have caused this inflation crisis in the first place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the new leader of the Conservative Party for his election to the head of his party. First, I'd like to remind him that the leadership race is now over, and now we're talking about C-31 today. This bill, once again, sees federal government intruding into provincial jurisdiction. There's no word about health transfers, and I'm sitting here for 3 years, and every time I ask a question about the Conservatives about health transfers, the same answer. They say we'll sit down with the Prime Minister and decide after. And the problem is that the Premier of the Quebec and the other provincials have already sat down. They've already put a figure to the health transfer of 35%. And can the new leader of the Conservative Party make a commitment to answer the Quebec's the demand and put a figure to this amount? Because we now need a new answer from the Conservative Party. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. But the member is right. The Liberals are adding other issues, even when they're not able to manage the current programs. We already have a crisis in the healthcare system that the government is doing nothing to solve. We have a government that cannot protect our borders. There are people who are crossing illegally or arms traffickers, and the government cannot even deliver passports. So why should we trust the government to now be able to manage real estate and dental care? Madam Speaker, a government that cannot take its own responsibilities seriously should not be extending and expanding its list of responsibilities that it's working on.
Questions and comments? Senator Viskina Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too share my congratulations with the Conservatives' new leader. I'm a little perplexed, though, because in a 20-minute speech, we didn't hear a single mention of dental care, one of the major components of the legislation we're debating this morning. Now, I've heard from constituents, seniors who can't chew their food, from parents who can't afford to get their kids the basic dental care that they need, and from people who work in dental offices who see every day Canadians who can't afford the procedures that they need. Now, the Conservatives a year ago voted against our motion to create a national dental care plan. I'm wondering, to the Leader of the Official Opposition, does he intend to continue that legacy?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the member is quite right to say that Canadians are suffering under the policies that he is supporting. He is part of this costly coalition.
That's right.
And everything that is happening in Canada is the paradise for which the NDP has been dreaming all of these years. Yes. They are now realizing all of the policies that they always wanted. Basically, we have an NDP prime minister in this country. And what has it given us? 40-year highs in inflation, double the housing prices, record low home ownership rates, people who, like the member said, that can't afford the basics of life. That is the consequence of this costly coalition of bigger government and smaller citizens that are on the, whereby Canadians are carrying this heavy load. So here's the question. Why would we trust this government to create new programs when it can't run the programs it already has? It can't protect our borders. Yes. They can't keep out the guns. They can't stop the crime, even though the criminal code is federal responsibility. They can't even deliver a passport. How can we expect them to run our lives?
Yeah. Comments, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my congratulations as well to the Leader of the Official Opposition. I understand he's concerned with the rising cost of housing, particularly for young folks. On this, we agree. But in his speech, he skipped right over institutional investors, pension funds, and real estate investment trusts that are treating the housing market like stocks, making huge profits on the backs of young people and other low-income folks that he says he wants to stand up for. So does he agree that homes should be places that people live and not commodities for folks to trade in? And is he not also concerned that there's nothing in this bill to address this, like removing preferential tax treatment for real estate investment trusts?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, it's no surprise that institutional investors have been able to outbid everyday working class Canadians for housing. Why? Because the government flooded the financial system with $400 billion of newly created cash. And when they pump that cash into the financial system, it goes into mortgage lending. And who is preferred to borrow that money? Well, the wealthy, well-connected institutional investors. They got their hands on that money, and they used it to bid up housing prices out of the reach of the working class, meaning that young people who not long ago would have been able to afford a home are now permanent renters. We need to change this system. We need to stop the money printing, ensure that we have a financial and monetary system based on hard, sound money. And finally, we need to incentivize local government gatekeepers to get out of the way, deliver faster and more affordable building permits so that we can get houses built for our youth.
Yes. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Selkirk into Lake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for not only winning our Conservative leadership race recently, but also for laying out a clear vision on how we can actually fix all the problems created by this Liberal government. Now, it seems like we've seen this movie before, and I look back to when we had Pierre Elliott Trudeau as Prime Minister of Canada, and we saw inflation go out of control because of out-of-control government spending, and interest rates go sky high. I bought my first chunk of farmland back in 1984, and I paid 21.5% interest rates on my mortgage. That's because of irresponsible government programs and increased money spending that happened throughout our economy. Now, is this a problem, again, of Liberal times are always tough times? And does that relate back, I'm going to ask the Leader of the Opposition, is this, again, father like son?
Yeah. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You know, they're like the Bourbon dynasty over there. They learn nothing and they forget nothing. You know, they right back to the same policy. You know, Pierre Elliott Trudeau gave us, he ran monstrous money printing deficits, and of course that led to 12% inflation and 12% unemployment, and then ultimately 19 or 20% interest rates. You combine unemployment and inflation, you get the misery index. It reached a record-smashing 24 under the first Trudeau, and that delivered the highest suicide rates in Canadian history, 1983. And I remember my earliest memories are of that time, how my parents suffered. Because while they were school teachers and didn't lose their jobs, they got hit with those interest rate hikes just like everyone else and lost their rental properties, and we ended up having to move to a smaller place because of that. We were among the lucky that we were able to get into a home. But here we are following the same policies. And now we have 40-year highs in inflation. Inflation is higher than at any time since the last Trudeau. We do the same things, you get the same results. The good news is that after Canada was liberated from Pierre Elliott Trudeau, we spent a lot of years doing the exact opposite, shrinking the size of government, reforming our taxes, opening up our economy, standing up for working class people, and that is exactly what we're going to do again, and we're going to get even better results next time.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. 1 second, please. There's a...
And a privilege? Question of privilege?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry to have to interrupt today's debate, but this is an important question of privilege, and I'll be as brief as possible. I rise on a question of privilege regarding threatening comments made by Mr. Dale Smith, an accredited member of the Parliamentary Press Gallery, following a question I raised in the House yesterday. I'm raising this issue as soon as possible after having been made aware of these comments. Mr. Smith posted the following comments on Twitter yesterday, quote, "Janice tries to include lyrics from Bohemian Rhapsody in his question, and I cannot adequately tell you how lame it is. When horses are this lame, you shoot them. Period. Hashtag QP," end of quote.
He said that?
Mr. Smith said he thought I was lame, and when horses are lame, you shoot them. Madam Speaker, this is not normal political discourse, and I ask, how should I respond to a comment like that? Now, some would say, oh, surely he was joking. But the problem with so-called jokes implying threats towards public officials is that I, as the target of these comments, are somehow supposed to understand and be okay with a threat on the basis of someone's presumed intentions. And I'm just not okay with this. If there is context to such a threat, not everyone is going to understand that context. Mr. Smith has 26.3 thousand Twitter followers. His tweet about me has, at the moment, 122 retweets and 824 likes. The process by which violence is incited against public officials is one in which comments are made which do incite violence that may or may not be serious, but then others pick up on them. Further, Madam Speaker, I don't think I should have to explain to my wife and my 5 young children or to my parents what level of risk is associated with a violent comment like this. The plain language is going to be interpreted a certain way, especially by those who are close to me. And in the current climate, we should all know the risks associated with explicitly inciting violence against public officials. Now, there is significant precedent for recognizing threats against members as constituting a violation of privilege. At page 198 of the second edition of Joseph Maginot's Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, it tells of an incident in 1758 where the Nova Scotia House of Assembly proceeded against someone who made threats against a member. In a ruling on September 19, 1973, Speaker Lamoureux, at page 6709 of the debates, stated that he had, quote, "no hesitation in reaffirming the principle that parliamentary privilege includes the right of a member to discharge his responsibilities as a member of the House free from threats and attempts at intimidation," end of quote. On February 6, 1984, the member for Peace River rose on a question of privilege arising out of a telephone conversation between a member of his staff and an official in the office of the President of Canada Post Corporation. The member alleged that the official had been abusive. The official had complained that the member for Peace River's office had not cleared questions asked by the member in the House with the President's office, and warned that if this was not done in the future, the member could expect little cooperation from Canada Post. The member for Peace River argued that this was an attempt to inhibit his freedom of speech, influence his actions in the House, and hamper him in his role as a spokesman for the official opposition. The Speaker on February 20th, 1984, ruled the matter to be a prima facie question of privilege. On March 24th, 1994, at page 2705 of debates, Speaker Perron described the seriousness of the issue of intimidation this way.
Threats of blackmail or intimidation of a member of Parliament should never be taken lightly. When such occur, the very essence of free speech is undermined. Without the guarantee of freedom of speech, no member of Parliament can do his duty as expected." End of quote. All of these past cases involved a threat from a person who did not have parliamentary access. Mr. Smith is currently an accredited member of the Parliamentary Press Gallery, which gives him relatively unfettered access to the Hill. He may be up there in the press gallery sometime today. He may follow me in the halls or hang around outside our caucus room waiting for me. I should not have to consider whether or not I will encounter someone who has made a threat to me in the halls of Parliament. And that current reality of access impacts my ability to perform my functions as a member of Parliament. Mr. Smith is an accredited member of the Parliamentary Press Gallery, and the gallery has its own policies and its own responsibilities. The Press Gallery's own website says the following regarding generally accepted journalistic principles and practices. Quote, "Misuse of this access by any one member or member organization could erode the professional relationship that exists between the institution of Parliament and the Parliamentary Press Gallery, leading to negative consequences for the ability of members to perform their work. As a result, accreditation is a privilege, not a right." End of quote. Madam Speaker, you have a responsibility to protect the rights of members, and I have no doubt that you will discharge that responsibility promptly and properly. The Press Gallery also has responsibilities, and I'd like to see the gallery take swift action to revoke Mr. Smith's privileges. This is an opportunity for the gallery to show that they do take seriously the issue of threats made against public officials. At the very least, Mr. Smith's privileges should be immediately suspended pending further review. I do not want to see a person who has made threats against me in the gallery anytime today or in the future. Now, Madam Speaker, I note that today Mr. Smith is doubling down on his comments and accusing those who raise concerns about this behavior of so-called rage farming. He has made clear that he does not see his behavior as wrong and that he will not relent. Madam Speaker, I hope that all members of this House, along with the many principled and thoughtful members of the press, will be able to stand together in denouncing these kinds of threats and in defending our democracy and the security of public officials from these kinds of statements. While in this case it is my privileges that have been violated, I know that politicians and journalists receive these kinds of threats in other contexts. This case is fairly unique because of the prominence and position of the person making the comments. And when people like Mr. Smith make comments like this, it gives other people a feeling of license to behave in the same way. Under these circumstances, and for the good of all members, the Press Gallery and the House must take a clear stand. Madam Speaker, if you find this to be a prima facie question of privilege, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you.
The honourable member wants to add to this? Okay. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the same point of privilege from my honourable colleague, I rise in my capacity as the Shadow Minister for Public Safety to bring to your attention the remarks, to further add on the remarks from my colleague about a tweet sent out last night from a member of the Parliamentary Press Gallery that insinuated my honourable colleague, should be shot dead. I think this is incredibly serious, and I would ask that you give it your full attention and investigate further of measures that can be taken, Madam Speaker. And this comes at a time when we're increasingly aware of threats of violence against members of Parliament and politicians of all stripes and all levels of government. This coming at a time when female journalists have felt brave enough to speak out against the violence they are receiving online. This coming at a time where a Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance was threatened very aggressively and harassed over the summer when she was touring Canada. And this coming at a time where politicians, to be honest, I think we've all experienced an aggressive person at the doorway, at events, when we're walking down the street, and we stay quiet. We don't want to seem like we're whining. We don't want to complain about it. And we certainly don't want to encourage others to act in that threatening manner. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I have certainly been threatened. I have certainly been aggressively pursued and shouted at by people far larger and very intimidating than me. And you just say, okay, you try to slip away. you try to not encourage them, you shrink yourself down and try to remove yourself from the violent situation. But as the Shadow Minister for Public Safety, I feel that I have a strong responsibility to stand up against the bully that did insinuate violence against my colleague. And now we know in this House we are going to encounter a lot of criticism, sometimes very personal criticism, and we just have to take it, stiff upper lip. We all do. But when someone insinuates that we should be shot dead, that is where a very clear line in the sand must be drawn, and it must be drawn immediately and clearly.
Bravo.
And in particular, this individual is a member of the notable Parliamentary Press Gallery of Canada, which is supposed to be the highest ethical standards of journalism in this country. They are supposed to lead by example. Just as we have a public obligation, they have a public obligation. They have a responsibility to investigate this in full. They have a responsibility to lead by example and send a message that this is completely unacceptable. And Madam Speaker, my colleague mentioned this as well, but this is a man who sent this tweet out that my dear colleague should be shot, or insinuated that he should be shot dead for his question period yesterday. This is a man that could be up in this gallery today, looking down at me, looking down at my colleagues, looking down at Liberal members, NDP members, Bloc members, Green members. When they get up with their courage to ask the question to the best of their ability, that man could be tweeting out criticism that they should be shot dead, to insinuate that in a tweet. That is unacceptable behavior, Madam Speaker. So I would ask that you ensure this is quickly and swiftly investigated in full, and I would appreciate if the strongest consideration was given that that individual be banned from West Block, and that a discussion be had with the Parliamentary Press Gallery that he be removed from the Parliamentary Press Gallery pending further review or permanently, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your time.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel, but I believe you're also the House Leader.
Yes.
Would also like to interject.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for raising this issue, which really affects us all. I mean, it was directed at him, and I certainly sympathize with how that must have felt to see that. A member of the press gallery openly calling for him to be shot after he didn't like the question that was asked. And I just wanted to point out, Madam Speaker, that as we move around the building, in this very building that we're in right now, House administration has put up signs in every hallway and near every entrance to stop harassment. There are signs with a big red stop sign on it, encouraging all who work here, staff, MPs, and visitors, to stop and call out incidents of sexual harassment, bullying, and intimidation. So I just wanted to flag that with you, Madam Speaker, that we have all been seized as an institution here over the last few years. Members must, after every election, take training to make sure that we are aware of the very highest standards of professionalism as to how we conduct ourselves individually, how we structure our offices, and how we expect our staff to interact with each other. And we gladly do that. In fact, members of Parliament from all parties got together to enhance the code of conduct for members and their staff. And as my honourable colleague pointed out, there is a direct relationship with the Parliamentary Press Gallery. Their accreditation for security runs through the House administration. And so I believe it is entirely reasonable for you and the Speaker's office to look into this matter, to find a prima facie case of privilege, to not find a question of privilege, I believe would seriously undermine the efforts that are being made constantly to make this building and this environment more safe and secure. So I sincerely hope that you will find for my honourable colleagues question of privilege, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, who would also like to speak to this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise as MP, but mostly as a man, as a person, as a citizen of the world. What happened yesterday was absolutely unacceptable. This level of intimidation is unprecedented and unacceptable. I'm also speaking to you as a journalist. I was a journalist for 20 years. I did parliamentary journalism for 6 years. I was even president of the Parliamentary Journalism Association for over a year. It's a privilege to be a journalist, and even more of a privilege when you have day-to-day access to policymakers, to our elected officials. We need to have a zero-tolerance policy for this type of behavior, because this journalist has access to the places where we work. The member described the situation very well. As a former journalist, Madam Speaker, I call upon journalists to respond very seriously to this very unacceptable situation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan for raising this serious issue through a question of privilege. I also want to thank the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul for her interjection, as well as the official opposition House Leader et l'honorable député de Louis Saint.
And the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
C'est certainement.
This is, of course, a matter that we will take seriously. We will come back to you with the decision soon. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat,
the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek consent to share my time with the very honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. The honourable member, does the honourable member have unanimous consent to share his time? Yes? Excellent. The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a few moments to thank the constituents of the amazing riding of Mirabel. I thank them for placing their trust in me just over a year ago today. Each and every day I realize what an honor it is to represent them. I was thinking about them yesterday, I was thinking about them this morning, and I was thinking that the people of Mirabel, like other Quebecers, like all Canadians, in fact, Madam Speaker, elected last year a minority government. They elected a minority government, which means that the minority government has to work together with other parties, work constructively. That's what Canadians wanted, that's what Quebecers wanted, that's what the people of Mirabel wanted. A minority government isn't necessarily a weak government. It can be a government that governs with consensus, conversation, listening attentively, working as a team with provinces, with Quebec. A minority government can be a strong government, Madam Speaker, if it governs the right way. But the government across the way, the Liberal government, what they have decided to do is to be weak. The government is not respecting the mandate that it was given. The government is not doing what Quebecers and Canadians want it to do. In fact, the government has instead decided to fulfill all the NDP's wishes on their wish list. C-31 is a bit botched. It was done at the last minute. There are a lot of details that are missing or not clear. Madam Speaker, drafting a bill, a financial bill, you need teamwork, you need consensus, and you need to take your time. Today we are talking about healthcare, because we know that dental care is related to healthcare. But when it comes to healthcare, Ottawa doesn't know what it's doing. Ottawa doesn't have the expertise. Ottawa doesn't have the jurisdiction over healthcare. And I have to say that the people of Mirabel saw with their own eyes this summer that the federal government was unable to give them passports. So they're not really excited about the federal government being responsible for their teeth. And that's understandable, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind the member that he cannot use documents during his speech, especially documents with party logos on them. I remind the member of this because he knows full well that he's not supposed to do so. The honourable member for Mirabel. My apologies, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sure to avoid doing this again. C-31 has no teeth, pun intended, and it also doesn't really have dental care. This is not insurance. It doesn't give dental insurance. The government seems to have zero understanding of Quebec's existing dental care programs. So what is in this bill? All it does is strengthen family benefits, Canada Child Benefits, benefits which exist already. The Bloc Québécois asked for targeted support to help families with children, low-income families. We asked for targeted supports for taxi drivers. We asked for targeted supports for those who are suffering from rising prices now. And what the government decided to do is for those with a net income under $90,000 a year, we'll help with some dental costs so that you can deal with rising cost of living. But we should really have a look at actual dental bills. It could be a bill for $1, $2, $3, or $4. It could be a bill for anything. If you submit the bill, you should get full coverage. Now, the health minister is an economist. The health minister understands that this doesn't have anything to do with insurance. The health minister knows full well that this is a program that might help families, but instead of increasing their existing benefits, we're saying go to the CRA, submit your bills, submit your paperwork, go on My Account. We all know that My Account doesn't work well, Madam Speaker. So it's just a lot of bureaucracy and paperwork. And if you don't have, if you want the money right now, then fill out more paperwork. Without the NDP, what would have happened here? We could have just given people the cash that they need so that they can go to the dentist or elsewhere to get the care that they need. This bill would have families waste their time filling out paperwork. Congratulations to the NDP on that, Madam Speaker. All this does, really, in this bill is give the NDP the ability to walk around, the MPs walk around in their ridings, saying they accomplished this and that. Well, it's not the case. The NDP did not accomplish what they set out to. Families are going to have to fill out endless paperwork. So how will Canadians access the enhanced Canada Child Benefit? Well, you need to have a dental bill that isn't 100% covered by public health insurance, which means that Quebec, since 1974, has had a very progressive system. So for children under 10, we cover most services. And of course, we could enhance it. We could offer more if we had more health transfer funding, of course. When we go to the dentist, we seek dental care. And then you don't have access to federal funding. So how are people going to have enough to be reimbursed? Are they going to have to pay for extra services at the dentist in order to access this benefit? And all of this headache we're dealing with because the Liberals are working just with the NDP. They didn't want to work with us. They didn't want to work with the Conservatives. They didn't want to work with the Green Party. They didn't want to do their job and work as parliamentarians should. Yeah. Then they come and table C-31. The day they tabled C-31, just by coincidence, there was something in Quebec. A press conference. It really was just a coincidence. There was a press conference in Quebec for those who work in this sector. They're asking Quebec's government to increase coverage in Quebec and also asking Ottawa to increase health transfers. The federal government tabled C-31, which doesn't offer additional services. It buries families in paperwork. It makes families deal with the ARC rather than having time to help their kids with their homework, for example. And when you talk to unions for seniors groups or groups who help those with lower incomes, here's what they think about the bill. They say This is just nonsense. That's what they've said. That's what the experts have said. What they've been asking for, what they've been asking us to do for years is to help them with services. And they want dental care covered. So how did we get here? Well, the federal government broke its promise. They broke its promise during negotiations about health care transfers to provinces, because during the pandemic, the Prime Minister kept saying, well, we're in the middle of a pandemic. After the pandemic, we will negotiate health transfers with provinces. All provinces have been asking for this. Quebec has been asking for this, and there's a lot of consensus about it. So the government doesn't seem to have money to increase health transfers, but then all of a sudden, when it comes to fulfilling the NDP's wishes, the government does have money. EI measures are going to be lifted on Sunday, and 60% of Quebec and Canadian workers will be more at risk with EI because the pandemic is finished. So here we're trying to improve purchasing power of houses because we are dealing with temporary inflation. The government needs to start taking things seriously because people need dental care. Children really need good dental care. Provinces have the expertise to deliver this, and provinces are very good at this. The government needs to keep its promise, but we're going to vote for this in principle. There's some work to be done in committee. This bill could take some cleaning, some hygiene, maybe a fluoride treatment, a couple of amendments, and it might be improved, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm glad the member is going to be supporting the bill. It is a good piece of legislation, and there are some provinces that actually advance dental care more so than other provinces. The legislation that we're talking about, I believe, is going to assist thousands of children in all regions of the country, including the province of Quebec, where I see it more so complementing the services that Quebec currently offers. The question I would have for the member is, why would in any fashion the Bloc prevent a federal initiative that's going to provide the badly needed dental care to the children of all regions of our country?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, I am starting to have some experience here, and he didn't listen to my speech. I said perhaps there was a way to deal with this issue. He comes from a province where there is no provincial dental care, a progressive one like in Quebec. So it's not part of his culture to know that Quebec already has such a program, and that by duplicating and complicating things, and in addition putting obstacles in front of families who want to improve the Canada Child Benefit, we're not helping families. We're telling them to go to the Canada Revenue Agency and get audited. When would that be a good news for families? Please explain that to me. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I have more hope and optimism than he does, because last year in Rosemont Petite Patrie, when I met with people in parks or went door to door and I talked about dental care, people thought, oh, yes, well, not everybody has that. Not everybody gets public dental care. So even if the Liberals voted twice against the NDP's proposals for accessible dental care for the middle class and the more vulnerable people, we had more strength in this Parliament to force the Liberals to work in the interests of people who cannot pay their dentists. Their bills are going to be paid for children under 12 and under this year, for our teens next year, for seniors. This is good news for Quebecers and the more vulnerable in the middle class, and that's the NDP's done that. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I've already said it. And it's just been proved by the NDP. So the member for Rosemont Petite Patrie will go to his riding and he'll meet with people and talk about dental insurance. And when people from Rosemont Petite Patrie and kids, and they go to the dentist, they'll have the same insurance they had before. Quebec provided dental insurance. And they want to have the full amount if they have more expensive dental care. So I hope that he's going to tell people that in order to get an improvement on the child benefit, people have to spend a number of hours talking with the revenue agency. And good luck talking to people in the park. Time for a brief question. We have time for a brief question. Resuming debate. The honourable member. Is it a brief question? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Resuming debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin this first speech by taking the time to greet the people of Beauport-Limoilou, not only those who re-elected me about a year ago, but all of the people of Beauport-Limoilou. I share my daily life with them, and what brings us together goes far beyond political and partisan considerations. So I send my greetings to all of them. The topic of today's debate should be of particular interest to them because it really affects their daily lives, what they fight for, rents, dental insurance, quality of life. And there are many other subjects that they are fighting for. So I will talk about dental insurance and rent support. We were prepared in the spring, as we were preparing to vote on the budget implementation bills, some members of the House were saying that they were voting for the bill to fulfill one of their promises, and that one of the reasons why they had made an agreement with the Liberal Party, namely the implementation of dental insurance. The current bill, however, does not provide for dental insurance at all. A benefit and insurance are two very different concepts. Insurance pays for all or part of the dental care that a person would receive over a year. The benefit is an amount of money given at some point during the year, and it doesn't matter if the amount doesn't cover all the family's dental expenses. So much the better if it does, however. We're talking here about $650 for a family earning less than $70,000 that same year. Madam Speaker, I have 4 children. There have been times in my life when, with my husband, we earned less than $70,000 a year. Quebec covers some dental care, but not the basic care of scaling and annual cleaning, the sealing of pits and fissures on adult teeth to prevent cavities. So for my 4 children, with this basic care, it was more than $400 a year. In the case of 2 of my children, they required appointments every 6 months, even though I'm very hard on them when it comes to them brushing their teeth. So there were years that we had to cut back on our budget in order to ensure that our kids could see the dentist. Because you just can't not. In addition to not covering the needs well, getting the benefit itself will not be simple, as parents will have to make their claim through the My Account portal. This, and I will repeat what my colleague has said, this will require parents to have access to a computer. Not everybody has that. The internet, not everybody has that. Because internet has to come from somewhere. And I have to trust a system that has lost data or had data stolen in recent years. Why not implement a simpler process like using the health insurance card? Why not? The health insurance card is produced by Quebec and the Canadian provinces, not by the federal government. Well, need I remind the House that dental care is a health care, and as such, it is the responsibility of the government of Quebec and the Canadian provinces. Quebec has dental insurance. As I said earlier, it's partial at present. At one time, it was much more comprehensive. When the federal healthcare transfers were cut in the 1990s, Quebec and the Canadian provinces had to make some very heartbreaking choices, and one of them was to lower the age of access to dental care to 10 years of age, where it was free 18 years before. So So my parents didn't have to pay for my dental costs because it was covered for me. Here we see the federal government once again wanting to interfere in an area of jurisdiction belonging to Quebec and the Canadian provinces instead of fulfilling its constitutional duties regarding healthcare transfers. It's a bit ridiculous that the Sovereigntist Party in the House be the one to remind the federal government of its constitutional duties, right? It wants to act as a great savior when it is the one that in the 1990s caused these very problems. In short, it is playing Perry in front of the Montreal Parliament in 1849. I'm a fireman. I know how to start a fire, and I know how to put it out. By cutting healthcare transfers, the federal government knew exactly what it was doing. It knew that the Canadian provinces and Quebec would be forced to cut the services and programs offered to the population. It would have to carry that burden. It knew that these cuts would only blacken the reputation of Quebec and the Canadian provinces in the eyes of the public, and the latter would not see that the cause of these cuts is none other than the responsibility of the federal government, the same one that today poses as the great savior of services, and that never stops repeating that it is not an ATM. Well, the main cost of the cuts in Quebec and the Canadian provinces is the federal government. And as I said, it's saying that it's the great savior of services. I'd like to remind the federal government that the money in what it calls the ATM belongs to Quebecers and Canadians. It doesn't come from the trees. Therefore, constitutional agreements need to be respected and healthcare transfers must be made at the level requested by Quebec and the Canadian provinces. It's a good deal. They're asking for 35% when the agreements themselves stipulate 50%. Some people will certainly want to reply that the current bill is a transitional measure for 2 years until a real insurance system be put in place. But what is going to happen in 2 years' time? Most likely an election. So what is being announced is a transitional measure that could have a very long transition. And this reminds us of what happened with employment insurance. It's going to be problematic for a long time. So this means putting off forever something that should have happened already. We've heard this before. Fortunately, the parliamentary process allows for suggestions to be made through amendments during committee meetings. The first suggestion will certainly be to respect constitutional agreements concerning healthcare transfers, and the second will no doubt be to allow Quebec and the Canadian provinces that wish to respect the Constitution by managing one of their jurisdictions, namely health, to invoke the notwithstanding clause. Because we're talking about an area of jurisdiction that does not belong to the federal government now. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about my daughter's rental situation. I love her. Zoe has managed to find a place to live within a 20-minute bus ride to her work and 40 minutes from her study. Her place of study is a 2-bedroom, half-basement, unheated and unlit apartment. She and her spouse pay $900 in rent. $900 is the cheapest thing they could find. They're lucky. $500 a year is about 0.46% of the annual cost of their rent. That's not with buying groceries or heating or turning on the lights. So, need I remind you that inflation is currently around 7%? So we're talking about people who are saying $2,200 a month is not so much. This check looks like a Band-Aid to try to patch up a wall so full of holes it looks like Swiss cheese, and that wall is the lack of sustainable and predictable social housing construction and maintenance programs, which would allow organizations to build projects and see them through to completion. But it's not working. We're talking about 100,000 housing units since 2016 that should have been built in order to meet growing housing needs. That's 6 years. So we're talking about 600,000 units, and things aren't getting better. So I hope that here no one has had to cut up their towels like I had to make diapers, or who had to use Instant Right and beans, peanut butter to feed their kids and bread. I hope nobody had to do that. Because this is what happens when people pay a rent that's too expensive. I apologize. The honourable member has used up her time. I'm certain that she'll be able to add a few words during the question and comments period.
Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. You know, I disagree with much of what the member has said, and I can tell you, whether it's the Prime Minister, the government, the Canada Health Act, or the constituents in which I represent, the health and general well-being of Canadians from coast to coast to coast is something in which we are greatly concerned about. That's why we've invested historic amounts of money. Never before has a federal government given as much money towards health care than this government. That's why we've invested in things such as mental health and long-term care. Today's bill is all about providing dental care, making it affordable for children under the age of 12. Is this member, and the member, Madam Speaker, before her that spoke, trying to say that it does not complement the system in Quebec, in the province of Quebec? Not all provinces are equal. Is she saying that not one of her constituents will benefit by this program? If she is, she is wrong, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. The ability of my colleague to put words in my mouth that I didn't say is incredible. I didn't say that no one could benefit from this. I said these services fall under the jurisdiction of Quebec and the Canadian provinces. If a province like his wanted to have access to dental insurance, a real dental insurance, not a temporary check, then they should be able to do so. But the others who want to manage this service delivery area that falls under their jurisdiction, and they should get compensation. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rosemont Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I particularly appreciated the times when she talked about the difficult lives of individuals, people who are struggling, who are eating peanut butter and rice and nothing else. And with the high cost of living, we're seeing this more and more on the ground. And I'm quite proud of the work that we've been able to do by forcing the Liberals to take measures that will help people in concrete terms. Yes, this is a temporary check. It's not a real dental insurance. We're working on that for next year, allowing for children and eventually teens and persons with handicaps, but also doubling the GST that will help people who are in need and are struggling to pay groceries. $500 that we took from the federal government to improve the housing benefit for people who can't pay their rent. This will help 540,000 Quebecers, these temporary measures. I think there's good news here in this bill for people in Quebec. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, these are good news, but news that is temporary. A government, in my mind, and perhaps you'll tell me I'm living in with rose-colored glasses, but a government and the parliament in which we are has a goal, and the goal is to protect the dignity of the weakest and not to look for votes, but rather have a long-term vision. So what we have here are checks. They're just temporary Band-Aids on gaping wounds that are the healthcare transfer issues. These transfers are not being done properly, and construction projects have been failing for since at least 2016. We're talking about 600,000 housing units shortfall to provide adequate housing to ensure that prices wouldn't have exploded as they have. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Touriste de Blainville. A brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, as well as the previous colleague. I have a question. I don't know if the Liberals would have put in place dental insurance when they send out a check to all Canadian and Quebec families. It's not a dental care program. Does she agree with me on this? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, a brief response. I completely agree. A check is not an insurance program. What needs to be done is to work to put in place a real dental insurance program with the right to withdraw with compensation for Quebec and the provinces that wish to manage this program and insurance program themselves.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I want to talk about a little bit of the context that we're in right now. What's going on across our country. Over the past summer, I spent a lot of time traveling and hearing from people's stories. And what Canadians are going through right now is a tough time. They've already been through a difficult time with the pandemic, and now on top of those struggles that people have gotten through and continue to feel, we've got a cost of living crisis, an inflation crisis, which is driving up the cost of everything. And what that means is people are struggling to pay for everything, to buy their groceries, to put food on the table, to put gas in their cars. But what I heard from people that really struck me was this feeling that no matter how hard people worked, no matter how much people were doing everything that was in their mind what they needed to do, they were doing everything right, but they still were falling behind. And that is a very difficult thing to feel. That makes one feel very hopeless. It is frustrating. And understandably so. When people are doing everything right, they should be able to have the respect and dignity to put food on the table, to pay their bills, to take care of their families.
Clearly, people are having a hard time. When I talk to people across the country, they share their stories. They're working hard, they're trying hard, and despite all that, it's increasingly hard for them to make ends meet. They can't buy the same groceries. They have to change, and they can't buy what they need. That's the reality of things. And they are afraid of the future. They're frustrated, and I understand that, because that's the reality.
Understand what that's like, because I've lived that. I remember the difficult times my brother and I had going to university and having a kid brother that I had to take care of, and having to work a bunch of jobs to try to find a way to make sure that not only was I able to put food on the table for myself, but for my younger brother. And the feeling of worry and fear that you're not able to take care of your loved one, it is something that really weighs on you. And it's a lot of pressure that a lot of families are experiencing right now. At the same time, while workers' wages are not keeping up with inflation, we look at CEO salaries and they are skyrocketing. CEOs aren't having any struggles. Their wages and their salaries are going up, and workers are lagging behind. It is pretty clear that that is wrong, and it should not be this way. In fact, it doesn't have to be this way. There is a war being waged right now on workers and working families across this country. We are witnessing a massive transfer of wealth from hardworking, honest Canadians into the pockets of billionaires. And behind every billionaire is a liberal and conservative government who allowed the exploitation and disrespect of workers, the brutality of corporate greed, and tax loopholes that stole wealth from Canadians, and billions of dollars of taxpayer money in corporate welfare that went directly to CEOs and wealthy corporations. And behind every working family in this country are New Democrats fighting for and demanding respect and dignity, forcing CEOs to pay what they owe, and making sure that government has their back, because it's hardworking Canadians, it's workers, not greedy CEOs, that make our country an incredible place. And that's why for the past number of months, we've been pushing hard that this government respond to the needs of people. Last spring, we said that we should double the GST tax credit. Let's put more of Canadians' own money back in their pockets to deal with the fact that everything is becoming more expensive. The Liberals said no. The Prime Minister and the Liberal government were too busy saying it's not our fault and it's worse in other countries, rather than acting to find solutions to support people in this time. Had the government shown leadership when we demanded more money for Canadians back in their pockets, people would have had $500 in their pockets right now to pay their bills over the summer. C'est ça le problème.
That's what the problem is with the Liberals. When people need help, they study, they consult, they find excuses to not take action. And in the meantime, people are suffering. And when rich CEOs ask for things, they act quickly, and that's the problem.
Again and again, when wealthy CEOs come knocking, Liberals and Conservatives leap into action. These measures could have made a massive difference in people's lives if they were passed earlier. People would have been able to have this respect and dignity over the summer. It could have helped families get ready for their kids getting back to school. But that's the issue with the Liberals. They're too busy pointing fingers elsewhere, saying it's not their fault, saying it's worse in other countries. And those may be true, absolutely true. But it does not help the family that right now looks at their bills and says, what am I going to do to pay them? It's frustrating that we have to force this government to act every time people need support. And then we've got the Conservatives that think that everyone should just be on their own. They want to inflame the anger and frustration that Canadians rightly feel, but don't want to provide any solutions that are actually going to make people's lives better right now. Because for a family that is struggling to pay their bills, they want some respect and dignity now. For a family that can't afford for their kids to go to the dentist, they need that support immediately. And that's what we're doing. L'approche des conservateurs.
The Conservatives' approach to leave people to their own devices, well, if you have a hard time paying, they say, your daycare or pay for your medications, or if you've lost your job and you need help, the Conservatives say, take care of it on your own. Canadians have seen the result of that approach. It is the ultra-rich that benefit from it, and people are having a hard time making ends meet, and they're pushed aside.
About what we're facing right now in this country. We are facing a cost of living increase, a rising inflation that is driven by corporate greed. We're experiencing greedflation. No one else wants to talk about that. No one else wants to point to the fact that while workers' wages have not kept up, CEO salaries have skyrocketed, wealthy corporations have seen massive profits. They have taken this moment in time, this crisis, as an opportunity to jack up their prices beyond increased costs. That's why they're experiencing these massive profits, and people are hurting. Inflation isn't workers' fault, as many folks want to suggest. It is the result of CEOs seizing on this difficult moment and increasing their profits, hurting Canadians. When we asked both the Liberals and Conservatives, let's do something about this, let's take on this corporate greed, both of them have said no time and time again. They said no to making CEOs pay what they owe. They said no to making sure the wealthiest corporations are paying what they owe. They're fine with rich CEOs doing what they want, while workers continue to struggle to make ends meet. New Democrats believe it shouldn't be you that has to pay the price. It shouldn't be on the shoulders of workers that we tackle the rising cost of living. It should be wealthy CEOs, those at the very top that contribute what they owe, so that we can tackle what we're going through right now. And what we're experiencing right now, what we're seeing right now in the House, the solutions that are being proposed and being presented right now, I want Canadians to know very clearly. We've been fighting for you from the beginning. We've been fighting for you since we've seen the cost of living rise. And because we fought for you, Canadians right now, 12 million Canadians are going to receive up to $467 back in their pockets. Because we kept on fighting for you, Canadians are going to be able to have their kids look after their teeth. Because we kept fighting for you, those that are having a hard time paying their rent are going to get respect. Because we fought for you, these things were possible. Grâce aux néo-démocrates.
Thanks to the NDP, who have fought and who do not give up, workers will have money in their pockets. If we had given up, 12 million Canadians would not receive up to $467 today to make ends meet. If we had given up, 2 million Canadians would not receive $500 more to pay their rent. And if we hadn't fought for them, if we had not stood up, parents with children under 12 years of age would not receive $1,300 for the next 2 years to pay for dental care for their children.
Election, my team and I committed to you that we would fight to make sure we made your life better. We listened to what Canadians told us was important. So many people across this country said, we are hurting and we cannot take care of our kids' teeth. We're struggling and we need respect and dignity. And we heard you. We listened to Canadians and we are delivering. Because you raised these concerns, today we are debating in this House solutions to solve the problems that Canadians told us that they're up against. We heard the stories, heartbreaking stories of Canadians that had to choose between paying their dental care bills for their kids or putting food on the table. No one should have to make that type of decision. One of the stories that I think a lot about, when we were campaigning, we reached out to Canadians to hear how our policies would help them or what they were going through that they needed support on. And I remember Adam, who I spoke with. Adam has 2 kids. Both of them were under 12, and he told me both of his kids need about $1,000 each of care. And though he's earning a decent salary, with all the bills that he has to pay, he's not sure he can afford it. He's going to have to take out a loan to pay for these kids to get their teeth looked after. And he told me he's thought many times, what if I just wait until their adult teeth come in? And I could hear in his voice the guilt, the shame, that maybe he was being a bad dad because he was considering putting off the care that his kids needed because he just couldn't afford it. And I could hear that in his voice. And I told him, it's not your fault. You're doing everything right. You know, we need to do better to make sure that you can get your kids looked after. And I had the opportunity to talk to Adam after we were able to secure this massive victory for people. I said, what does this mean to you? And I can't explain to you, Mr. Speaker, his voice, the lifting of guilt, the optimism, the hope. He said to me, you know, my kids are going to be able to look after their teeth. This is going to make a huge difference in their lives, and this is only possible because of this program. That's what this means to so many Canadians. There's so many people out there that are struggling with what they can do for their kids, and they don't know if they can afford it. And they're having to make impossible decisions. Parents should never be put in that position, and we are taking a step forward to making sure that parents don't have to make that decision. With the interim benefit for a family that's got a child 12 and under, for one child, they'll receive $650 per year, and over less than a 2-year span, about 18 months, they'll receive up to $1,300 per child. So in the case of Adam, for his 2 children, that'll be $2,600. He will absolutely be able to take care of his kids' teeth. And that's going to make a huge difference in Adam's life, in his children's lives, and for hundreds of thousands of families across this country.
Once this national dental program is established, it will cover 7 to 9 million Canadians. Families will save at least $1,200 per year. This program will change lives, and it will avoid having people having to go to the emergency department to solve issues that could have been prevented.
Unfortunately, all of this could have been implemented years ago. Years ago, when we put forward our dental care plan in this very chamber, in this parliament, and both the Liberals and the Conservatives teamed up to vote against it. We could have had this program up and running already, and millions of Canadians could have accessed it. On 2 previous occasions, specifically in this House, we put this plan to a vote, and both the Liberals and Conservatives voted against it. And now we're proud to say it's moving forward. We're going to make it happen. But I also want to point out that the leader of the official opposition doesn't believe Canadians should get this dental coverage, despite the fact that he has no problem with having his own dental care coverage since his mid-20s, paid for by the public. He thinks it's wrong that families in Canada who don't have coverage should get dental care coverage. I'd like to see how he explains that to the nearly 9 million Canadians who are going to get this dental care benefit. Why he thinks they don't deserve dental care while he has been benefiting from it by your taxpayer dollars for the past nearly 2 decades. We believe fundamentally that as a nation, we are stronger, we are better when we take care of one another. When we lift each other up, we are better when we look out for one another. Because of New Democrats, every Canadian in this country, when this plan is up and running, who needs care and doesn't have coverage, will be able to look after their teeth. That is a massive step forward. I also want to talk about another major concern when it comes to the cost of living. We know in addition to these major steps that we've taken, there's a lot more that Canadians need. Another major area of concern is when we talk about the cost of living, housing. We know in this country, no matter where you live, people are feeling squeezed when it comes to finding something in their budget to either own or to rent. People have given up often the dream of owning because it's just so expensive. We want to make sure that Canadians have that respect and dignity. We want to make sure that Canadians have the ability to find a home that's in their budget. And that's why we force this government to change the definition around what is affordable. So if a private developer receives public money, it has to be a home that they're building. It has to be a project that they're building that is truly affordable. I want to talk about some of the differences that we've made when it comes to that definition. A lot more needs to be done, but this is a big step forward in where we're placing our money. Previously, under the Liberal definition, a housing project only had to have 20% of the units that were affordable. And in a city like Toronto, under their definition, $2,229 for a one-bedroom apartment was considered affordable. We have changed that definition now, and it is now that the building has to have at least 40% that's affordable. And the new definition of a one-bedroom apartment affordable has to be $1,256, a massive reduction. This is a huge difference. We know this is going to help, but it's not all. We need to invest massively in building more not-for-profit housing, investing in cooperative housing, investing in housing that's there for people when they need it, whether it's to rent or to own, and we know we can do that if we make it a priority. Plus que jamais les gens souhaitent.
More than ever, people want politicians to roll up their sleeves and to work hard for them, not for rich CEOs. They know that the interests of CEOs will be represented, and that's what's caused so much frustration. If we want to change things, we have to help people.
Have made that benefited those at the top, that have benefited CEOs. Canadians are demanding that we make decisions that benefit them, their families, and workers. And that's what we're here to do. These 3 initiatives that are before the House are a big step forward, but we know a lot more is needed. And we're going to continue to fight for Canadians, to make sure you have the respect and dignity you deserve, to be able to own and afford your own place, to call your own, to be able to find the means to be able to support your family, to put food on the table, to pay your bills. We see you, we hear you, and we're going to fight for you. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments the Leader has made, and in listening to the debate today, it is disappointing when you see that the Conservatives, in contrast to the government and the NDP, seem to not want to support our children. This bill is focused in terms of children under 12 and providing a benefit that will truly have a positive impact. And then there is concerns expressed from the Bloc that the people of Quebec would not necessarily benefit by the program by just listening to some of the members of the Bloc in terms of what they're implying. And my question to the Leader of the New Democratic Party, would he not agree that today is the time for us to have a national footprint on the issue of dental care, and this is a good starting point dealing with kids under the age of 12?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Absolutely. I think this is an important step forward to be able to provide that care for kids under 12. But I want to be clear, this could have happened a lot earlier if the Liberals and the Conservatives hadn't voted against it those 2 times previously when we introduced this bill. But we'll move forward, and we're going to continue to fight to make sure families get this support and help, and so Canadians across this country can take care of their teeth and be able to move forward in a healthy way. We can make that happen, and we're confident that we can force this government to do that.
In comments, question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the NDP, he talks a lot about affordability, pressures that Canadians are facing, respect and dignity, and that they're fighting for Canadians. Is this done by propping up the Liberal government? By voting with the Liberals to increase taxes, to increase bureaucracy, to increase red tape that makes life difficult for everyday Canadians? For example, even supporting the failed carbon tax. That doesn't work. But I can tell you that it makes food more expensive. It makes home heating more expensive. It makes driving your kids to and from sports more expensive. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is this. Why does this leader brag that him and his party are fighting for Canadians when they keep voting for tax increases and increased bureaucratic red tape?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
So what we have before the House are 3 concrete ways where instead of just talking about it or inflaming anger, we're actually going to give people respect and dignity. We're going to give more money back in people's pockets. We're going to give people the respect to be able to pay their rent. And we're going to make sure families are able to look after their teeth. That's concrete steps to actually make people's lives better, rather than what the Conservatives have been doing is flaming a lot of anger, building on that anger, but not really doing much beyond that to make people's lives better. We have concretely put forward proposals that will change Canadians' lives. We're proud of that, and we know there's a lot more that needs to be done.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, the speech made by the NDP leader. His speech, he talked about the same things they've always wanted. They want the federal government to be more involved in provincial jurisdictions. And in Quebec's jurisdictions. Now, he wants better dental care and coverage. We support that, of course, but does the member know that in Quebec, children under 10 are already covered by a dental care program? This federal program currently being debated would be such that Quebec families couldn't benefit from it. Quebecers want their fair share. Quebecers should be able to benefit from this too. What does the member think of how this bill would have a harmful effect on Quebecers? Because what we really want is better coverage, and in order to do so, we need federal health transfers, adequate ones. The honourable member for Burnaby South. Quebec always has the right to fully opt out with compensation. I'd like to share a story. I was in a taxi in Quebec, and the taxi driver said that the most important thing for him is dental care. He's an older fellow, and he told me that he appreciates that we're trying to implement dental care. He never mentioned anything about federal meddling in provincial jurisdictions. The taxi driver just wants dental care. I think the member across the way should talk to real people, because real people, real Canadians, they want programs. They want good programs. They're not worried about which government runs the program. They want help, and they want the ability to have good dental health. That's what we're doing for Canadians everywhere in the country. They'll be able to have good dental care thanks to this. People want programs that help them, and that is what we are accomplishing.
Comments, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the NDP for his speech. I also want to share a story of a couple in my riding who have 3 kids, and she is a person with a disability. He is making under $50,000. And when they heard about this announcement, he said, "This can't come fast enough." And she said, "It's going to be life-changing." Last year, when the Liberals and Conservatives voted against dental care, they made this family struggle for another year. We have 3 approaches in this House. The Conservatives, who will leave these families to fend for themselves. The Liberals, who have to be forced into doing the right thing. And you Democrats, who are going to keep fighting for people. Could the member please speak to the people with disabilities, the seniors, the families with kids under 18, who we are going to keep fighting for?
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
The honourable colleague and my dear friend raised a really important issue, that there are people that are waiting for this care that could have got it earlier. But we want them to know we are fighting for you, and by next year there will be a national federal program that will cover children 18 and under, seniors, and people living with disabilities. This will provide so much help to people, and as the honourable member from Victoria mentioned, this will be life-changing for people. And to that couple, to that family, I want you to know that we are fighting for you, and we're going to make sure you get that respect and dignity. We're going to make sure that you're able to take care of your teeth, and we're going to make that happen.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by saying that I appreciate the Leader of the NDP for his efforts to get this support to Canadians across the country. That being said, a $500 check doesn't address the fundamental market conditions that are benefiting institutional investors, leading to increased rents for seniors on fixed incomes and young people who are being priced out of the housing market altogether. I know he agrees that more needs to be done. And so I wonder if he could share what he thinks all parliamentarians can do to rise past the partisanship and work together to ensure that homes are places for people to live and not a commodity for investors to trade.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
The honourable colleague has raised a real concern that Canadians are faced with. fact that a first-time homeowner or home buyer is competing with a corporation that's got billions of dollars to purchase a property to make more profit is unfair. It is fundamentally a problem that we're up against. And we need to get at that. And that's why we've called for changes to the way we approach housing, that the financialization, the commodification are serious problems that need to be addressed. Housing should be about people being able to find a place to call their own, a place to live. And that is, for a long time now, not been the case. There are specific changes we can make to the tax laws that will disincentivize property flipping, that will disincentivize corporations from purchasing properties, and make sure that home ownership and being able to find a place to rent or to own is for families, for people, for workers. That's absolutely something we can do. We've got to make it a priority.
Before proceeding to the next speaker, I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Oshawa.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to bring to your attention that this morning at around 10 a.m., when the House of Commons began sitting, I was waiting to be accepted into the Zoom meeting. As it's a Thursday, routine proceedings is the first item on the agenda and very important part of any sitting day. While I was waiting to be accepted into the meeting, the session began. Now, I'm not a big fan of hybrid parliament. However, if it's to be used, then it must be used in a fair way. I'm asking you, Mr. Speaker, please ensure that those of us trying to get into the online meeting be accepted and online before starting the session, as those of us online who logged on early before the session started had the right to participate fully. I'm sure this was just an anomaly for today, as it's worked fine in the past, but I felt that you should be made aware of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much to the honourable member. And being the internet the way it is once again the camera actually didn't key to be showed up in the House of Commons. So we will go back and look at the login sequence to make sure that everything was working correctly for today. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the most honourable member of Halifax West. Mr. Speaker, as always, it's a true honour for me to rise in this venerable House to speak on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport. I will be speaking on Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing. More specifically, I'll be speaking about how the federal government is working to immediately make accessing dental care for children across Canada more affordable through the Canada Dental Benefit. This is something that's important to families in my riding of Davenport, particularly those who do not have access to dental insurance and whose household incomes are below $90,000. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are feeling the rising cost of living, particularly through higher food prices and rent. While inflation is a global challenge caused by the pandemic and Russia's illegal and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, it is important for our government to help families weather the impact of higher costs by putting more money back in the pockets of the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. The introduction of Bill C-31 by our Ministers of Health and Housing is a critical step in improving oral health for children and delivering on our commitment to financially help Canadians deal with the rising cost of living. By helping families afford the dental care their children need, this new benefit will support families who need it the most, when they need it the most. Helping Canadian families weather the impacts of inflation by working to put more money back in their pockets this year is a priority for our government. This investment in dental care for children without dental insurance will build on the strategic investments that our government is making to support Canadians by making life more affordable and building an economy that works for all, while at the same time helping our youngest members of society get off to the right start and have healthier oral health while suffering less pain. Since 2015, Mr. Speaker, our federal government has cut taxes for the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. We have delivered a Canada Child Benefit, and raised it every year to continue putting more money back in the pockets of 9 out of 10 families with children. And we will have cut regulated childcare fees in half on average by the end of this year for families across the country. These are just a few examples of how we are delivering support for the lower and middle income Canadians. The federal government has also taken steps to support our universal healthcare system through a one-time top-up to the Canada Health Transfer of $2 billion to the provinces and territories to help reduce backlogs for surgeries, building on the $45.2 billion provinces and territories will receive this year. Our federal government has taken important steps to make a real difference for families across the country, and I'm incredibly proud of the significant long-term sustained investments that the government is making to help deliver a more affordable and better quality of life for families across Canada. That being said, Mr. Speaker, we know that dental care is an integral facet of the overall health of Canadians, and that poor oral health can have costly personal and financial repercussions. It is estimated that the negative impacts of poor oral health accounts for productivity losses of over $1 billion per year, as well as approximately 2 million missed school days annually. This outcome increases public spending in cost-intensive healthcare areas such as cardiac and emergency care. By making dental care more affordable for middle-class families, we believe that the Canada Dental Benefit will help greatly reduce these costly and serious negative impacts. We also know that cost is a significant barrier to accessing dental care for many Canadians. Among children, much of the burden of dental disease is concentrated in children from low-income families. That is why we've introduced this legislation, to break the cycle of poor oral health for the youngest Canadians and to help make sure that families can afford dental care for their children. Mr. Speaker, we estimate that over 500,000 Canadian children could benefit from this investment, and that the cost of this targeted investment is estimated to be $938 million. It is absolutely a worthwhile investment, and this legislation, if passed, will make it more affordable for parents to take their children to see a dental professional so that children across the country can receive the care that they need. The Canada Dental Benefit for children without insurance under the age of 12 will help parents with income under $90,000 purchase needed dental care for their children. The Canada Dental Benefit would provide direct payments to eligible applicants totaling up to $650 per year per child for dental care services for applicants with a family income under $70,000. It would be $390 for those with a family income of $70,000 to $79,999, and $260 for those with a family income of $80,000 to $89,999. Parents or guardians of eligible children who have dental needs would need to apply to access payments. Mr. Speaker, our federal government will be taking action to ensure that Canadians receive the benefit as quickly as possible. This legislation will give the Minister of Health authority to implement this application-based upfront benefit payment to eligible Canadians later this year. The targeted implementation date for the Canada Dental Benefit is December 1st, 2022, pending parliamentary approval and royal assent for enabling legislation. And the program would cover expenses retroactive to October 1st, 2022, so long as the child remains eligible on December 1st, on December 1st. Canadians will be able to apply for and receive the benefit upfront before accessing dental care. Eligible Canadians can apply via the Canada Revenue Agency's Secure My Account portal or by calling the Canada Revenue Agency's Client Contact Centre. Our federal government will ensure that applications will be processed quickly, automatically in many cases, with payments received within a week for individuals requesting direct deposit. And we understand that dental care needs vary from one child to the next, which is why we're providing flexibility for the Canada Dental Benefit to be used for any dental care provided by a regulated oral health professional licensed to practice in the applicant's province or territory. This flexibility will position parents to have discussions with their oral health care provider to determine the most appropriate dental care treatment for their children. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the Canada Dental Benefit will not reduce other federal income-tested benefits such as the Canada Worker Benefit, the Canada Child Benefit, and the Goods and Services Tax Credit. Our federal government will ensure that Canadians receive the information that they need to apply for and receive the Canada Dental Benefit. Through a joint collaboration between Health Canada and the Canada Revenue Agency, a public education campaign for the Canada Dental Benefit will be launched and tailored messaging providing essential information on who qualifies and how to access this funding. Our federal government will engage with stakeholders such as provincial and territorial dental associations to promote the Canada Dental Benefit and provide essential information for qualifying families to be able to understand how the benefit will work for them. Recognizing that the Canada Dental Benefit is the first stage of the government's plan for making dental care more affordable for Canadians, I'm pleased to also see that our federal government is committed to providing dental care to Canadians and continues to take needed steps to build a comprehensive national long-term dental care program. And just to remind everyone, Federal Budget 2022 proposes to provide funding of $5.3 billion over 5 years and $1.7 billion ongoing to deliver a dental care program for low-income Canadians and to help provide dental care for Canadians who are unable to access care because of the costs and or because they do not have dental insurance. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this legislation strikes the right balance between ensuring that the immediate needs of low and middle-class children in Canada are met, as well as setting the groundwork for a comprehensive dental care program. I know that this benefit will help many families, not only in my riding of Davenport, but families right across the country. And so I ask all members of this House to join us in supporting this much-needed legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Member, just 2 days ago in a speech, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, Mr. Boudreau, said that in hindsight, governments and central banks should have actually withdrawn stimulus measures earlier to keep a lid on inflation. Why then is your government ignoring his advice completely and adding $4.5 billion in additional stimulus spending, which will make inflation even higher? These benefits will be eaten up by additional inflation in no time flat.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I would say that we are ensuring that we are making targeted investments in Canadians, and we are providing support to our most vulnerable Canadians and to those who need it the most. This is not a big spending plan. It is very targeted. Economists have already opined that it is not anticipated in any way to actually add to the additional inflation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know whether my honourable colleague is aware that the $500 annual given to low-income families to help them in their housing represents $42 a month, which represents less than a week of milk for a family of 4. A week of milk costs $50 to $60 a week. And that's just a Band-Aid on the needs that are greater, more urgent, including the urgent construction and well-done construction of housing. We're talking about a shortfall of $600,000.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her excellent question. Look, housing is a huge worry for not only the residents of my riding of Davenport, but for all Canadians. And that is why our government, since we were elected, have announced a national housing strategy, and we've invested we've allocated $72 billion We've also, as part of that housing strategy, we've also introduced the Canada Housing Benefit, and that is to help our most vulnerable Canadians at the lowest end of the income scale be able to afford their rent. This one-time top-up as part of Bills C-30 and C-31 are all about helping providing targeted investments to Canadians who need it the most, and it's providing an additional $500 on top of all the other benefits that we are providing to Canadians at this particular time. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague first for her speech. And Mr. Speaker, she talked about an economy that works for everyone. Well, the PBO just put out a recent report and cited that the top 1% of families in this country hold 25% of the wealth. Well, the bottom 40% hold 1.1% of the wealth. Meanwhile, we're seeing grocery store chains, banks, oil and gas and telecom companies have record profits while groceries, bank fees, gas and wireless fees go up. Greedflation has taken hold, Mr. Speaker. We live in a country that has the lowest corporate tax rate in the G7. Meanwhile, children can't get their teeth fixed or seniors that need help. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask my colleague, when are they going to address the greedflation? We know the Conservatives, who are the gatekeepers for those big corporations, aren't going to address it. But is the Liberal government going to do something about it? Because we're waiting. And those people desperately need help, Mr. Speaker, and we're glad to see them finally vote in support of our measure around dental care. Well, what took them so long?
Nice work. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. I agree. We should ensure that every Canadian pays their fair share of taxes. We have already announced that we are permanently raising the corporate income tax by 1.5% on Canada's largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies, and we've introduced a recovery dividend of 15% on the excess profits of these institutions during the COVID pandemic. We've also implemented, effective September 1st, a 10% luxury tax on private jets and luxury cars worth more than $100,000 and boats and yachts worth more than $250,000. And on the point of providing supports to Canadians, we've been doing so since we were elected in late 2015. We increased taxes on the top 1%, we reduced it on the middle class, we've increased the Canada Worker Benefit 3 times, we've introduced the Canada Child Benefit, we've introduced national child care, we have been there for Canadians, we'll continue to be there for Canadians moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise here in the chamber on behalf of the good people of Halifax West, and especially today as we debate Bill C-31, an important and timely piece of legislation that will put money back into the pockets of some of the families that need it the most. Monsieur le Président, je suis.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today to talk about Bill C-31 and the way in which the federal government is working to make the cost of living immediately more affordable for families across the country.
I've heard from many about the local challenges that global inflation has brought to my community. It just takes looking at the price of groceries at the supermarket to know why affordability is so top of mind for my constituents and for all Canadians. Let's be clear from the get-go, Mr. Speaker, inflation is a problem for Canadians, but it's not a Canada problem. Countries around the world are living through this same difficult moment of high inflation, fueled largely by Russia's barbaric war of choice, the still present COVID-19 pandemic, and supply chain disruptions. This is a fact, but it's not an excuse not to act to make things easier for Canadians. And that is what we're doing with C-31, taking steps that are practical, prudent, and targeted. Because we know inflation is hitting hard, and we understand not every household is feeling the pinch in the same way. Let's acknowledge a simple truth. Lower-income households have to spend a higher proportion of their household income feeding their family. When prices at the grocery store increase, as we've seen, the relative hit to their family budget is going to be greater than for others. It's the reason why we're introducing measures that are very intentionally designed to support those feeling the sting of inflation the most. Bill C-31 would enact two important measures to address the cost of living: the Canada Dental Benefit and a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. Let me speak first about the Canada Housing Benefit. The top-up we are proposing would deliver a $500 payment to 1.8 million renters who are struggling with the cost of housing. This more than doubles the government's budget 2022 commitment, reaching twice as many Canadians as initially promised. It will be available to applicants with an adjusted net income below $35,000 for families or below $20,000 for individuals who pay at least 30% of their adjusted net income on rent. In these thresholds, we see proof that our government's focus is squarely on helping those facing the greatest hardship from the current moment. I think of the seniors on fixed incomes, the low-income students trying to keep on top of everything, the single parents. This top-up will put $500 in their pocket to keep food on the table and pay the rent and utilities. That's support that renters and families in my riding need now, and I certainly hope we can move quickly with C-31 so we can get the CRA application portal launched and relief in the hands of the people of Halifax West. The bill before us also provides for the Canada Dental Benefit, the first step in our work to establish a comprehensive national dental care program for families making less than $90,000 a year. The benefit would be provided to children under 12 who do not have access to dental insurance starting this year. Direct payments totaling up to $1,300 per child under 12 over the next 2 years, so that's $650 per annum, would be provided for dental care services. That's significant new money for families, and it's also an acknowledgement that dental health, like mental health, like prescriptions, can't be separated from health care as if it's somehow different. Mr. Speaker, let's remember the extent to which this is needed. A third of Canadians currently do not have dental insurance. And in 2018, more than 1 in 5 Canadians reported avoiding dental care because of the cost. In inflationary times, it's not hard to imagine that even more uninsured Canadians may be putting off necessary and routine care to help with their family's bottom line. 500,000 Canadian children stand to benefit from the Canadian Dental Benefit, and it will not reduce other federal income-tested benefits which families rely on. This measure, too, is targeted to ensure we are investing our dollars in supporting those most in need. That's why it's easy for me to support this bill. It's prudent and directed and builds upon the other parts of our affordability plan, namely the Enhanced Canada Workers Benefit, reductions in child care fees, increases in old age security, the Canada Child Benefit, the doubling of the Canada Student Grants, and many other supports. These are concrete and practical steps. They leave more money in Canadians' pockets and protect their purchasing power. There will certainly be more for us to do to make life more affordable, but the bill in front of us is a significant and timely step forward in that work. J'encourage mes collègues de...
I encourage my colleagues in the House of Commons to vote in favor of the passage of this bill.
And all support it and continue to look for solutions to the affordability challenges our constituents face. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and Kamal Tayyar, questions and comments. The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way for her speech. She did mention that there is lots more that their government can do to increase affordability for Canadians. And one thing I would suggest is abolishing the carbon tax, because that is a tax on the most basic of necessities like food, home heating, and fuel in your vehicle to get from point A to point B. One thing, though, I do want to mention, I know I've received lots of calls in my office throughout the summer regarding passport delays. So I definitely like decreased red tape. I like programs that are very effectively run. So my question for the member, does she believe that her government will be able to successfully and efficiently run a dental care program with little wait time, little red tape, and quick service delivery? Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for that question. Red tape reduction has been something that I strongly believe in, certainly when I was a cabinet minister provincially in my own province of Nova Scotia. We worked extremely hard on red tape reduction, and in fact, we won provincially on that. And right now, with the implementation, particularly the dental health plan that we're talking about, it is targeted, and yes, the government has been working extremely hard with provinces, territories, but also with CRA in order to implement that effectively. So yes, thank you very much.
Yes, Fiona Kamal-Altar, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. Mr. Speaker, I need the opinion of our colleague on the following. As the Conservative colleague had asked earlier, with all the problems that the government had in managing existing programs like passports, employment, wouldn't it have been more predictable to provide this new check through various programs already in place in some provinces and Quebec? Wouldn't it have been easier to simply say to Quebec and the provinces, well, ultimately we'll accept the unanimous request you've been making for years now. We will increase healthcare transfers so that you can apply this to a Canada Dental program if you need it, or improve the other healthcare services in the provinces or Quebec. Would that not have been more simple in light of everything that is complicated right now to do that rather than adding yet another layer of complicated management process? The honourable member for Halifax West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. I agree with him to some extent, but healthcare has to be a priority right now for all levels of government, provinces, the territories, and the federal government. It will never prevent the provinces and territories from investing in their own healthcare system. These are additional investments. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Christina Kamal-Altar, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her remarks. Now, she spoke about the cost of living and the government's approach to that. It's great to see them finally supporting our long efforts on dental care. What she didn't address is anything to tackle the massive profits that are being made by oil and gas corporations and grocery giants and these other companies that are benefiting from this crisis that Canadians are facing right now. Now, the UK government saw this opportunity. They put in place a 25% tax. This is a Conservative government, a 25% excess profit tax on the oil and gas companies in that country. Now, that would go a long way to providing the revenue to put back into Canadians' pockets and provide the kind of support that Canadians need. Would she not support that kind of initiative here in Canada?
The honourable member, Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listen, getting all kinds of questions about so many topics here. It's actually wonderful to be able to debate all of these. But quite frankly, right now, this bill is targeted on two very, very important issues. And those are issues that are really deliberate, targeted, and really help people that really need it the most right now at this point in time. And I'm very pleased to know that my colleague across the way is in full support of those benefits. So thank you very much.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and to be able to contribute to this debate that we're having today on affordability. And it's very timely because Canadians are experiencing the results of the practices that this Liberal government has undertaken that have really fueled the inflationary fires that are burning across Canada. What we're experiencing is a made in Canada inflationary crisis. The more this Prime Minister spends, the more things cost. It's been referred to as just inflation. And the proposals that the government's bringing forward won't address this inflation, and in fact are going to add to the inflationary pressures that Canadians are facing. Their inflationary deficits are driving up taxes, and they're driving up costs at the fastest rate in more than my lifetime. Year over year inflation is higher than it's been in 40 years. Now, for 2 years, Conservatives have been warning the government, been warning this Liberal government about the consequences of their actions and how much it would hurt Canadians. And that's hurting Canadians right across our country. Now, what we've heard from this government this week is not the announcement of a dental plan. We heard a plan that the Liberals have concocted that's going to satisfy part of the deal with their coalition partner in the NDP to keep them in power, to prop them up. It's another example of the Prime Minister failing to meet his promises, all the while printing more cash and borrowing more money that's going to stoke inflation. I'd like to note for everyone following the debate and for honourable members in this House that dental care programs for low-income children exist in all provinces and territories save for Manitoba and the Northwest Territories, in addition to the 70% of Canadians who already have coverage. Now, it's important that we look after the health care of Canadians. And they've been doing this thing in Canada for a long time. Again, it goes back to before I was born, where health care was a provincial responsibility. It was solely the jurisdiction of the provinces. So if there's a plan to meet with the premiers to discuss health care, and the Prime Minister wants to do that, the premiers will be delighted. And I hear the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader wants to contribute to the debate, and I hope that when he arises in questions and comments, that he's prepared to tell this House and tell all Canadians that the Prime Minister is going to answer the call that the premiers have been making for 2 years to meet with them to discuss the state of health care in Canada. Now, if he did meet with them, if the Right Honourable Prime Minister found his way to that meeting, he would hear that they're not looking for a dental care program. That's not what the provinces are asking for right now. Now, if the Prime Minister is considering another line of work and interested in running to be a provincial premier, I'm sure that he can explore those job openings. He can check out Indeed and see what's available. I hear that their sister party in Ontario is looking for someone, and perhaps the member for Papineau could find a spot in Ontario. Now, this promise is only more inflationary spending, and it's not a dental care program, and it's outside the jurisdiction of the federal government, and the level of government that's responsible is not looking for the federal government to execute on it. They've also talked about, these Liberals have talked about housing, and it's so interesting because Canadians could be confused, and I think that might be intentional, that the government's looking to confuse them because the Liberals love to talk about how much they've spent on housing. No government has ever spent more on housing than these Liberals, they'll tell you. Well, if we measured success by how much they spent and not by how many houses got built, they would be the international galactic champions of housing. But unfortunately, what we've seen is the doubling of house prices under these Liberals. And what's the result of that? 30-year-olds living in 400 square foot apartments that they're paying $2,300 a month for, if they can find an apartment, and if not, they're living in mom or dad's basement, and their dreams of home ownership are slipping away if they haven't been crushed already. In Vancouver, it's $2,600 a month in rent. In Toronto, $2,300 a month in rent. And the inflationary spending checks, that we'll call them, 6 in 10 Canadians aren't going to qualify for them. So the few renters who do see that $500 one-time boost, which represents less than a week of rent in the average housing unit in Toronto or Vancouver, are simply going to ask, what's next? Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad you asked what's next. What's next is, because they've pumped more money into the economy, they've created more inflation, and we've heard this from big banks, from economists, that what they're doing is inflationary. It's going to diminish the value of every dollar that they earn, including those checks, those checks that they just received. So they're not going to go as far. And that, of course, doesn't speak to the fact that we're now going to have to pay interest on the money that they borrowed to send those checks that are going to diminish their spending power. So it's a terrible situation that they're perpetuating. And there are solutions, and I look forward to sharing those with you as we move through this conversation today. But what is it that we need to solve? Well, first, let's take a look at one of the major pain points that Canadians are feeling every month: food prices. 10% food inflation is what Canadians are facing right now. It's the fastest that it's been up in over 40 years. Now, what does that look like for the average Canadian family? Well, it's between $1,200 and $2,000 more per year that they're spending on groceries. An extra $2,000 haircut that they're taking before they even spend a dollar. And on what items is this having a dramatic effect? Butter is up 16.9%, eggs 10.9%, fish 10.4%, 17.6% for breads, pasta 32%, fresh fruit up 13%, oranges up 18.5%, coffee 14.2%. The list goes on and on. Let them eat soup, they might say, up 19.2%. So while Canadians are struggling just to put food on the table for their families, furnaces are clicking on across the country as we speak. As the mercury drops, people are going to look to heat up their homes. We live in one of the world's coldest climates. Heating is not a luxury here. Just like for many folks in rural and remote communities, driving your car, your truck, it's not a luxury. You need it's part of how you have to live, to get to work, to get to doctor's appointments, to get groceries. And the carbon tax is punishing Canadians for a behavior that the government says is bad, that it should be discouraged. We need to correct it. And they're going to tell us, Speaker, in their questions and comments, oh, but the member is forgetting about the money that they send back. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has already said that the claims the government makes that Canadians get more back than they pay in some kind of weird Ponzi scheme that they've cooked up, it doesn't work. It's just that. It's a scheme. Canadians are not getting more back than they pay in. They are worse off. And emissions go up. Tree planting from the government has stayed the same. That is, that they're not planting any, but they promised to. So you would expect, though, Canadians would expect that when Canadians are feeling that pain, the carbon tax is going up, that the price of food is going up. But what else could the government do? Well, they're going to increase taxes on your paycheck in January of this coming year. There's no break in sight for Canadians. And they'll say, oh, it's not a tax. Speaker, let's get real here. If it looks like a tax and it sounds like a tax and Canadians take home less money at the end of the month, it's a tax. And that's exactly what these Liberals are proposing. For January 1st. For January 1st. And so I hear some excitement coming from those joining us from home, Speaker. Canadians are rising up. You can hear it in the House of Commons that they've had enough. That they're at a breaking point with these prices. And all the while, the job creators, the makers in our communities, not takers, makers, are small businesses. You hear it all the time. They're the backbone of our economy. I couldn't agree more. Well, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business reports that 1 in 6 businesses are considering closing their doors. 62% of small businesses are still carrying debt from the pandemic. So we have this risky situation that the government has created, that they're perpetrating on Canadians, where everything is more expensive to do business, more expensive to feed your family, more expensive to get to work. These hard times that have come, they don't need to be this way. But following an election that was called really to exploit the divisions that had been created in a very cynical move by the Prime Minister, resulted in a parliament where a coalition needed to be cooked up so that the government could stay in power. So Canadians aren't seeing that real relief. What does that look like? Seniors have to delay their retirements. That home ownership we talked about, it's disappearing because they don't have any time to dream about home ownership. They're too busy trying to come up with the money to pay their $2,600 a month rent. People are worried. Conservatives, we're offering hope for Canadians. It's a big contrast to what they've seen from the government, particularly over the last year. We're going to focus on Canadians' paychecks. Make sure that they're able to take home that money that they work so hard to earn. We're going to focus on making sure that taxes aren't going up. It's not very difficult because we know that anyone who doesn't run a deficit in their home every month has to make choices about what they're able to put in their monthly budget. Add something, you have to take something away. So if the government's going to propose new spending, well, what are they going to stop doing so that they can afford it, so that Canadians can afford it? Heard a very interesting line during the last 2 years from this government. It's that they've taken on debt so that Canadians don't have to. I do have some news, Speaker. You heard it here first, and that's that the debt is borne by Canadians. And they'll tell you that, well, interest rates have never been lower. Oh, wait. That's not the case. we now see interest rates on the march. So it's not free money. And Canadians are going to have to pick up the tab for it. So we're going to need a government. Canadians need to see a light at the end of the tunnel that promises some hope. We're going to have to scrap the old way that this government has been doing things. We're going to have to look at what it is that Canadians really need. Well, they need to be able to heat their homes, feed their families, and dream that they're going to be able to do better than the generation before them. But that's not what's been put on offer by this government. So lower taxes, that seems like something that I'd hope we could all agree on. Making sure that everyone can afford a home, not just spending a lot and calling that a housing plan. I would hope that that's something that we can all agree on. And addressing the root cause of what's driving this inflation in Canada so that people aren't experiencing this crushing inflation on their food. And even when global inflation starts to recede, let's say next year it's 5%. Let's say it's 5%. They're still paying 5% more on the 10% that it went up the year before. It's time to stop the damage that's being done. And we hear often that it's a global phenomenon that they've had no control over. Well, instead of throwing your hands up and saying, well, it's pretty bad everywhere else and we're kind of better than the other guys, that is cold comfort to people across this to people across this country. Because whether you live in Victoria by the Sea, Prince Edward Island, or Victoria, British Columbia, or Victoria, Nunavut, that word salad doesn't fill bellies. And it's getting a lot tougher to do that as food prices continue to march up. They need to see action, not excuses from the government. So what's that action going to be? I really hope that their plan isn't just higher taxes. I really hope that their plan isn't borrowing more money and dumping it into a housing plan that's not building more homes. They're driving up the prices. So, Speaker, we're going to focus on Canadians. We're going to focus on their paychecks. We're going to focus on their dreams of home ownership. We're going to focus on their retirement. Because that's what we're all, that's the dream that we all have. And that's the dream that when other people come to this country, that they have. And we want to keep that dream alive. So, Speaker, what the government's proposing today, it's not help. It's a distraction. It's just more from a government. It's more from a government, and it sounds like the member who's joining in is as upset with the government as I am.
We all are.
Can't even seem to afford gas to come into the House of Commons today. So Speaker.
Point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, as this very experienced member would know, he talks a lot in the House, Mr. Speaker, that we should not refer to the presence or absence of anybody in the House by suggesting that the member couldn't afford to get here in person certainly would at the very least indicate that the individual is not here.
Thank you very much. What I will say on this one, though, is for those of us who have to join on Zoom, to make sure that we leave our microphones off unless we're intervening in the discussion at hand. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And it doesn't seem like even with new made-up parliamentary secretary roles, they have enough people over there to be able to get everybody together and get them briefed up that it's safe for them to come back to work. So they can do that. We'll help that member out so he can afford gas. We're going to help Canadians afford more by ending the carbon tax, ending the paycheck tax. We want to help Canadians, give them hope and not fear, and that's what this government's been peddling. Thanks so much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting comments. Not as much in terms of the dental issue, the legislation that we're actually talking about. The member seemed to get carried away on some other areas. And having said that, maybe what I can do is try to get some clarification for Canadians on the issue of our children. Here we have a substantial piece of legislation that's going to provide dental care for thousands of children under the age of 12. To be very clear, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada opposes this legislation. They do not support the federal government having a role in providing dental care for children under 12. Shame. Is this the same sort of contrast we can see when the Conservative Party also says they don't support child care? Does the current Conservative Party still believe that they're going to trash the Canada Child Care National Program?
Good question. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, I'm sorry that we had to wake up the parliamentary secretary to join the debate. He seems to have missed a couple things. Conservatives created child care in Canada. The universal child care benefit, you might have heard of it. We started that. You'll remember Liberals at the time, Speaker, said if you give Canadians money, they're just going to blow it on beer and popcorn. Yeah, that's right. We don't believe that. We think that parents should be able to make choices about how they can best care for their children. So we're happy to be able to do that. What we're also very sure about as Conservatives, and again, I can perhaps offer to table some information about how things work in Canada for the parliamentary secretary, but healthcare is a provincial responsibility. So if the federal government, if the parliamentary secretary, if the parliamentary secretary wants to do to or not do to healthcare what this government has been doing, to ignore it, for the Prime Minister to continue to ignore the requests of premiers, to continue to ignore what the premiers are asking for, well, we certainly won't do that. We will respect provincial jurisdiction, and we will work with the premiers to make sure that we take care of the health of all children in this country, and we're extremely dedicated to that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and
comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask a question, I would like to express my support for people in your riding in Nova Scotia that are about to see Hurricane Fiona touch base, also the entire region. So I would like to express my support as it approaches, and I hope everyone will be safe in your region.
Tout à l'heure, j'écoutais le collègue de Leeds.
Earlier, I was listening to the member for the Thousand Islands, Leeds, and it was like a Bloc member was speaking in English, because a lot of the arguments the member was making are the Bloc's arguments that we've been making for so long, notably the provincial responsibility for healthcare. And the colleague asked a question after the long speech made by the leader of the official opposition, asking him if he supports the provincial prime minister's unanimous request for an unconditional increase of health transfers up to 35%. The leader of the opposition didn't answer, but in the colleague's speech, the colleague really seemed to defend that idea. The notion of provincial jurisdiction and responsibilities. So does the Conservative Party agree that the federal government should increase health care transfers as requested by provinces and by Quebec?
Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. It's really important because it underscores a problem that we have in the Federation when the Prime Minister refuses to meet with the first ministers to even discuss health care. And so I know, and you know, it's you might think it's brave of me to speak for the leader of His Majesty's official opposition, but I can tell you that he is going to meet with the premiers on health care. Well, we're going to make sure that that provincial jurisdiction is respected, because it's been ignored under these Liberals. Now they're so confused. In fact, they're still talking about Stephen Harper. You know what we're talking about? The future for Canadians, their retirement, their paychecks, hope, and that's what we're going to keep doing. They're stuck in the past.
Absolutely.
Order. All right, I'm going to stand for a second here. Just remind everyone that we're at the task at hand, debating the bill that's before us. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, not once did my colleague talk about the greedflation that's taken hold in this country. Now, we know in Canada, we have the lowest corporate tax rate in the G7. How's that playing out, Mr. Speaker? We have homeless people. We have people that can't get dental care. We see big corporations like grocery stores, the big banks, big oil, big telecom, all having record profits. Meanwhile, grocery store prices are going up, bank fees, fuel prices, telecom fees, Mr. Speaker. The member himself, he said, these are hard times, and it doesn't have to be this way. I agree. The Conservatives in Britain, they had the courage to charge their big oil companies a 25% excess tax on oil and gas profits. Where's the courage for these Conservatives, Mr. Speaker? Where's the consciousness? Because it's unconscionable that people can't get dental care, yet we have greedflation, and the gatekeepers are truly the Conservatives, standing up for these big corporations. 1% of the families in this country hold 25% of the wealth. Meanwhile, 40% of families only hold 1.1% of the wealth. This is unacceptable, and it doesn't have to be this way. When will the member deal with the greedflation that's taken a grip on this country?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, I am delighted to take this question from the Honourable Member, because he asked about courage. And I'm going to show that courage right now to him and to all Canadians. And we're going to stand up against, and we are going to call out the partners in crime who are pickpocketing Canadians, who are perpetrating greedflation. Because as...
A point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
I'm being heckled before I've even made my point of order. The member just said partners in crime. Is he suggesting that, number one, the Liberal government and the Liberal bench is participating in criminal activity, and to that extent, is the NDP partnering on that crime? I think that's extremely offensive, Mr. Speaker, and the member should remove that comment immediately.
On that point of order, the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, we've had very interesting conversations in here today about people using turns of phrase, and so I find it it's on this point of order, and Speaker, in my comments, I hadn't even finished my comment, so I'm not sure if the member has a guilty conscience, but I didn't accuse the Liberals of committing a crime.
I have not recognized you. Now, I will recognize you, but I would also say let's keep the tone down for a few moments while we look at this point of order for a few moments. The Honourable Member for Kingston the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes referred to the NDP as partners in crime. In doing so, he is suggesting that the Liberal bench, the government, and the Liberal members of Parliament are engaging in criminal activity, and he is also extending that to suggest that the NDP are partnering in that criminal activity. I suggested to you moments ago that you make the suggestion to the member to remove that comment. You asked him if he wanted to do that. Instead, he doubled down on it. I would suggest that you ask him once again.
All right, let me. I didn't have the opportunity to say anything because I recognized him on the same point of order. I will suggest to the member to maybe retract that, find another line of phrase. Trying to suggest that we're in pockets of other is probably not correct. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni, I believe, on the same point of order, and I'm going to hear. I do not want this to go on forever. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Point of order, and what's truly criminal is that these big corporations are hoarding all the profits, Mr. Speaker, while people.
All right, we're getting it. We're really descended way too far into debate, and I apologize for the House for letting this happen. I will ask the member to maybe stand up and maybe retract the words, and I know they all said the same thing. Everybody's saying the same thing. So I'm going to ask the member maybe to rephrase it, answer the question appropriately, because we're still in questions and comments. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, the greedflation that Canadians are experiencing is this government harvesting money from Canadians on the backs of hardworking Canadians with higher taxes. And their coalition partners, their partners in collection, are punishing Canadians. So if they want to give Canadians a break, they really want to deal with greedflation, they could cut taxes. Canadians will keep more money in their pockets, and the amount of wealth in this country will increase for people other than the government and their partners in collection.
We do have time for one more question in questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my first opportunity to speak today on Bill C-31, so I want to put on the record that I support it and wish it would go farther. I just want to ask my honourable colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. He made the claim that health care is provincial. I wonder if he's familiar with the 1982 case, the Queen versus Schneider. Supreme Court of Canada ruled that, of course, our Constitution doesn't say that health care is provincial. It doesn't speak to health care, and it is one of those areas of mixed jurisdiction, federal and provincial. In fact, the criminal law power, which is federal, is the source and the derivation of many federal law decisions and federal government decisions to protect our health. Lastly, the Canada Health Act is the federal statute that governs our universal single-payer healthcare system, which we must fight to the death to protect, because without it, a lot of people will die.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
A lot going on there, Mr. Speaker. What I'll say is this, and that's that this government is not collaborating with the premiers. They're not collaborating with the provinces. They are not delivering on a dental care program. What they're doing is fueling inflation, failing to own up to the mistakes that they've made and address the consequences of inflation that are crushing Canadians every single day, making food unaffordable. People having to choose between heating their homes and feeding their families is unacceptable. Canadians deserve better. It's time to cut taxes, cap their spending, and frankly, deal in hope instead of division and anger like we saw from the member of Kingston and the Islands there. Yikes.
Reprise du débat. Thankful member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I just wanted to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Humber River, Black Creek. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to be here today to speak on Bill 31. This bill means a lot to my community that I represent, and I know it means a lot to many members in this House. Speaker, I grew up in a community where many people struggle to pay the bills. This is not a new phenomenon in my community. This is something that occurs all the time. And in my constituency, you'll see people who drive Uber, people who check you out as you're buying groceries. And I've had many conversations with people in my community, and I know from them that people are struggling. Mr. Speaker, in my neighborhood, there are people there who struggle with vacancy decontrol and have landlords that want them to leave so they can bring new people in so they can raise the rent. And my constituents are also very concerned with home ownership. It's a very important issue to people in my community. But, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake that the people of Don Valley East and the people in my neighborhood where I grew up are hardworking people, and they believe in a value, a Canadian value, that we're so much better when we actually work together as Canadians, when we stick together. It's part of our value set as Canadians. And they're also very thankful for the type of country we have, where if you work hard, hard work can pay off, where we have great quality schools, where we have a strong healthcare system, and you can be free to speak freely about issues and live the way you want to live. So, Mr. Speaker, speaking on Bill 31 today, I was a bit offended by what I heard from the opposition. I was offended because, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about, and I want people back home in Don Valley East, and I want to remind people in this House that we're talking about a dental plan for children under 12. We're talking about a $500 subsidy to help people pay rent. That's what we're talking about. So anything you're hearing from the opposition about all these different issues, I want to bring it down to this one point. What we're going to vote on Bill 31 is should we as a House, as members of this House, come together to put in place a program to support children when it comes to dental care? Should we put in $500 to help people? Like, I've heard a few people say, well, $500 won't do a lot. Well, I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker. In my community, $500 goes a long way when it comes to paying for groceries, and it goes to paying bills and helping with household incomes. It's a huge amount. Mr. Speaker, this government from the start, I've been here for a year, but I've watched this government over the last several years govern, and from the very beginning, back in 2015, addressing affordability and making life easier for Canadians has always been part of the mantra of this government. And, Mr. Speaker, it's why Don Valley East, my riding, has supported this government since 2015, because we are feeling the high prices of gas, the cost of living, the cost of groceries. In fact, recently, Mr. Speaker, I did a survey in my community, and I was pretty surprised. It was the first survey I did, and we sent out surveys to everyone in the community, and we got about 5% of people who sent back the survey or went online to fill it out. So we had about 1,800 people actually fill out the survey. And 44% of the respondents actually said that affordability was one of the top 3 issues that they face as constituents. And over 70% said that they have experienced some form of affordability issues over the last year. To me, this is very telling of where we are as Canadians today. We've gone through so much, Mr. Speaker, with COVID over the last 3 years, with the global economy, and now the war in Ukraine. Everything has shifted in this country, and things have become a lot more challenging for Canadians to purchase. The members opposite will make a point that, if you go into, I do the grocery shopping in my house for my family, but also for one of my family members who can't go to the grocery store. I do it every week for that particular family member and my family. And I've noticed the price of flour, I've noticed the price of baked goods, different things go up, like we all have. And this opposition will point fingers at this government and say, you're responsible for the price of these baked goods that have gone up. Well, despite popular belief from that side of the House, we're not baking cakes or baking bread or growing grain or wheat. And on this side of the House, we're putting in place to help people take on some of these challenges that have been impacted by global affairs. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that when COVID hit, there was a huge shock to our system, to our economy in this country. We lost 3 million jobs in Canada. There was a 17% decline in our economic output. Our GDP fell by 2.1%, and even the exchange in Toronto fell by 37%. These were huge numbers. The system was disrupted, and we lost $1 trillion from those markets, Mr. Speaker. And then we look at the war in Ukraine today, and we know that, prior to the war, 10%, Mr. Speaker, 10% of all global wheat supply came from that region. We also know that 15% of corn came from that region, and 15% of barley, world barley production. 80% of sunflower oil came from that region. So when you see the cost of baked goods, the cost of wheat, the cost of products in grocery stores going up, there's many different factors in place. So The question in this House really is, well, where do we go from here? What do we do? How do we respond to it? And there are two approaches that are emerging in this House, one from the opposition and one from the government. And like I said, this approach by the government has been here for the last 7 years about looking for ways to create more opportunity and to invest in people. And the opposite, vote down bills like this that would go to directly support a 12-year-old child or under. Like, to me, this is quite remarkable. And I want to go back to that point, back to Bill C-31 just for a minute, because I think Canadians need to know that the members in the opposition, the official opposition, will have an opportunity to vote on this bill. And they will have the opportunity to either support a bill that actually allows young people under 12 to have basic dental care. We're talking about basic dental care. And we'll put $500 more in the hands of Canadians that need it to pay bills, to pay rent. The Conservatives are going to have a very clear option. And I think this vote that will eventually come into this House really defines the two approaches that the opposition and that the government have. Two opposing approaches to how we look forward and build a stronger country to support all people in this great nation of ours. Mr. Speaker, this bill would provide $500 to nearly 2 million low-income renters in this country and provide $1,300 over 2 years to 500,000 children. 500,000 children. This is a huge step in the right direction for this government and for those who will support this bill. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, when this government came into power back in 2015, it took many steps to look for ways to create more opportunity for Canadians. It lowered taxes with the middle class. It increased the Canada Child Benefit. It helped seniors by increasing old age security. Remember the previous government, and this is, again, one of those critical decision points that define government or define parties. You know, it's the previous government that raised the old age security to 67 rather than its current age of 65. And of course, the best example I could give is what's taken place over the last year with the introduction of the $10 a day childcare. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we are investing in children. We're investing in families. We're looking for ways to strengthen opportunity for Canadians. We're looking for ways to better position Canada so it can continue to have a trajectory that provides a bright future for all Canadians. And I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Don Valley, to stand in this House and to fight for children and to make the right decision to support kids who need help and families that need help during these difficult times. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, my honourable friend, there seems to be a bit of a confused sense of who's responsible for what. He says, look, the federal government doesn't impact the price of gas or groceries. I mean, the federal government doesn't prepare cakes. They're not the ones making and setting the price for this, which seems to ignore the fact that the federal government is responsible for fiscal policies and indirectly for monetary policy that clearly shapes the price of goods. But let's talk about a more direct case of responsibility. That is the price of gas. The government has, through their what the finance minister calls the carbon pricing scheme, what we call the carbon tax scheme, perhaps. She has said that, and it's been said by other members, that this exists to raise the price of gas. And that's the whole logic behind those that defend this policy. They say that we need to raise the price of gas because allegedly that's going to be good for the environment. The government could make a simple choice and not raise taxes on gas. Will the member acknowledge that the price of gas is actually something that the government has a significant impact on, if nothing else, certainly the price of gas, and support our proposal to have no new taxes?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much. much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Saskatchewan for the question. Mr. Speaker, Alberta? Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, you know, we do have a responsibility in this House. The member spoke about a responsibility. We do have a responsibility in this House, and this question that will be posed to members of this legislature, to members of this House, to invest into young people, and I throw the question back to the member here, you know, will he be supporting children here in Canada, in his home province, to make sure that they have very simple dental care? Will he take the responsibility that his constituents have sent him here to this House to represent their interests? Will he actually end up supporting a bill that supports kids 12 and under? It's a very simple question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like him to enlighten me on one aspect. I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, because in Quebec there is already a program that covers a lot of the dental costs for children under the age of 10, and Quebec taxpayers will see their taxes go and give money. I can't even say that they'll be going to dental care because you can get the money and the person does what they want with the money. It's not a dental insurance plan. I think that's throwing money out the windows. But beyond that, I'd like to know, did the government think of how they will compensate Quebec taxpayers who already are paying in Quebec for a dental care plan? Why aren't they transferring the money to the government that has jurisdiction, the provinces, and Quebec?
Don Valley.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member, the distinguished member, for the question. The member knows that that this House, the federation that we've created as Canadians, is sometimes complex to. I'm learning this after spending almost a year here. That it's a very complex, House and a very complex relationship we have between provinces and the federal government. But I do know that when we take the $10 a day childcare initiative, which I believe created 37,000 new spaces in Quebec, to me, that's a big win for Quebec and it's a big win for Canadians. We need to continue to look for ways to make investments and work out those details to ensure that it's in the best interest of Quebec, the best interest of province of Ontario, and the rest of our partners across the country.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his speech. He spoke eloquently about how dental care is going to make a huge difference for families. And I'm curious because as he looks around at his Liberal colleagues, most of them voted against dental care just a year ago. And I'm curious if he, can put himself back a year ago. Families were struggling. Families needed dental care then. Would he have voted with his Liberal colleagues against dental care?
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for the question. And, the nice thing about this House, Mr. Speaker, is that we have the ability to work together. It doesn't matter what party you're from. It doesn't matter what part of this country you're from. We have the ability to work together. And I'm very proud of the relationship that we've been able to build in this House, to find like-minded people to come together to actually get something done. And I think it's a huge accomplishment, the fact that we're able to introduce this bill, Bill C-31, that will actually, at the end of the day, make lives better for Canadians, especially for children under 12. I'm very proud to support this bill.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to see you back into the chair here in the House, and that we are getting on with the work that's important for all our constituents and for our country. So I wanted to speak to Bill C-31, and just in case the viewers have lost a bit of track from previous speakers as to what it is we're actually focusing on, Bill C-31 will focus on Part 1, which is the Dental Benefits Act, which will provide an interim dental benefit for many of the low-income families. Part 2 of Bill C-31 enacts the Rental Housing Benefit Act, which also proposes a $500 one-time payment to eligible families with net incomes of under $35,000, And Part 2 will empower the CRA to process the applications and the payments for one-time top-up payment of the $500. Mr. Speaker, C31 is the beginning of a program for those most vulnerable. And when we talk about our children under 12, that's who's going to benefit from this particular program. And I ask you to take a moment and think about when we were all in school and children who had significant dental problems and how they were often bullied and abused and picked on. And if you follow them through much of their life, if they continued not to be able to afford the dental care and got into high school and then into the workplace and still did not have the money required for the dental care that they needed, what was that doing to their self-esteem, to their self-confidence as they tried to move along? I suggest that dental care is far more important than a lot of us take the moment to pay attention to, and why I'm so happy today to be able to stand and support Bill C31 that is going to start us down a pathway of providing dental care for low-income families for children under 12. This is a beginning of a new program that I think clearly will benefit all of Canada. When we look at having to compete in the overall world, we need to be presentable. You look at some of the folks that we see that are homeless and that are living on the streets, notice one thing. They're all very badly in need of dental care. Now, for how long has that been? Have they been in that situation for many, many years? Was that part of what destroyed their self-confidence and self-esteem, that they now, at one point or another in their life, are living on the streets? So trying to tie it back, I think the dental care is extremely important, and I'm glad to stand today and be able to support that, along with the top-up on the rental housing as well. So as I said, when we think of dental care, we think about health and we think about finances. But dental care issues reaches far beyond those two basic essentials, and therefore it is of utmost importance. Think of it for a second. As I mentioned earlier, a person's healthy smile means healthy digestion, a healthy heart, healthy lungs, other respiratory organs, and overall health, because all of it is affected by bacteria in your mouth. Now, some of us may not realize that dental inflammation is a high risk for one's brain, for one simple psychic reason: it is all located in the head. Even more so, one's healthy smile is a social indicator which may affect the perception of our personality by other people. It is an indicator of one's well-being, which affects one's confidence, thus performance. Again, if you go and talk to some of the folks that are struggling in our shelters and ask about what their life was like, clearly many of them don't even have the confidence to go looking for a job, partially because of what their appearance is. And again, it goes back to their dental health. However, provided all dental health is important, it is not widely accessible. People are hesitant to address their dental health issues because it is expensive, and for some it can be frightening as well. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, for many of the single families that I represent and some of the low-income families, talk about going to the dentist is out of the question. They don't have any coverage whatsoever, and to have to go to the dentist and put out $500 or $400 is just not possible for them. So that's the kind of thing that gets put off, and eventually they have to deal with it, but it could be much later on. But it's a fact of not having the resources. I would hope that as we move forward talking about dental care, that we would look at what the costs are in dental care. It's very expensive to go to dental school and to become a dentist. It's extremely expensive. So I think we need to look at all avenues if we're going to be trying to improve Canadian self-confidence. Things like being able to go to, without having to mortgage your house and your whole future to become a dentist is very reflective in the prices that are paid. And that's what prevents a lot of people from being able to access the help that they need. So when we talk specifically about children's dental health, both those limitations apply even more. For a parent, especially in a tough financial situation, it's very difficult to convince themselves and a kid to do without groceries for the week because I have to go to the dentist. A third of Canadians do not have dental insurance. And in 2018, more than 1 in 5 Canadians reported avoiding dental care because of the cost. I don't think that's an unusual thing. I think an awful lot of people avoid going to the dentist until they get in severe pain. They certainly don't go for your average 6 months checkup and the kind of regular things that they should be doing. They go when they absolutely have no other choice but to go and get some assistance. I believe our job as representative of all these families in Parliament is to help the parents who struggle financially by investing in their children's health care in order to make sure that we've done everything possible to help these kids grow up into a healthy, socially active, confident, and productive adults, future parents themselves. With Bill C-31, our government is making the first step, maybe I should say a leap, in making sure that an essential aspect of Canada's health care, namely dental care, is more accessible for those that need it. This support program will start with under 12-year-olds in the period starting in October 22 and ending in June 24. The support will be allocated to uninsured families with an annual income of less than $90,000. The list of reasons how important dental health is can be very long, but it always comes down to one thing: your well-being. Well-being or happiness is a fuel for everything good that we wish for our country. Healthy families, active communities, a blooming economy, and all other important things that we care about. One added thing, Mr. Speaker, if I can add on, when we're talking about health care, child care, the things that are necessary for a healthy Canadian society. I have introduced for first reading and coming up for second reading is Bill C-284, which is calling for a national eye strategy. Apparently 75% of the blindness happening in Canada could be eliminated by more investments and more research. That bill will be coming up for second reading in November. And again, it's about the health of Canadians overall. We can save money in a lot of different ways by making sure we're doing the investments early on. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, I just want to remind everybody to keep their conversations. As everybody starts to go in, the sound level tends to go up. And also another reminder that those folks that are off in the lobbies, make sure that we keep the tone down there, because it does bleed into the chamber as well. We just forget what it's like when all members of Parliament are actually in this chamber. So, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simple question for the government member who just spoke. Now, the government talks often about how much money they're giving to people. We're going to give you more money here, we're going to give you more money there. Does the government appreciate that it doesn't generate its own money? That the money that it gives away, it takes from either present people or from future generations? And in fact, the government is doing that now with their planned scheduled tax increases on January 1st and April 1st of next year. So does the government acknowledge that any money they spend has to come from citizens or future generations? Secondarily, does the member agree that now is not the time to be raising taxes?
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to answer my colleague's question. Good to see him on the floor again. We've had lots of back and forth between us on a variety of other issues. I believe investing in Canadians. All our money doesn't come from midair. It comes from Canadians. It comes from each and every one of us. It's what we do with that money that matters. And investing in Canadians and giving them back the very money that they've given to us in programs like eye care and health care, and then investing in the right businesses that will grow the economy. All of those are important things that I believe we have a responsibility to do to ensure that Canada continues to move forward and stop focusing on the fact that we only know money only comes from one place, and that's from each and every one of us.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
And comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really glad to hear the Liberal member's speech, actually. They have finally seen the light, the importance of a national dental care program, something that they did not see when they voted with the Conservatives against the motion that the NDP put forward just a year ago. Now, with that being said, we are looking forward to getting this program delivered for people who need dental care services. The member also talked about housing in her comments. Now, part of the problem with the housing crisis is the fact that the Liberals canceled the National Affordable Housing Program back in 1993. And the Liberals and the Conservatives since that time have done nothing to address the financialization of housing, where REITs and corporate landlords are treating housing like it's a stock market. Does the member agree that action needs to be taken now to stop the financialization of housing so that we can ensure people who need affordable housing would be able to access it?
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Well, I'll just try and bring the temperature down a little bit, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I think we are here to debate and to discuss, but I don't want anyone to have a heart attack in the sense of trying to get a point across. But I must say that the issue of housing...
I think we have a point of order from the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked legitimate questions of the member, and for her to insinuate that the tone that I'm using is somehow going to cause myself to have a heart attack, it is deplorable. It is patronizing, and it is unacceptable, and I would ask for an apology, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the point of order. Maybe I'd ask the member maybe to retract and rephrase. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
I absolutely did not mean to offend the honourable member. I know her passion when she speaks in the House quite often, and I quite often applaud it and agree with many of the comments. But I have to say that I'm very proud of what our government has done when it comes to housing. We have invested billions and billions of dollars across Canada with our Rapid Housing Initiative, but all of these things take time, and they don't just materialize overnight. I was told recently what a house used to take 8 months to build now takes 22 months to build. So we can't create it out of midair, but the funds are there. It's happening all the way across the country, and I look forward to seeing some of those housing developments in my honourable colleagues' riding.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and it's really actually interesting. Yesterday we were debating disability support or supports for people with disability, historic legislation. Today we're bringing in, again, legislation that's going to be there to help people. Children under the age of 12 being able to receive benefits, which is a significant achievement. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide her thoughts on why it's so important that we have a government that truly cares and delivers for people in real ways.
Bonne question. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
I want to thank my honourable member for his continued work here in the House on behalf of all Canadians, and thank him very much for that question. The whole issue of investing in people is an important part. This is Canadians we're investing in. We're not investing somewhere else. We are reinvesting tax dollars back in to help people have a better quality of life. When I think of the $10 a day childcare and why I'm a huge supporter of that program, is the fact that I have hundreds of single mothers who will say to me, I can't go anywhere, I can't get an education because I can't afford childcare. Well, now children are in childcare and they are in school, or they are getting jobs that long term they won't end up as a senior in poverty because of having access to these programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I want to thank the member for that. That is all the time we have for that round. We'll go to statements by members. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Liberal family lost one of its most loved members, Jim Higgins, to colon cancer on September 13th. Jim was one of the first people I met when I sought the nomination in Oakville North Burlington. He worked in finance, mostly in the automotive industry, so it only made sense that he is the only treasurer that Oakville North Burlington Liberals have ever had. Even when facing difficult cancer treatments over the last 3 years, Jim continued to manage the books right up to the end. Jim was a passionate Liberal with a strong moral compass and sense of social justice. His cozy English pub-style basement was the location of many gatherings when Jim and Tamara warmly welcomed people into their home. He was devoted to his wife Tamara and his family, who were grieving his loss, along with his many friends and colleagues. Canada is a better place because of Jim Higgins. Rest in peace, my friend.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, as the world mourns the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, I know that the city of Esfand is also mourning the loss of a man who was a pillar of the community, Ross LeBlanc. He passed away on August 29th at the age of 86, leaving a legacy that will carry on for generations to come. Ross LeBlanc embodied the very definition of a hard-working farmer and saw the development of farming technology go from horse-drawn equipment to hydraulic automated systems. While his sons took over the farming business, Ross was still on the farm watching the harvest just a few days before his passing. Ross was also known for his music, performing as part of the Ross LeBlanc Trio. And I recall just a couple of months ago coming across hearing them play at the Red Barn at Knossi Lake. A huge supporter of the Esfand Bruins hockey team from their inception, he purchased the team's first bus and attended every game he could. I'd like to extend my condolences to his wife, Mary, their children, Gwen, Marlon, and Jason, and his many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Ross was an incredible man, and he will be deeply missed.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of attending the 70th anniversary of Costi, a Davenport-based organization founded by the Italian-Canadian community to assist Italian immigrants. Since then, Costi has grown into a much-beloved multicultural agency, welcoming newcomers and refugees of all nationalities to Canada. In recent years, Costi has been instrumental in settling thousands of Syrian refugees, thousands of Afghan refugees, and are now helping to settle Ukrainians who are fleeing the unprovoked and illegal invasion by President Putin. I want to thank President Pina Albarelli Arone, incoming CEO Samina Sami, and their incredible team of dedicated staff and volunteers for Costi's remarkable work and accomplishments. I also want to congratulate award winners Ocasi Executive Director Debbie Douglas, Danby CEO Jim Estill, and Paramount Fine Foods President Mohamed Faki for their inspiring and exceptional work in settling newcomers. For 7 decades, the vital work of Costi has built the layers of immigrants that are now proud to call Canada their home, and their contributions to Canada have made us a stronger and better country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In August, I had the honour to participate in a parliamentary mission to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the Dieppe raid. This operation, also known as the Dieppe disaster, took place on August 19th, 1942 in France in the middle of World War II. Of the 6,000 Allied soldiers who participated in the landing, less than half of them made it out alive. The Régiment des Fusiliers Mont-Royal, the only French-speaking unit that participated, sent 584 men, and only 117 came home. A dark day. But without question, the highlight of my mission was meeting Gordon Fennell, a Quebecer from Montreal, and one of the few survivors of the operation. Gordon Fennell reached the venerable age of 100 and was with us on the beach in Dieppe 80 years later. In Dieppe, Gordon Fennell, who's listening to us now, was awarded the Légion d'honneur, the highest civilian award in France. Mr. Fennell, thank you. Thank you for your service. The honourable member for Sherbrooke.
This week, communities across Canada are joining together to recognize National Coaches Week. The goal of the week is to celebrate the tremendous responsibility coaches have in creating a positive impact on our athletes and communities.
Over the course of this week, thousands of coaches will receive a thank you coach message and will be invited to participate in numerous activities, including online clinics and free virtual workshops. This summer in Sherbrooke, I had a front row seat at the Legion Games to appreciate the contribution coaches like Sandrine Charon make to athletes. Congratulations to the coaches who will get the recognition they deserve for the work they do to help Canadians be active and healthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After she was diagnosed with triple-negative metastatic breast cancer, local teacher Heidi Schlumpf used her 34th birthday on September 8th, 2021, to spread acts of kindness with the hashtag Put a Kind Deed in Your Feed. Sadly, Heidi passed away on August 10th of this year, but her legacy of kindness continued on what would have been her 35th birthday. Across the area and beyond, friends, students, loved ones, and complete strangers use the occasion to spread acts of kindness. Tim Hortons gift cards left on car windshields, homemade cookies given to seniors, pancake breakfasts at local schools, and diners surprised with free lunches. More than anything, these acts of kindness leave a wonderful legacy for her husband and their 3 children, Priska, Daisy, Alice, and Conrad. Mr. Speaker, we would all live in a better world with a little more acts of kindness in our lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, today let us once again recognize the legacy of Terry Fox, one of Canada's greatest heroes and certainly Port Coquitlam's hometown hero. At the age of 18, Terry lost his leg to cancer, and after 16 months in and out of cancer wards, he decided that he could not ignore the suffering that he saw. In 1980, Terry began his Marathon of Hope. In 143 days, he ran more than 5,300 kilometers and raised millions of dollars for cancer research. In his name, Terry's Marathon of Hope continues today, and Canadians have raised more than $850 million to find a cure. Son histoire.
His story inspires us all. His dedication and his courage are a source of inspiration for what we can accomplish.
Canadians across the country participate in Terry Fox runs. Terry's memory will lead us all forward, and together we will end cancer once and for all.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I was visited by an extraordinary 8-year-old boy who is challenging the stigma of living with autism. His name is Fabrizio Celenza, and he shared the following words with me. I don't talk about autism for sympathy or pity. I talk about it to open a door into our lives, to help others understand, to educate, and build acceptances for children and adults living with autism. Fabrizio is a young ambassador for Project Lifesaver, a community-based organization that utilizes technology to help protect and quickly locate individuals with cognitive disorders who are prone to the behavior of wandering. Mr. Speaker, autism awareness starts in our community. 2 organizations advancing this in the City of Vaughan are the Shining Through Center for Autism and Waves of Changes for Autism. This evening, I will attend the latter's 7th annual gala with several hundred attendees. But in the wise words of my newest friend, Fabrizio Celenza, let's always remember that it's okay to be different. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put people first, their retirement, their paychecks, their homes, and their country. Mr. Speaker, inflation is driving up the cost of everything. Last weekend, I heard this over and over from people in Bimbrook, the kind of place where young families are moving in droves to escape the high cost of housing in the GTA, only to find out that because of the policies of this government, the cost of living is no better there. At the fall fair, over 500 constituents stopped by my booth and filled out a survey card, and the results were overwhelming. Grocery prices, gas prices, taxes have them worried. The last thing that they can afford is the proposed tax increases from this government. But we have hope. By tackling liberal inflation, we'll put you back in control of your life and your money. A Conservative government will put a lid on taxes and truly deliver affordability for suburban families in Bimbrook, Southern Ontario, and all across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I
I'm honored to be back in the House after a productive summer in my riding of Mississauga Erin Mills. In between attending over 160 community meetings and events and visiting local businesses and bringing ministers to Erin Mills to hear directly from residents about local issues, I once again hosted my annual barbecue where we welcomed over 4,500 residents. I joined colleagues in representing Canada at the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference in Halifax. I joined a delegation in New York as part of the IPU for a UN high-level political forum on sustainable development. Last week, I joined the Minister for International Development and MPs to visit flood-impacted regions of Pakistan to hear directly from those in need. I'm proud that our Canadian government has stepped up with over $30 million in support. It's been a busy summer, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to working with members in this House as we continue to deliver on programs that Canadians are counting on us for. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The new Conservative leader will put people first, their retirement, their paychecks, their homes, and their country. Right now, we lose wages because we import 130,000 barrels of overseas oil every single day because our government prefers dirty dictator oil to responsible Canadian energy. We will repeal this government's anti-energy laws and replace them with a law that protects our environment, consults First Nations, and gets things built. And within 5 years, we will set the goal to end dictator oil in Canada altogether. Instead of helping Putin sell his natural gas to Europe to finance his war against Ukraine, a Poilievre government will support projects like GNL Quebec. Some people prefer that natural gas money finance Putin's weapons of war. I want that money to finance paychecks for our energy workers across the nation.
I know we've been away all summer, but I just want to remind the honourable members that when we're referring to someone else in the chamber, regardless of who it is, by their title or by the riding they represent, not by their own name. We tend to get carried away sometimes, and those things happen in the chamber. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put people first. They'll put their retirement first, their paychecks first, their homes first, and their country first. We will bring hope to doctors, nurses, and engineers, and hope to others who are immigrants to this country but are blocked from working in their profession for no other reason than that they come from another country. We'll team up with provinces to guarantee that within 60 days, an immigrant applying to work in their profession will get a yes or no based on their tested abilities, not based on where they're from. We'll back up 30,000 small study loans for those in need of time off work to study up to the Canadian standard. And Mr. Speaker, it's enough talk. Remove the gatekeepers. Let's get more doctors, more nurses, more engineers, and more inflation-proof paychecks for our brilliant immigrants.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, this summer I had a wonderful time connecting with residents, attending community events, and marking special celebrations in my riding of Mississauga, Streetsville. I'm excited to share that on Saturday, September 17th, our team, my family, the MP from Davenport, and community gathered at the Portuguese Cultural Centre of Mississauga, and together we broke the Guinness World Record for the largest Portuguese folk dance. In honor of this achievement, the Portuguese Cultural Centre has pledged to raise money for Canadians with physical and mental disabilities. This world record would not be set without the hundreds of individuals who took part in this special feat. I extend my warmest congratulations to the Portuguese Cultural Centre and to all those who helped achieve this incredible new record. Obrigada e parabéns. Congratulations and well done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong, Aski.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader and the Prime Minister may disagree on some things, but when it comes to standing with the billionaire class, they're both just in bed with their corporate buddies. Unlike the Liberals, the Conservatives don't stand with working people. They're unwilling to tax the ultra-rich. They're unwilling to stop the billion-dollar giveaways to big oil, and they're unwilling to take the steps necessary to end the housing crisis in this country. But Canadians are increasingly tired of the games of these two parties, both the silver-tongued snake oil of the opposition leader and the entitlement of the Prime Minister. Canadians struggling to get by need real action. Far too many Indigenous communities lack basic housing. More than half of Canadians are $200 from insolvency. In this Parliament, Liberals and Conservatives are competing on who can better fight for the billionaire class. But it's the NDP that is fighting to deliver true justice to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi James Bay, Nunavik, AU. Mr. Speaker, Oscar Kistabish, president of the Val d'Or Friendship Centre, has received the First Peoples Medal from the Lieutenant Governor of Quebec. The First Peoples Medal aims to recognize an exceptional contribution from members of the First Nations and the Inuit Nation. This recognition highlights the career of remarkable individuals who, through their achievements, their involvement, and their commitment, contribute to the influence of their community, their nation, or First Peoples in Quebec, in Canada, or internationally. A highly respected elder of the Piikagän Anishinaabe community, he has devoted a good part of his life to the development of traditional culture and Indigenous spirituality. He remains an important figure in the transmission of ancestral Anishinaabe culture in the area. It should also be mentioned that he shares his experiences, teachings, and acts as a spiritual guide for the survivors to, in his words, put people on a path toward healing. Thank you for everything, Mr. Kitsabish. Member for Foothills.
The new Conservative leader will put people first. Their homes, their paychecks, their retirements, their country. By contrast, under the Liberals, Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, fuel in their cars, and heating their homes. Rising housing prices and interest rates have made the dream of home ownership impossible for young Canadians. Our seniors are watching their retirement savings disappear as a result of just inflation. And now the Liberals want to triple the carbon tax, impacting farmers in every corner of this country. I want to be clear. This isn't a Western issue. This isn't a rural issue. This is a Canadian issue. Food costs are up 10%, the highest inflation in 40 years. Fertilizer policy, tariffs, tripling fuel taxes will drive the cost of food even higher. Whether you live in Okotoks or Ottawa, this impacts every single Canadian, every single consumer. The Liberals must abandon their planned tax hikes on food, fuel, and paychecks. Our Canadian food sovereignty and affordability depends on it.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the day was September 28, 1972. The time was 2:30 p.m. It was the third period, there was 34 seconds left to play, and the goal heard around the world won the critical game between Canada and the Soviet Union. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Summit Series. The players were legends then and they're legends now. While Paul Henderson scored 7 times in 8 games, even scoring the game winner in Game 7, it was his goal 2 days later that earned him the most famous goal in Canadian history. I think of those legends often, Mr. Speaker. Some will be here today. Some served in this chamber, like the Honourable Kem Dryden. But one more needs to be in the Hall of Fame, and that's Paul Henderson. Mr. Speaker, Lester B. Pearson said, "This fastest of all games has become almost as much a national symbol as the Maple Leaf." He was right, and that day cemented hockey in the minds of all Canadians forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. It's good to see the Prime Minister here visiting Canada to fill up the gas on his private jet. But if things are bad on the ground in Canada, if the Financial Post says that in Toronto, students are living in shelters for the homeless, the use of food banks is at record highs in history. It is really the worst time to increase costs for Canadians. Will the Prime Minister cancel the tax increases on gas, heating, food, and paychecks? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by congratulating once again the member for Carleton, who is now the leader of the official opposition. And seeing as we are all back in the House of Commons now, I know that we have a lot of work to do this fall together. On this side of the House, we will focus on help for Canadians to create an economy that works for everyone. We will invest in creating more housing to counter the cost of living, to fight climate change, to help the middle class, and to help make communities safer, and to put more money back into the most vulnerable families in Canada. And we hope that all Canadians will work with us. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition
has effectively admitted that his carbon tax has not worked, and therefore he needs to triple it. According to the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, the forthcoming hike in the carbon tax will mean that the total cost for a Newfoundland senior living in the countryside on their heating bill will have been 80%. Canadians cannot afford that. But just for clarity, if you are a Newfoundland senior, how much will your home heating bill rise as a result of the forthcoming hike in the Liberal carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like all parliamentarians, we have each heard stories from Canadians who are struggling with the high cost of living, with the inflation that's been caused by the global crisis. That's why we're putting forward concrete measures that are going to help Canadians. We're going to double the GST tax credit that's going to hit millions of families with extra support. We're delivering on support for low-income families on dental, and we're also moving forward with support for low-income renters. The Leader of the Opposition has an opportunity to support these measures and get help directly to Canadians. I hope he does exactly that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the Leader of the Liberal Party has an opportunity to respect the fact that heating your home in January and February in Canada is not a luxury. And it does not make those Canadians polluters. They're just trying to survive. This from a Prime Minister who burned more jet fuel in 1 month than 20 average Canadians burn in an entire year. So will the Prime Minister ground the jet, park the hypocrisy, and axe the tax hikes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're going to continue to stay focused on direct and real help for Canadians, responding to the challenges they're facing with meaningful measures that are going to help millions of Canadians in the middle class and those working hard to join it. If Canadians had followed the advice of the Leader of the Opposition and invested in volatile cryptocurrencies in an attempt to, quote, opt out of inflation, they would have lost half of their savings. Mr. Speaker, responsible leadership means stepping up for Canadians and being there to support them. Will the Conservative Leader support our measures to support Canadians?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We will not support tax hikes on Canadians. Speaking of tax hikes, they plan to raise taxes on paychecks. Now, yesterday, the Finance Minister claimed that all the EI tax hikes that they would collect would go to EI benefits. In fact, I looked it up. Over the next 3 years, they're going to collect $10 billion more in EI taxes than they pay out in EI benefits, allowing the Prime Minister to grab up the difference and use it to feed his insatiable spending appetites. Canadians can't afford a bigger bite off their paychecks. Will the Prime Minister cancel his tax hikes on Canadian paychecks?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think in this House it's important to look at the facts. And the facts are that when the Leader of the Opposition was the Minister responsible for employment insurance, premiums were 20% higher for workers than they are now. That's right. Workers paid 20% more. That's why we're continuing to move forward to support workers. On the issue of the CPP, we promise to be there for workers as they become seniors to help them with their retirements, and that's exactly what we did. And in regards to pricing pollution, we promised it would no longer be free to pollute anywhere in this country, and it no longer is. That's what we're focused on.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is quite wrong. Today, payroll taxes on the average $60,000 a year worker are about $700 higher than when we left office. And by the way, we left with a balanced budget. Now he wants to raise raise those taxes even further. Bigger bite off Canadian paychecks at a time when inflation is at a 40-year high, when students are forced to live in homeless shelters, and when home ownership rates are at the lowest level in a generation. Doesn't he understand that now is the worst time to raise taxes? Will he cancel those tax hikes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition wants to go back in time. Let's look at what he was doing when he was in government. He continued to deliver child benefit checks to millionaire families, which we ended when we took office. And then he voted against raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could lower them on the middle class. And he voted against a Canada Child benefit that delivers hundreds of dollars a month, tax-free, to every Canadian family. We've seen where this Leader of the Opposition stands. On this side of the aisle, we're going to stay focused on helping Canadians for real.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by expressing my joy that the Prime Minister is here with us once again. I missed him, Mr. Speaker. And we will no longer need the NDP to tell us what the Liberals think. We can take up our work once again, and now that the tributes to the monarchy have been given, and we're talking about singing, and now I'd like to talk about this to the Prime Minister, because there are singers and creators who are Francophone who saw their royalties paid to English-speaking artists. Does he have the intention, does the Prime Minister have the intention to ensure that this does not continue? The Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a government, and particularly during the pandemic, but in the last 7 years, we have always been there for artists throughout this country. We know how much of a contribution our artists make to our identity, to our culture as well, the culture that we share with the world, and we will always be there to defend our artists. It's important to make sure that everyone is treated equally, and that's what we're doing. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. Yes, that's the same answer we hear for every question. It's always an empty answer. So we know that the Copyright Council can make sure that royalties are distributed fairly. If the government doesn't know what to do, well, we know what to do. Two things. First, artists have to be paid fairly in any way required. And we have to make sure that this situation does not happen again in the future. Because once again, the Prime Minister will just say, oh, I'm concerned about the status of French, but he will do nothing. The Honourable Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always be there for artists. We will always recognize the essential work that they do. We recognize, and I recognize with pride, the extraordinary artists in Quebec who contribute enormously to Canadian culture and culture throughout the world. And that is why we will always be sure to ensure that all Canadians in Canada are remunerated fairly.
The high cost of living is hurting people. We've got a Prime Minister that could have listened to our plan in the spring to put more of people's own money back in their pockets, and people would have received that by July. But he was too busy telling people that things are worse in other countries. And then we've got a leader of the Conservative Party who can't figure out if they're for or against putting more money in people's pockets. New Democrats believe that people need respect. Why is this government taking so long to put more of their own money in Canadians' pockets to help them out, to afford their groceries in this difficult time?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the very first bills we've put forward in this Parliament are focused on delivering for Canadians in the middle class and those working hard to join it who are struggling during these challenging times. We heard from Canadians from coast to coast to coast that they need more help. And that's why we're stepping up by doubling the GST tax credit, by delivering more help for low-income renters, and by ensuring that families with kids under 12 who are struggling to make ends meet can deliver dental care for those kids. These are initiatives that I think all of us should be able to get behind, and I hope all parliamentarians will support them to help Canadians as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. The cost of living is rising and it's hurting people, but we have a Prime Minister who's saying that it's worse in other countries rather than taking action, and we have a leader of the Conservative Party who thinks that we can opt out of inflation by buying cryptocurrencies. We have one party that says nothing, another party that does nothing, and we are acting to help people. That's what we're doing. So why is it that those two leaders are not acting to help people out in these difficult times? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have all heard from our constituents. We are members of Parliament. We've heard from families in our ridings who are having a difficult time. And that is why the first bills that have been tabled now here in the fall have been to help Canadians through direct assistance with the GST credit that will be doubled and with more money for low-income renters as well. And we are going to help families with the cost of dental care for their youngest. And we are going to help, and we hope that all members of Parliament will help us with that. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about Canadians who are having a hard time and that this government says it wants to help. It's exactly the opposite. That's the opposite is happening. So bad news for Canadians. On January 1st, the government will increase the workers' tax. Also on April 1st, the Liberal carbon tax will triple. So it will cost more money for Canadian families to survive. So why can't the Prime Minister tell Canadians why he is increasing taxes when Canadians need more money in their own pockets? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Conservative MP. Yesterday, a member for Leeds, Thousand Islands, Grenville, Rideau Lake, said that he could support our plan that would help with inflation for Canadian households. So that was good news. And I hope that the Conservative member will support his own colleague in his own party and will also convince all Conservatives to support our excellent plan. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to see the Prime Minister here in this House, particularly since he was able to see a number of his counterparts in the last few days. Do you know that Canada is the only G7 country that has not decreased taxes? Why is that? Because other countries understand that it'll help Canada, it'll help families to pay less income tax. So why is the Liberal government increasing taxes when it's going to hurt Canadian families even more? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is yet another example of Conservative hypocrisy. The Conservatives are the ones who were against our measures to support the middle class. The Conservatives were against our tax cut for the middle class. The Conservatives were against the federal minimum wage of $15. The Conservatives were against giving up interest on federal loans to students.
Liberal tax hikes, inflation, and never-ending spending is crushing Canadians. Even the Bank of Canada admits that this Prime Minister's spending spree should have ended long ago. Failed Liberal policies are making eating, heating, and driving a luxury in this country. More Canadians and newcomers are turning to food banks because feeding their family is becoming impossible. Will this government put an end to the suffering they're causing and cancel their planned tax increases?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government does recognize that times are tough for a lot of Canadians. And yesterday, I was pleased to learn that the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes also recognizes that, and that he will support our plan to provide relief of nearly $500 per family for 11 million Canadian households. That's real support for the Canadians who need it the most. I hope all the members opposite will join us in supporting that plan.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Road.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals continue punishing Canadians for heating their homes and driving to work, while this leave-it-in-the-ground, left-wing, climate-zealot government is happy shutting down essential energy projects and adding more taxes. Even the PBO says that the government's claim that any sort of carbon tax rebate helps families is misleading. In fact, 60% of households in my province of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario are worse off because of the Liberals' climate virtue signaling. So will this government cancel their carbon tax hikes and put this suffering to an end that they're causing on Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, we are totally focused on addressing the affordability challenge for Canadian families, and I know talking to my residents in the West and Winnipeg South, Mr. Speaker, they very much appreciate the measures the Finance Minister introduced the other day, and Mr. Speaker, that's why it's important that the price on pollution, the climate action rebate, will put more money in people's pockets, families' pockets, and very, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, the rebate checks are going to be in people's mailboxes in October. That's going to help with affordability. That's going to help families with cash flow.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government can misrepresent the facts on the carbon tax all they like, but Canadians know it costs them more. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirms that the carbon tax will cost families more than they get back, and when the Liberals triple the tax on gas, heat, and groceries, it'll cost an Ontario household $1,500 more. Mr. Speaker, given the PBO's credibility and independence, I believe Canadians, and Canadians should believe him rather than the spin from the other side. So again, for the sake of every family struggling, will the government cancel their planned tax increases?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we know there are affordability challenges for Canadian families, and that's why our climate plan is designed so the majority of families receive more in climate action incentive payments than they pay at the pump. And, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer still remains that 8 out of 10 families will be better off. And, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member will know, as the carbon price increases, also the climate action incentive payments increase, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
What a week this has been, sitting here listening to these Liberals justify their inaction to solve the inflation and cost of living crisis that they've created, and things are simply getting worse. Canadian families are on bended knees under the weight of trying to afford the necessities of life. And what's their solution? It's to pile on the misery with planned tax increases on gas, groceries, and home heating by increasing the carbon tax. For the sake of every Canadian family who's struggling, Mr. Speaker, will the government cancel their planned tax increases?
The Honourable Minister.
Come into government, we have done everything we can to support Canadian families, which is the exact opposite of what the Conservatives have done. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they voted against the tax cut for middle-class families. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they voted against the Canada Child Benefit, which sends thousands of dollars to Canadian families in need every single year. And, Mr. Speaker, they're against the National Childcare Initiative that we have that is reducing childcare fees by 50% for families with children in childcare. Mr. Speaker, we know the difficulties it is and the high cost of raising children, and we are there for Canadian families, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, representatives of workers who are unemployed are in Ottawa today. The spokesperson for the National Council of the Unemployed and the representative of the Montreal Unemployed Council even walked here. They have come to tell the Prime Minister that he must keep his promise to reform unemployment, to overhaul it. And in the meantime, it is unacceptable to end the temporary measures on Sunday. They walked 200 kilometers to tell him that. Can the Prime Minister rise and announce that he will extend the temporary measures? Mr. Speaker, I met with the representative of the National Council of the Unemployed and with the Guild of Musicians of Quebec, with the Quebec Union as well, and we talked about an employment insurance system that would be fairer, that would be more agile, and that would meet the needs of workers better. And I said that we would extend the benefits from 12 to 15 weeks, and they were very happy to hear that we're going to work together to modernize the EI system. The member for Thérèse de Blainville. Seriously, Mr. Speaker, and yes, that's not everything. The Canada Labour Congress, the Quebec Construction Union, the Guild of Musicians of Quebec, and members of the CNC are all on Parliament Hill to say that they do not accept to have the Prime Minister create this uncertainty for workers as of Sunday. without reform of the EI system, what it means that going back to the old system will abandon 70% of the workers who would need it. Will the Prime Minister correct the situation by Sunday? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this morning we talked about how important the temporary measures were during the pandemic. We also said that, of course, there are some temporary benefit programs that are ending, but the regular EI benefits will continue for workers, and we are about to announce our long-term plan to improve the EI system. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, ending the temporary measures for EI without a reform of the system means sending workers back to a program that was okay in the 70s. It was a program that leaves mothers who lose their jobs while they're on maternity leave in the lurch. And it also does not support workers who are severely ill. There is nothing for workers who work for themselves, for the self-employed. So really, it doesn't recognize that industries are seasonal, not that workers are seasonal. So is this really the social safety net that the Prime Minister wants to give Quebecers? The Honourable Minister. Our government thinks that EI benefits should be more equitable, more reactive, and must meet the needs of Canadian workers. That is why we have committed, in partnership with stakeholders, the ones that I met this morning, to really overhaul the EI system.
Mr. Speaker, people in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou are struggling to put food on their table and fuel in their cars.
Yes, they are.
Now, we know that the Prime Minister doesn't think about monetary policy, and the budget hasn't balanced itself. We also know that ordinary citizens are under extraordinary financial pressures. So my question to the Prime Minister is this, Mr. Speaker. Will he cancel tax hikes that are planned so that we can give ordinary Canadians a break?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
If the member opposite bothered to read the Fiscal Monitor, he'd know that the budget was actually in surplus for 5 months this spring. But I have a question for him, which is, I'd like to know,
I just want to remind the honourable members that the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou asked a question. He wants to be able to hear the answer. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister from the top, please, so that the honourable member can hear the full answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, since the member seems interested in the economy, I want to give him an opportunity to clarify a point of Conservative policy. I'd like to ask him if he agrees with the Conservative leader that crypto is a good way to, quote, opt out of inflation. Does he agree with the Conservative leader's reckless advice to Canadians to invest in Bitcoin? Since the leader gave that advice, Bitcoin has crashed by 56%. Canadians who invested according to his advice would have seen their life savings destroyed. Is that their economic policy, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this minister thinks that she's in opposition, and she will be soon enough. Are already not keeping up with the Liberal tax hikes and the just inflation crisis. Canadians are falling further behind, and they're becoming desperate and are losing hope. This government and its ministers are failing Canadians, and the responses today are further proof of their inability to provide viable solutions and restore hope. Will this government cancel the payroll taxes on Canadians' paychecks?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government's approach is both fiscally responsible and compassionate. The Conservatives' approach is neither. Do the Conservatives really think that a family of four earning just $35,000 a year couldn't use $500 this fall to buy groceries? Do they think a low-income essential worker who is struggling to pay her rent couldn't use an extra $500? We know Canadians need this support. We know it's part of a AAA-rated fiscally responsible approach, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Grazie, Signore Presidente. Frank, a father in my riding of Vaughan, is struggling to support his family of 4. He currently works 2 jobs in order to put food on the table and gas in his car. These are not luxury items, and they struggle to afford the necessities, are taking a serious toll on his mental health and well-being. Will this government cancel their planned tax increase on Frank and all Canadian taxpayers?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Grazie per la domanda, signora. We understand that Canadians are going through a difficult time, and we understand they need support. Now, we heard yesterday that there is at least one Conservative MP who understands that our doubling of the GST tax credit makes sense today. I'd like to ask all the Conservatives who I really would like to believe the Conservatives share our sincere desire to help Canadians. Join us with this measure. It will help tutti I canadesi.
Good job, right? L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has exposed the fact that the employment insurance system is less than ideal. During the emergency, the Liberals patched things up with temporary measures. Whilst promising that there would be real in-depth reform, the emergency measures end on Saturday. On Sunday, therefore, thousands of people will find themselves back on the old system that does not work. The unemployed deserve respect. Women, seasonal, part-time workers and freelancers all deserve respect. Will the Liberals wake up, or will they send workers to be pushed around by a regime set up by the leader of the Conservative Party? The Honourable Minister for Labour. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to fully modernising the EI system in Canada, of course. Some temporary programs, some temporary benefits during the pandemic are coming to an end, but standards and standing benefits will continue like before the pandemic. We look forward to launching our long-term plan. We are looking forward to offering 26 weeks of sick leave before December. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians are struggling, oil companies are making record profits. Last quarter alone, Imperial Oil made $2.4 billion. New Democrats have been calling for a tax on these excess profits to help put more money back in people's pockets. But the Liberals have refused. Now the UN Secretary General is calling on countries to implement a windfall tax on big polluters. Will the Prime Minister finally do the right thing and make big oil pay their fair share?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been and continues to be committed to be sure everyone in Canada pays their fair share. That's why we're permanently raising the corporate income tax by 1.5% on the largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies. And that's why we introduced a recovery dividend of 15% on the excess profits of these institutions during COVID. We've implemented, effective September 1st, a 10% luxury tax on private jets, luxury cars, and boats and yachts, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system is getting up and running from coast to coast to coast. Families in my hometown of Sudbury are already seeing the benefits of the transformative investments which Canada and provinces are making together. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update this House on the milestones that Sudbury has reached as this national system is built out?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Sudbury for that important question and for all of her hard work advocating on behalf of early learning and child care. I'm really pleased to announce that the City of Sudbury is moving forward with the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement and has already begun issuing rebates to families in Sudbury. This is excellent news for families in Sudbury. I had the opportunity to visit Sudbury a couple of months ago to speak with providers and families about what this agreement means for them, and I'm excited to say that today they're delivering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The burden of inflated cost of living is especially felt by Canadians living in rural communities like mine. In Northern Alberta, you have to heat your home. You must fill up your gas tank to travel for work, school, groceries, and medical appointments. As Liberals increase taxes to pay for their reckless spending, they are leaving so many rural Canadians in the dark as they struggle to make ends meet. Will the government cancel their planned tax increases on paychecks, gas, home heating, and groceries?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to talk to my honourable colleague across the way and tell her some things that we are doing. We know that high-speed internet is a connectivity issue for rural Canadians. Since 2015, Mr. Speaker, we've connected 1.2 million homes. By 2026, we're going to connect another 1.2 million homes. By 2026, Mr. Speaker, we'll have 98% of Canada connected to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet. That's going to help rural Canadians get on par with urban Canadians. That is truly going to help all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, Atlantic Canadians and Canadians across the country are seeing their cost of living soar, including the cost to heat their homes. The Premier of Nova Scotia is concerned about the impacts of carbon pricing, saying, and I quote, almost 40% of Atlantic Canadians experience energy poverty, and by far the highest rate in the country, end quote. These constant increases are hurting Canadians. When will the Prime Minister get off the backs of Atlantic Canadians, put people first, stop these increases, and commit to no new taxes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And Mr. Speaker, we realize that there are very unique challenges in Atlantic Canada with the cost of living and, of course, the cost of fuel. We made a commitment to be there for them, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to say the Minister of Environment just last week announced $120 million from the Low Carbon Economy Fund to help Atlantic Canadians transition away from heating oil to clean energy. Also, Mr. Speaker, as you know, there's the Home Retrofit Program, which also will help with energy efficiency and saving money for Atlantic Canadians.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents, Kerry Ross, is increasingly frustrated with a Prime Minister who has forgotten working Canadians. After paying mortgage, utility bills, gas, food, childcare, and school fees, Kerry and her husband are left with $200 each month. The family does not qualify for the GST benefit. Their child benefit has been reduced. What Kerry Ross wants to know is, will the Prime Minister cancel his planned tax increases on paychecks, gas, home heating, and groceries?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'm glad to hear the MP for Edmonton talk about the childcare costs his constituents are facing. I very much believe that one of the important ways our governments across the country can support hardworking Canadian families is by making childcare not a burden. For too many families, childcare is like a second mortgage. Thanks to our early learning and childcare plan, that burden is being lifted from Canadian families, and I'm pleased the province of Alberta has joined with us to do that for the members' constituents.
The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Speaker, with the Liberal carbon tax, input costs to heat a barn or dry grain have exploded. And I'm hearing daily from farmers how the Liberals' nonsensical fertilizer policy will devastate their businesses and increase the cost of food for Canadians even further. Many farms and farm families see Liberals' tax hikes as the killing blow. If farmers can't afford to live, they can't afford to grow the food we eat. It's simple. No farms, no food. Will the Liberals end their tax hikes on Canadian farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The biggest threat to our food security is definitely the climate crisis. It's drought. When we face droughts or floods that we have done last summer, we are in big troubles for our food production. And this is why we are partnering with farmers. We are providing them with financial incentives so they can adopt good practices, reduce emissions, be more resilient in the face of the climate crisis. We're there to support farmers, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, let's make one thing clear. Leaving Roxham Road open is not humane. It is encouraging a network of smugglers run by criminals who exploit the misery of the world. It is to be complicit in a business of desperation where criminals convince poor families on the basis of inaccurate information to pay up to $10,000 per person to cross these borders. A business made possible exclusively by the incompetence of the Canadian government in managing its borders and processing refugee claims. How can the government condone this? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in a just and equitable system that protects the rights of refugees. We are working very closely with the Quebec government every year. We transfer hundreds of millions of dollars to welcome immigrants in Quebec, including refugees, and we have strengthened the integrity of our borders with a $321 million investment. It's good for Quebec. Refugees are contributing to Quebec and they're contributing to our economies, and we'll continue like this. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, this is the height of hypocrisy because once the migrants have arrived in Canada, the government is unable to process their refugee claims. They end up worrying for years, and after years, they find that it turns out that half of the families don't qualify as refugees, and then they are deported. So the federal government lets criminals lie to families and ruin them in order to cross the border. It makes honest families wait for years before finally sending them back to their country. The Federals are not helping migrants. They are helping criminals. Mr. Speaker, when will they suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement and end this inhumane racket? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, we collaborated hand in hand with the Quebec government, with Mr. Legault's government, creating a safe path for refugees that have contributed in the first line of our healthcare system. That is just one example among many, showing how refugees have tangibly and positively contributed to our country, and will continue to strengthen the integrity of our borders with investments in order to add resources for the CBSA and other policing bodies, because here on this side of the House, we believe in a just and equitable system. Thank you.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, the Justice Minister defended the Liberals' decision to eliminate mandatory jail time for crimes like robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, and drive-by shootings. This was the very same day that his constituents in Montreal learned of yet another fatal shooting, this time at the Bell Centre, home of the Montreal Canadiens, a place where hockey fans and parents should be able to take their children and know that they're safe. When will this government act to protect Canadians and ensure that repeat violent offenders are put behind bars?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, serious crimes will always carry serious consequences. That is the basic principle. What we are trying to do, Mr. Speaker, with Bill C-5 is to make sure that we can concentrate our resources on those serious crimes, whether it's in the judicial system or whether it's enforcing our police officers.
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing, and I'm sure the Honourable Member for Fundy Royal was having a hard time. Would the Honourable Minister mind starting from the top so that we can all hear the answer? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fundamental point, Mr. Speaker, is that serious crimes will always carry serious consequences. What we are doing with Bill C-5, Mr. Speaker, is ensuring that we have more resources to focus on those serious crimes and ensure that our police authorities have more tools in their toolkit in order to deal with them. Mr. Speaker, former Justice of the Supreme Court, Michael Moldaver, in an article he published this week, told us that we should go precisely in that direction, to focus our resources on those serious crimes and incarcerate less people. And nobody, Mr. Speaker, can accuse Justice Moldaver of being soft on crime.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, Canadians expect that criminals convicted of sexual assault, kidnapping, and human trafficking serve their sentence from behind bars, but not be soft-on crime liberals with their do-no-crime Bill C-5, which incredibly allows criminals convicted of these and other serious offences to serve their sentence from home. So, can the Liberals explain how letting loose into the community the likes of sexual predators, kidnappers, and human traffickers protects public safety?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, serious crimes such as those described by my honourable colleague will always carry serious consequences. What Bill C-5, Mr. Speaker, does is in cases where a sentence would be less than 2 years and, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, there would be no threat to public safety or public security, to allow for a better alternative to incarceration in those cases. This precisely allows us, Mr. Speaker, to focus our resources in the criminal justice system on those serious crimes, which we all agree we need to treat quite seriously.
Honourable député.
The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canadians still cannot believe that this Prime Minister wishes to abolish minimum sentences for crimes like illegal importation, intentional discharge and robbery with a firearm. With the increase in violence and daylight killings on their streets, Montreal residents no longer recognise their city. For their part, gang members and organised crime are having a field day and looking forward to the adoption of Bill C-5. It gives more freedom to criminals, and people are locking themselves up because they're afraid. Does the Prime Minister commit to cancelling C-5? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary to what the Honourable Member has just said. Serious crimes will still have serious consequences in our system. What we are doing with Bill C-5 is abolishing a strategy that is chalking up the federal justice system, a system that has not worked, so that we may focus ourselves on serious crime that should have serious consequences, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, Canadians and Quebecers deserve to feel safe in their communities. The tragedies caused by gun violence in recent months only serve to underscore the importance of taking action to combat gun violence on all sides. Can the Minister for Public Safety explain what steps the government is taking to create safer communities? Thank you. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her question, and I share her concerns. We are working very closely with the government of Quebec and municipal leaders like Mayor Plante to make our communities safer in Quebec. We've invested $46 million to support law enforcement in Quebec, $42 million to divert youth from a life of crime, and we continue to invest in strengthening our border to prevent illegal gun trafficking. We will be here for Montreal and Montrealers.
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of this Liberal government is driving up the cost of living. Over the past number of months, I have met with too many constituents who are barely getting by. They're finding it more difficult to pay their bills, feed their families, and are worried about losing their homes. In short, Mr. Speaker, there is too much money, too much month left at the end of the money. They simply cannot afford higher taxes. Will the Prime Minister cancel his planned tax increases?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to be clear with Canadians what is actually being discussed. And Canadians understand that the CPP and EI contributions every working Canadian makes are how we all pay for our retirement and how we create a safety net for every Canadian in case they lose their jobs. At a time of global economic uncertainty, it is the height of irresponsibility for the Conservatives to suggest that we as a country stop putting money away for our retirement and for a rainy day. That's right.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, this government's carbon tax will mean a massive price increase to home heating oil compared to a year ago. To quote the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland, users of furnace oil in the province tend to be older, live in rural areas, and have lower incomes, lower than the provincial average. An increase in heating costs of 60% in 1 year already poses considerable economic hardships and stress on residents. Will the government cancel their planned tax increases on gas, home heating, and groceries today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives used to believe in market mechanisms and pricing to reduce pollution. Mr. Speaker, Stephen Harper did before he didn't. And, Mr. Speaker, the member for Durham did before his party abandoned prices and, in fact, abandoned him. The Conservatives have flip-flopped all over the place, Mr. Speaker, but I want to applaud one Conservative, Mr. Speaker, the member for New Brunswick Southwest, who says his province should go back to using the federal carbon price because at least it comes with rebates. I agree with that honourable member, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are looking for hope. Every day, Conservatives stand up in the House to tell the stories of real Canadians who are facing the worst financial struggles of their lives, thanks to the mismanagement of this government. Day after day in this House, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government stands up and tells us how well Canadians are doing. Talk about a government being tone deaf, out of touch with Canadians. Will this government finally give Canadians hope and cancel the planned tax increases on paychecks?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the MP from Saskatchewan. Our government understands that Canadians need some support in the tough times we are going through right now. Apparently his colleague, the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, agrees with us, and he understands that our doubling of the GST tax credit will provide important relief for Canadian families. I would like to believe that the member who just spoke really cares for his constituents. I hope he will show that by supporting this useful measure.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, recently Canadian seafood and fishers have been targeted by an American organization questioning our efforts to protect the North Atlantic right whale. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans outline the measures your department has taken working with fishers to protect North Atlantic right whales?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
I'd like to thank the member from Egmont for his question and also for his deep commitment to fish harvesters. Canada has world-class fisheries, Mr. Speaker, and that's thanks to our fish harvesters. With measures like dynamic closures, removing ghost gear, and whale-safe gear innovations, Canadian harvesters are very committed to protecting right whales. And it's working. So it turns out that thanks to their efforts, there has not been a whale mortality in Canadian waters for 3 years, Mr. Speaker. That's Canada's record, and we can all be proud of it.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, a generation of Canadians are struggling. From the cost of living to the student debt crisis, Canadian students and recent grads are falling behind. Instead of helping them get by, this federal government collected billions of dollars in student loan payments since 2020. As a result, Mr. Speaker, 65,000 Canadians have defaulted on their student loans. This out-of-touch Liberal government refuses to give young Canadians a break. When will the Liberal government start tackling the affordability crisis and cancel student debt?
The Honourable Minister of Labour for Employment.
Young Canadians and students are the future of Canada. With Budget 2022, we're investing $26 million over 4 years to increase the maximum amount of forgivable Canada loans by 50% in rural in rural communities for healthcare workers. We had the students back every step of the way through Budget 2021. We made federal student loans interest-free until March 23. We also doubled Canada student grants, extended the Skills Boost top-up to help young Canadians really get through the pandemic. We are absolutely committed to permanently eliminating the federal interest on student loans and Canada Apprentice loans, and we will continue to help young Canadians.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a climate catastrophe while oil and gas companies make record profits on the backs of regular people. As raised earlier, the UN Secretary General is now calling for a windfall tax on these profits. Yet this federal government continues to do the opposite, giving more public funds to the very companies responsible for the crisis. When will this government listen to the UN and apply to oil and gas the same windfall tax they have to banks and life insurers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we share the honourable member's concern and commitment to the climate crisis and addressing it. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we are spending $9.1 billion on our emissions reduction plan, which is an ambitious sector-by-sector path for Canada to reach our 2030 emissions on our way to 2050 net zero. Mr. Speaker, it has broad support from environmental groups, from industry to farmers. And Mr. Speaker, it's going to deliver clean air, a healthy environment, and a strong economy.
Afraid that's all the time we have for today, and c'est tout le temps que nous avons. Oh, we have a point of order. The honourable member for Grand Lake, Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, today in question period, the official opposition cited a March 22 report by the Parliamentary Budget Officer that shows the carbon tax will be a net cost to Canadian families. I'm seeking a
I'm afraid that's more debate than it is a point of order. I believe the honourable opposition House Leader is rising on. Well, he's got a question for us. It's Thursday.
Yes, yeah, the one question everyone's all been waiting for, the Thursday question, Mr. Speaker. I was just wondering if the honourable House Leader of the government could update the House as to what we can expect next week, and specifically, will he bring in legislation cancelling the Liberal tax hikes that are due to come into effect January 1st?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker. I, too, always look forward to the Thursday question. But let me take an opportunity first to thank the member from Barrie Innisfil for his service in the role as opposition House Leader. It's a pleasure to work with him. Also say, if I can, Mr. Speaker, to welcome the member for Regina Capel to the new role of Opposition House Leader. We've had some fruitful conversations. I look forward to more of them. I will say first at the top, Mr. Speaker, that, of course, I reject the characterization of supporting Canadians in their retirement and making sure that EI is there for them in case they lose their job as a tax increase. So we have a fundamental difference on making sure that we invest in Canadians, and we'll see that play out in legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, if I could, because the question was asked to me, to say that this afternoon I'm excited to say that we're going to start second reading debate of Bill C-30, the Cost of Living Relief Act. Tomorrow morning we will resume debate on C-31, which provides for the establishment of dental benefits for children under the age of 12 years old and one-time rental housing benefit. And then we're going to switch back to Bill C-30 following question period. If further debate is needed, Mr. Speaker, we will continue with Bill C-31 on Monday. On Wednesday, we will return to second reading of Bill C-29 concerning the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation as an independent, non-political, permanent, and Indigenous-led organization. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform honourable colleagues that next Tuesday and Thursday shall be opposition days.
Oh, wow. Pursuant to order made Wednesday, September 21st, 2022, the House will shortly resolve itself in a committee of the whole to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Summit Series. We will welcome some of the players of Team Canada 1972 on the floor of the House, and statements will be made as part of the proceedings. Je rappelle.
I remind you that only the authorized photographers shall take pictures. The House will now suspend its business briefly to prepare for the committee's sitting.
The whole to welcome the players of Team Canada 1972. Please take your seats. this is kind of... It is my pleasure today to welcome to the House of Commons players and representatives of the Team Canada Team 1972. I will ask members to hold their applause until I have the names of our guests. I'm wondering if I even need to go through this because everybody knows exactly who you are, but I'm going to take it from the top if everyone can hold back. Don Ari. Yvan Cournoyer. Yvan Cournoyer. The Honourable Ken Dryden. Ron Ellis. For Victor Hadfield, who is not able to attend, his son, Jeff Hadfield. Paul Henderson. Dennis Hull. The Honourable Frank Mahavali. Mahovlich. Peter Mahovlich. Serge Savard. Robert Sealing. And the late Bill White, represented by his son, Cam White. I will now invite the Right Honourable Prime Minister to make a statement to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the 1972 Summit Series.
Mr. Speaker, everyone loves a good comeback story, especially one that united our whole country. Quite frankly, the level of unanimity in this House today is a nice thing to see, too. 50 years ago, before the Summit Series had even started, a lot of sports writers and hockey fans were predicting an easy win for Team Canada. At the time, a journalist of the Globe and Mail famously promised that if the Soviets won a single game, he would eat his own column shredded in a bowl of borscht. Well, it didn't take long for him to eat his words literally. There's even a picture of it. Le 2 septembre 19...
On September 2nd, 1972, the first match took place in the Montreal Forum. Canada lost that game 7-3. In the days and weeks that followed, our team experienced ups and downs. After a loss in the 5th game in Moscow, we were up against a wall. If we wanted to win the series, we had to win the last 3 games in a row. It was quite a challenge. But the players kept practicing, the coaches refined their strategy, and Canadians didn't lose hope.
After a scoreless first period, Canada finally produces a 3-2 victory. Game 7, Phil Esposito scores the first 2 goals, and Canada wins 4-3, and then Game 8. Dernier match de la série.
The last game of the series, there is 1 minute left to play, and the score is 5-5. That's when Paul Henderson jumps on the ice.
Henderson rushes to the net. He falls. He gets back up. Team Canada takes 2 rebound shots, and with 34 seconds to go, Henderson flips in a shot to the goalie's left. You could hear the cheers from coast to coast to coast. Everyone remembers where they are. Everyone except me, because I was only 9 months old. But I remember growing up with players like Yvan Cournoyer and Ken Dryden as heroes. I'm even wearing my Habs socks today. They weren't only heroes because they had won the series. They were all heroes because they taught us a lesson. They showed us how grit and hard work pays off. They showed us that even when there's only 34 seconds left to play, you never give up. And in a global example, they showed us that having a hard-fought competition on ice can go a long way, even for diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, Paul Henderson once told the story of a friend calling him when the Berlin Wall fell, saying that after his famous goal in '72, the Soviets probably never recovered. Now, I will let experts debate on whether there's any truth to that, but what is absolutely true is that the Summit Series was a defining moment in the history of our country. Hear, hear. Monsieur le Président, en 19...
Mr. Speaker, in 1972, our national flag was only 7 years old. At the time, it was not a flag that everyone agreed with. But as Serge Savard has often pointed out, after our players won and after wearing the maple leaf on their jerseys, Canadians became proud of this symbol that still represents them today. It is a symbol of peace, democracy, and freedom.
Our world is a different place today than it was during the Cold War, Mr. Speaker. But there are parallels, and one thing remains the same. We will never stop fighting for what is right. Today, as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Summit Series and all the members of this historic team, let's remember the best of who we are as Canadians. Let's continue our work to make sure people, young and old, players and fans, can be part of this extraordinary sport in a safe and respectful environment. Let's keep reminding the world that being polite and friendly never precludes us also being tough and determined. And let's remember that with hope and hard work, there's nothing we can't overcome. Merci, Monsieur. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, friends.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Quel honneur!
It is an honor to welcome to the House today the legendary heroes of the Summit Series.
Members of the Team Canada at the 50-year anniversary of their victory at over the Soviet national team in the 72 Summit Series. 1972 was the year that the Cold War spilled into the world of sports. In July, American and world chess champion Bobby Fischer had defeated the Soviet champion and #2 world competitor Boris Spassky. And in the Munich Olympics, the American basketball team had lost a bitter and still contested gold medal game against the Soviet Union. But neither of these events produced such drama or lasting glory as the Summit Series. The series pitted, for the first time, the best Canadian professionals, although some of them look too young to have been there, against the Soviet players who were at the time underestimated, but preparing quietly for a surprise. It was to be the true test of hockey supremacy, played under the shadow of a much deadlier contest for global supremacy. The Canadian Ministry of External Affairs suggested that the encounter could be called a friendship series. Thank goodness the players ignored that and had the good sense to compete fiercely. Although most commentators and most Canadians expected the series to be an easy one, after a shocking 7-3 loss in Game 1 in Montreal, it became clear that the series would not be a friendly exhibition of Canada's superiority. As the losses mounted, the pressure on our players grew, the low point being the series' Game 4 in Vancouver, when some of the crowd rained boos down on their defeated heroes. Canadians simply couldn't understand how these NHL All-Stars, these legendary names that they knew so well, could be outscored by a team of Russian amateurs. The Canadian fans had not yet realized what had become clear to the Canadian players. These Russians were actually really good. They were playing a different game than the NHLers were used to. A game of speed and finesse, long lead breakout passes, and pinpoint cross-ice accuracy. By the end of the series, the names of those faceless Russians would be household names in Canada. We know them now, we knew them then, and now many of them play in the leagues on this side of the ocean, or at least their children and grandchildren now do. Names and faces that Canadians would come to know and respect in international tournaments and in exhibitions pitting Soviets against NHL competitors. By the time the Canadian team left to train in Europe ahead of the 4 games in Moscow, the idea of a friendship series was long dead. From this side of the Cold War, knowing how it ends, we can afford to look back objectively. But in the moment and at the time, the series had become, to borrow the name of the 40th anniversary documentary, The Cold War on Ice. The 72 series was the first time the term Team Canada was applied to a Canadian hockey team. In the minds of Canadians and fans following the series around the world, and on both sides of the Iron Curtain, Team Canada versus Team Russia had become us versus them. Two styles, two different ways of life, two fundamentally incompatible ideologies and system of government. Democracy versus totalitarianism, communism versus free enterprise, freedom versus repression. Clichés never tell the whole story, but they often tell the most important part. This is true of the stories we are told today of the 72 series. Before the series, we told ourselves that we were the best hockey country in the world, and that our way of playing was the only way to play properly. During the series, we realized that this wasn't quite true. For having lost those 4 games and having seen the competitive grit and the finesse of a team of a different style, we learned that we needed to up our game. In the last game on home ice, the frustration of Canadian fans in Vancouver's Pacific Coliseum erupted as boos rained down from the bleachers. Team Canada lost, falling 4-2. In a now iconic post-game interview, the legendary Phil Esposito pleaded with Canadians. To quote the elder Esposito brother, he said, "I am completely disappointed. I can't believe it. Some of our guys are really, really down in the dumps. We know. We're trying. They got a good team. Let's face the facts. But it doesn't mean we're not giving 150%, because we are. Every one of us, every one of the guys, 35 guys that came out and played for Team Canada, we did it because we love our country." But on foreign ice, in front of hostile fans, with their backs against the wall, down 2 games, Team Canada rallied to win the last 3 games, each by a single goal. Each of those winning goals was scored by the great Paul Henderson. His name is immortalized in Frank Hewitt's frantic play-by-play call that erupted through thousands, actually hundreds of thousands and probably millions of televisions and radios in classrooms and workplaces across the country. Henderson has scored, and the crowd goes wild, of course. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience would not have been so pleased, of course, but those here on the other side of the world would have applauded and cheered with such a vibrating and powerful force that it would have been heard all around the globe. It's a call that still thrills us all half a century later, even those of us who were born after 1972, who have only heard the echo of those cheers, still revel in the legacy that they represent. When we hear those calls and we see those names, the names that are here today, Yvan Cournoyer after the winning goal, for example, it takes us back to a different time and a different world. It was 17 years before the fall of the Berlin Wall. Just a few months before the wall fell in May of 1989, a 20-year-old Alexander Mogilny would become the first Soviet star to defect to the West to play in the NHL. He was charged with deserting the Soviet Red Army, in which he was nominally an officer. Shortly after that, a crumbling and cash-strapped Soviet hockey system and Soviet Union would come crashing down as well. 2 years after that, in 1991, the Soviet Union, which in 1972 had appeared almost invincible, officially came to an end. I say almost invincible because this Team Canada showed that they were anything but. That is something that the Canadian spirit brings alive in hockey, but also in all aspects of our lives. I think what is so special about the gentlemen gathered here today is that every single Canadian can see their own triumph in this legendary win. You've made us all proud. You've given us one of the defining moments of Canadian history. In fact, I think if any Canadian were asked to close their eyes and dream up the most Canadian moment, it would be hard to think of anything more Canadian than the 72 Summit Series victory. And so, on behalf of all Canadians, I wish you a great congratulations, and I thank you for your contribution to our national story, and may we all live up to your incredible example of grit and determination and victory. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I'm the only leader in the House to have worn skates before 1972. With very little success, well, here I am today. The Bloc Québécois has always defended the Quebec identity. Quebec and Canada are two different nations with different values and often different ways of doing things. We are not, we defend the right to live in French, the common and official language of the Quebec nation. Sometimes in hockey locker rooms, we do not recognize ourselves in multiculturalism. The British monarchy? Well, let's not even talk about the British monarchy. We only like dynasties when they're hockey dynasties. We have the civil code. We like clean energy. We are attached to secularism. We are two different nations, but we sometimes hold hands from time to time. We sometimes share interests and visions. Canada and Quebec are peaceful. We prefer peace to war, dialogue to the use of weapons. We are Democrats. We are concerned about poverty, injustice, and violence, and we seek solutions to improve people's lives. Frankly, I believe that Canadians and Quebecers are a good bunch. And, above all, what we share, Canadians and Quebecers, is the unshakable conviction that hockey is the greatest sport in the world. From Toe Blake to Maurice Richard to Sidney Crosby and Marc-André Fleury, not to mention, of course, by the huge Guy Lafleur, Mike Bossy and Doug Gilmour, Canadians and Quebecers are, without a shadow of a doubt, and we're talking just among ourselves, I don't want to seem pretentious, but I'm pretty sure we have the best players in the world. Well, maybe. I'll be so bold as to say that Quebecers have the best players in the world, but let's just share for one day. We know how to play hockey here in Canada. Well, you know how to play hockey. In my childhood, and in the childhood of hundreds of thousands of Quebecers my age, Guy Lafleur scored a Ville. Then someone made a save. It was Ken Dryden. Ken Dryden, one of the names that made young people dream. And when we say that we have the best players in the world, nothing shows it better than the Summit Series. On the one side, we, embodied by these gentlemen we have the honor of hosting today. On the other side, the Soviet superpower. This at the height of the Cold War. With the nuclear threat and the fear of a Third World War hanging overhead, the best of us and the best of them faced off on the ice. Pete and Frank Mahovlich. I haven't said these names in a while. Mahovlich, Guy Lapointe, Yvon Cournoyer, Serge Savas, Ken Dryden, Phil Antonio Esposito, Bobby Clark, Rock Gilbert, just to name a few. And believe me, it is not for lack of admiration that I'm not naming the whole team. On the other side, the Soviet Union, the enemy of the Western Bloc. Those on the other side of the Iron Curtain. They could not lose, but they did. We could only win. And we won. Absolutely magical. The Summit Series symbolizes so many things. First of all, it is better to fight on the ice with a puck and sticks than on a battlefield. And in that regard, it might be a good idea for Mr. Putin to drop Ukraine and settle with us in a 4 of 7. Secondly, the summit series reminds us that the Soviets were not only enemies. We had opponents that we could and, above all, should respect. And this is an extraordinary contribution of sport to the détente and the eventual end of the Cold War. A stone of the Berlin Wall undoubtedly fell with the summit series. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Paul Henderson's goal. Paul Henderson scoring the greatest grinder goal in history. There's Da Vinci's Mona Lisa. There's Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. And then there's Paul Henderson's goal. My honourable colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue has suggested a 21st century series where Quebec would play against Canada. A national team against a national team. Well, in friendship, of course. But there will always be things from time to time that we all like and want to do together. And that is the reason for which 50 years later, we are here to say bravo and thank you. Thank you for the dreams and thank you for proving that if you are determined enough and courageous enough, you can achieve miracles. Thank you, gentlemen.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Algoma Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise today to honour the 50th anniversary of the 1972 Summit Series and the team members that captured the hearts, minds, and imaginations of an entire nation. It is that rare event in sport that had every Canadian on the edge of their seat and would become legend across the nation, creating role models, inspiring songs, and establishing Canada as the dominant hockey nation on earth.
This series was so iconic that it has virtually no rival in terms of its significance to this nation, other than Terry Fox's Marathon for Hope, and it far surpasses such historic moments in Canadian sports, such as the Blue Jays' back-to-back championships, Donovan Bailey's gold medal sprint, and Sidney Crosby's golden goal at the Vancouver Olympics. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking all the players of the 1972 Team Canada for their historic victory in the Canada-Russia series, including the many players who have joined us today to celebrate the 50th anniversary.
Mr. Speaker, in case you didn't know, a good lot of the players originated from Northern Ontario. The Esposito brothers, Phil and Tony, learned to play in Sault Ste. Marie. Brothers Frank and Peter Mahovlich were from Schumacher. I was told not Timmins, but Schumacher. Mickey Redmond called Kirkland Lake home. Gary Bergman hailed from Kenora. And I also want to give a special shout out to the late, great Jean-Paul J.P. Parizet, the hard-working left winger from Smooth Rock Falls in my riding of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, who scored 2 goals, 2 assists, and had the single most controversial moment in the series. But more on that in a minute. The series is often spoken of as a parable of the Cold War these days, but I doubt that anyone playing in the series was thinking of that. The players went out there for 8 games and through grit and determination brought this historic win home for our great nation. They inspired a generation of young people to embrace hockey and did so much to establish it as Canada's national sport, to the extent that this House legally declared it as such in 1994. It's the historic moments that will be remembered forever across Canada. To quote commentator Foster Hewitt's play-by-play at the end of Game 8 of the series, Cournoyer has it on that wing. Here's a shot. Henderson made a wild stab for it and fell. Here's another shot right in front. They score! Henderson has scored for Canada! Henderson's iconic Game 8 winning goal, often called the goal of the century, will always live on as part of the Canadian psyche. Phil Esposito's 7 goals and 6 assists set the pace for the entire series. And of course, JP Paris's frustration at the officiating in Game 8 that got him ejected for game misconduct, which is often cited as the turning point that led to less questionable calls on the ice and strengthened the rest of the team's resolve.
I'm proud to say that following a recent dedication, Parize's name is permanently commemorated by a sign in his hometown of Smooth Rock Falls, thanks to the suggestion of Johnny Lemieux and the support of the town council. They wanted to ensure that the 50th anniversary of the 1972 Summit Series was well marked, also as a tribute to Mr. Parise. Mr. Speaker, Parise was thrilled to be selected to represent Canada on the world stage, but he was so respected in the National Hockey League that he was asked to play for Team Canada as a surprise pick. He went on to have an exemplary hockey career, playing 890 games in the National Hockey League, including 2 All-Star games. He never won the Stanley Cup, but his widow, Donna, said how much winning gold for Canada meant to him.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I was properly able to convey just how important this event was for the history of our nation. To quote the lyrics of another Canadian legend, and I'm not going to sing them because I can't do justice. Maybe the member for Timmins James Bay would have been able to do it, but not me. So from the tragically hip singer Gord Downie, if there's a goal that everyone remembers, it was back in old 72. We all squeezed the stick and we all pulled the trigger. And all I remember is sitting beside you. So, Mr. Speaker, I've also been lobbied by my colleague, the MP for Windsor West, to put in a selfless plug on having the member from the team, Paul Henderson, to be inducted in the Hockey Hall of Fame. And I was pleased to do that. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your attention. And more importantly, I thank Team Canada from 1972 for all they have done for this country.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much has been said already about the Summit Series win, and to be honest, I was born more than a decade after you won. And so I think I'll share more about the legacy that you left us. The first being this idea of a best-on-best tournament. If it wasn't for you at the Summit Series, would we ever have seen Gretzky pass to Lemieux to win the 1987 Canada Cup? Would we ever have seen Sid the Kid at the time score the golden goal in Vancouver 2010? That's part of the legacy that you all left for us. It's also in you all as players across the country that bring us such pride. And as we heard for Northern Ontario, I'll offer the same plug for Waterloo Region. The late Bill Goldsworthy from Waterloo, Rod Sealing from Elmira, and Don Ari from Kitchener. You make us all proud. And last, of course, Mr. Paul Henderson. Not just the last goal, the game-winning goal in 6, 7, and 8. And not just as a player, as a minister, as a motivational speaker, and as an author. Many Canadians have had the honor to meet Mr. Henderson over the years. In my case, I had that chance many years ago, introduced by his niece as Uncle Paul. What I remember most is how kind, gracious, and humble he was. In fact, he might be the only person in this country who doesn't think he belongs in the Hockey Hall of Fame. You brought together this country back in 1972
and you brought together this House in a spirit of unity today. Your legacy is on. Thank you for bringing pride to our country then and now. Thank you.
Honourable colleagues, distinguished guests, hockey fans, and hockey legends, le dernier mot, je l'ai gardé pour moi.
I wanted to take the floor last.
Baby boomer remembers that long day ago. Today's school children could not even imagine the excitement their grandparents felt about watching television during the school day at school. A few young people today would hardly recognize the then cutting-edge technology, this massive box-like TV that were dragged into the classrooms and into the libraries so that we could all watch the game. Our excitement was all about the game, our game, Canada's game. Et pour plusieurs,
And for many, the result of this match between Canada and the former USSR also had a geopolitical importance that was more nuanced, more complex. But everyone throughout the country knew that we were living through historic moments. It was also a moment of inspiration. How many new players, be they boys or girls, put on skates for the first time after Paul Henderson's winning goal at the last minute of the game?
sporting events make magic when they bring people together. And all of you made magic on the ice all those years ago. For that, we're all very grateful. It's now my pleasure to invite all honourable members to meet our special guests in the Speaker's dining room, located behind the chamber in room 233S. I look forward to seeing you. Au plaisir de vous accueillir.
Looking forward to seeing you in the Speaker's dining room in 233S West Block for a reception just after the rising of the plenary committee.
Very much. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech. Le comité s'ajourne maintenant.
The committee will now adjourn.
If I can have your attention, please. This isn't working. If I can ask everyone to proceed to room 233, and we can spend the whole afternoon together.
And take pictures there. You could also, Mr. Speaker.
What's that?
Mr. Speaker, you could remind them that they're allowed to take pictures there, not here.
Oh, okay.
That might encourage.
I think I'll let them.
Yeah, looks like we're moving.
Ken, how are you?
Hello there.
Good, good. Nice to see you. Oh, it's great to see you.
I go through North Bay.
But we just need to wait for the race to be back.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons.
Cost of Living Relief Act number 1.
I wish to inform the House that because of the suspension of the sitting and the proceedings in Committee of the Whole, government orders will be extended by 49 minutes. Deuxième lecture du projet.
Second reading of Bill C-30, Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves, Mr. Boissonneau, rather, not Ms. Tassi. Mr. Boissonneau. Ms. Freeland Mr. Boissonneau for Mrs. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves that Bill C-30 enact to amend the Income Tax Act temporary enhancement of the goods and services tax, harmonized sales tax credit, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to split my time with my colleague, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Does the Honourable Minister have unanimous consent? Yes, agreed. Thank you.
And thank you to you and your colleagues for that exceptional moment with the legends of the 1972 Summit Series. I was of 2 years of age at the time, but that series and the famous goal and all it meant for Canada has followed me, as it has followed Canadians throughout my lifetime. It is my pleasure indeed to launch today's debate on Bill C-30, the Cost of Living Relief Act, our government's proposal to double the goods and services tax credit for 6 months and deliver targeted support to Canadians who need it the most. Essentially, Madam Speaker, it's a bill that will make sure Canadians, especially the most vulnerable among us, get more money back in their pockets. Cet important projet de loi.
This important bill will provide additional support to some 11 million individuals and families who are already eligible for the tax credit, including about half of Canadian families with children and over half of Canadian seniors.
Single Canadians without children and nearly $500 in the pockets of a couple with 2 children. Seniors would receive an extra $225 on average. This is additional support for roughly 11 million eligible people and families, including about half of Canadian families with children and, Madam Speaker, more than half of Canadian seniors. This legislation is part of a new package of support, which includes a Canada Dental benefit and a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing benefit. And if this House works together to pass these pieces of legislation, up to 500,000 children under 12 will be able to see a dentist, some for the first time. Low-income renters, some of the most vulnerable among us, will receive a little extra breathing room. These supports build on our existing affordability plan, which has been putting more money in the pockets of Canadians all year long, through the enhanced Canada Workers benefit, through cutting childcare fees in half by the end of this year, something that is already saving families in my home province of Alberta $5,600 this year. We're supporting Canadians by increasing the old age security by 10% for seniors 75 and older, and by doubling the Canada Student Grant until July 2023. Under our plan, Madam Speaker, a couple in Thunder Bay with an income of $45,000 and a child in daycare could receive about an additional $7,800 above their existing benefits this year. A single recent graduate in Edmonton with an entry-level job and an income of $24,000 could receive about an additional $1,300 in new and enhanced benefits.
A disabled senior in Trois-Rivières could receive more than $2,500 this year, more than they did last year. In short, Madam Speaker, for Canadians who need this support the most vulnerable Canadians, the support we've put in place is real money for them this year at exactly the right time.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are facing rising costs and difficult decisions about how to afford the groceries they need or the rent at the end of the month. We want these Canadians to know that we understand, that I understand, that our government understands how challenging these past months and indeed these last 2 years have been. But we also want them to know that their government has a plan and that we will be there for them. We are supporting Canadians who need it the most, our lowest paid workers, low-income renters, families who can't afford to have their kids see a dentist. And we're doing it in a responsible way that will not further increase inflation, something that would make life more expensive for everyone for years to come. The rising costs driven by a global pandemic and by Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine were not of Canada's making, but we will ensure the solutions are. Ainsi, à mesure que les Canadiens réduiront leurs
So as Canadians cut back on spending, so will our government. We will do our part to avoid adding fuel to the inflationary fire. We've committed to finding billions of dollars in government savings in our spring budget, and we're committed to moving to a smaller and smaller deficit. Canada has the lowest deficit this year in the G7. Canada has the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. Canada's AAA credit rating was reaffirmed this year by Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and DBRS.
Introduced on Tuesday have an additional cost of just 0.1% of Canada's GDP. This legislation is about balancing fiscal responsibility with compassion. This support is the right thing to do at the right time. Canada can afford to be compassionate to the most vulnerable among us, and that's exactly what we will be. Now this week, Madam Speaker, we learned that inflation in Canada is at 7%, down from 7.6% in July, down from 8.1% in June. While these numbers are still too high, the trend is encouraging. La Banque du Canada a les...
The Bank of Canada has the tools and mandate it needs to fight inflation in Canada. Global supply chains are unraveling. Gas prices are falling in Canada and around the world. Today, we face the impact of a once-in-a-generation crisis, but we will get through it, as we have done with everything over the past 2 years. So our priority over the next few months, as we help the most vulnerable Canadians cope with the rising cost of living, will be to make sure our economy is growing, that our businesses have the workers they need, and that Canadians can continue to find good jobs that pay well.
The global economy needs what Canada produces. The food to feed the world, the natural resources and critical minerals that entire countries and industries depend on, and so much more. We will provide the goods that our democratic allies need today, and we will provide the goods they will need tomorrow, all while providing great jobs here in Canada. And together we will build a net zero future around the world. And we will do so in a way that creates long-term sustainable jobs for Canadians from one part of this country to the other. And our government wants to make sure that Canadians and the Canadian economy come through this challenging economic period as quickly as possible, and that we're ready to thrive when we do. That means building an economy that works for everyone. A Canada where everyone can earn a decent living for an honest day's work. And a Canada where nobody gets left behind. This is our focus and our commitment to Canadians. Ainsi, j'aimerais encourager mes collègues.
So I'd like to encourage my colleagues from all parties to facilitate the speedy passage of these bills to make the cost of living more affordable for all Canadians.
Parties to work with us to get this legislation passed and to get this support to Canadians. Our constituents want to see us working on their behalf, not playing games. They want to see us moving forward, not moving backward with delays and procedural tactics, Madam Speaker. So to all of us in this House, from the winners on the ice in '72, who showed us how to get it done then, let us all work together now and get this done for Canadians today. Merci.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's great to see you in the chair today, and I'd like to ask the Minister to reflect on this quote and answer a question. In such a period of high inflation and excess demand, cutting taxes or handing out checks can add fuel to the inflationary fire and make the job of a central bank that's raising rates to cool demand all that more troublesome. That's Avery Shenfield, the chief economist at CIBC. Madam Speaker, the government has spent this whole summer in repose. I imagine they were polling, but they didn't do the hard work, Madam Speaker. In their budget this spring, they talked about a policy review to actually reprioritize spending, to cut back wasteful spending. Why did they not do that hard work so that when they presented this tax relief to these low-income families that are going to depend on it, why didn't they do that so it was at least, Madam Speaker, where the inflation concerns were at least diminished, if not on a one-for-one removed? So, Madam Speaker, why does this government continue to spend and make things worse? Why isn't it doing the hard work of finding equivalent cuts?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member from the Conservative Party is completely wrong with his assertions. We are investing in the lives of 11 million Canadians and families, and we are doing so with $3.2 billion in new spending against a total size of our economy of 2,700 billion. 2.7 trillion, Madam Speaker. We're talking about just over 1/1,000th of the size of our economy. That will not keep inflation rising. But Madam Speaker, like one economist to another, Trevor Toomby, one of the best economists the country has, said this: when you unpack the data to see what the drivers of inflation are, most of it by a pretty wide margin is tied to global factors. Canadian federal government spending or transfers or tax changes wouldn't have a big effect. Madam Speaker, we are doing the responsible thing by targeting measures, supports to those who need it the most, and making sure that we're not increasing inflation to make the job of the Bank of Canada that much harder. We are focused on Canadians with real plan and real results.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. C30 talks about refunding the GST. That's a good thing, and that was announced at the same time as C31 with the dental and rental assistance. But when you look at the details, the rental assistance goes through a benefit that we don't have in Quebec, because in Quebec we had the right to opt out with full compensation. So there's no harmonizing there. There's nothing about that. Same thing for the dental assistance. In Quebec, we have benefits for under 10, and with the federal legislation doesn't have that. So there's no harmonizing. Once again, will the government commit to harmonize with Quebec, or once again, are they going to ignore the realities in Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his multiple questions. And if you look at the bill before us today, it's clear that we're going to refund the GST credit. I think that's very important, and we hope the Bloc will support us with that in passing the bill. But just on the issue of the dental, you talked about the discrepancies with age and Quebec programs. In Quebec, we're talking about under 12, age 12. That's the age in the rest of the country, so we took note of that. But obviously, we will work with Quebec. We'll work very closely with Quebec City. We see Quebec as an integral part of Canada, so we will be there for Quebecers and Canadians in this inflationary time.
Langford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the inflationary pressures that too many Canadian families are experiencing right now are not new. They have been with us for most of this year, as far back as the early spring. And in fact, Madam Speaker, it was back in May of this year that the NDP used its Opposition Day motion to call for precisely this measure. The truth is, families in my riding, across my province, and across this country could have used this help a lot earlier. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to the Minister is, why did the Liberals wait until this moment in time to finally get this much-needed help to struggling families right across this country?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I think there's two things at play here. One is to make sure that when we are in a global inflationary period caused by Putin's war in Ukraine, supply chains that really haven't been unsnarled yet from the pandemic, and also China's zero COVID policy, that we take a careful approach to make sure that the measures we have are targeted so they don't increase inflation and make the Bank of Canada's job harder. So that's one piece of it. But when it comes to making sure that people this spring and through the summer had benefits that they could call on to make life more affordable, that's why we passed the increase to the Canada Workers Benefit. That's why we made sure that we signed childcare deals with everybody across the country. That's why we made sure that we had supports then, and now we have more.
And we have to make sure that we resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I may, just 15 minutes ago, we had a wonderful experience here in the House of Commons by having the Summit Series hockey legends on the floor of the House of Commons. And what a wonderful treat that was. I, for one, was in grade 5 at the time, and I can recall the overwhelmingly wonderful, prideful feelings back in 1960. 1972, and here we are celebrating it 50 years later. And I did get my picture with Paul Henderson, which I thought was quite cool, Madam Speaker. Having said that, we are debating Bill C-30. This is a piece of legislation that every member of the House of Commons should be voting in favor of. We often hear about issues such as the issue of inflation. And when we think of inflation and the impact that it's having on communities, recognize the fact that this bill is going to put more money in millions of Canadians in every region of our country, more money in their pockets, Madam Speaker. This is something that is really positive and helpful at a time in which Canadians are looking for strong leadership from Ottawa. I would hope that every member of the House will not only vote in favor of the legislation, but will recognize the importance of the quick passage of the legislation. We can make a strong collective statement to Canadians today by supporting this initiative. Madam Speaker, we might differ, actually I shouldn't even say might, we differ greatly. If you want to contrast the Conservative Party today to the Liberal Party or to the party in government. And I'll spend some time in terms of on that contrast. The most significant thing for me going into this session, the point that I really wanted to emphasize, and this is something that the Prime Minister and other members of the Liberal caucus have talked a great deal about, and that is that we want to have an economy that works for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. That is something in which we are committed to as a government. Madam Speaker, from the very beginning, when we had a Prime Minister that talked about the importance of Canada's middle class and doing and forming government policy that's going to help Canada's middle class and those that are striving to become a part of that. And if you take a look at the initiatives that we have taken as a government, not only today, Madam Speaker, as a legislative initiative that will lead into budgetary measures, Madam Speaker, but from the very beginning, where we brought in issues where one could actually ask, where were the Conservative parties on? Examples of that, Madam Speaker, would be the 1% or the tax, additional tax on the 1% wealthiest of Canada. The Conservative Party voted against that particular tax, but they might ultimately argue, well, that's a tax and we don't like taxes, so that's the reason why we voted against it. Even though it was a tax on Canada's wealthiest, asking for that fair share, Madam Speaker. But shortly after, or virtually at the same time, we brought in a tax break, a percentage tax breaks for Canada's middle class. And despite all of the pomp and ceremony of the Conservative leadership race, today's leader of the Conservative Party voted against that tax break for Canada's middle class, Madam Speaker. There's different ways in which we can support Canadians. Today is a very targeted approach and a way in which we can ensure that we're putting money in pockets, real money, by giving that tax increase to the tax benefit, Madam Speaker, the goods and service tax benefit. We have done it in other ways. A good example of that is the Canada Child Benefit, Madam Speaker. Again, where bringing forward this program, there was no sliding scale of any form. Individuals that are finding it a little bit more difficult, maybe disposable income not quite as high, versus the multi-millionaire. Why not establish a program that would ensure that there's a higher sense of equity and fairness? And that's what we did. And today, the Canada Child Benefit, for example, in Winnipeg North alone. I estimate it to being close to $10 million a month going into Winnipeg North. And I'm one of 338 constituencies, Madam Speaker, to give you a sense in terms of the commitment. This morning we were debating legislation in regards to dental care for children, Madam Speaker, those under the age of 12. And again, on that piece of legislation, it would appear as if the Conservatives are going to vote against it. Imagine the money that is going to be putting into the pockets of families. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of families. As a result, they're not going to have to pay for their child that's under 12 that needs to get some dental work done. Legislation that is going to be helping Canadians, Madam Speaker. We talked about issues like today with the goods and services tax benefit, which is a positive thing, and the doubling of that credit is going to have a very real and tangible impact, Madam Speaker. And that's why, based on what we saw this morning, based on what we've seen before from the Conservative Party, they talk a good line, or they like to talk a good line. But if they're genuine with many of the things that they say, this is the type of legislation that they should be voting in favor of, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting when they downplay the importance of government programs. You know, I raised the one this morning during the debate about the Universal First National Child Care Program and what a positive impact that's going to have. Imagine the hundreds of millions of dollars that's going to be going to those families to support child care. We've seen firsthand in terms of the impact it had in the province of Quebec. We know the benefits of it. And again, that's money that's going to people, much like the legislation here is giving real money to people, Madam Speaker. And the benefits are overwhelming. Yet the Conservative Party opposes that and talk about getting rid of that particular program, Madam Speaker. They talk about the CPP. Remember, we had negotiations that had taken place where we got provinces and so forth on side, the stakeholders on side, to see an increase in CPP. The Conservatives call that a tax. Madam Speaker, it is not a tax. It's an investment. It's workers today that will be able to retire with more money, Madam Speaker. That's what that is. But the Conservatives tried to put a twist on it, to try to give it an impression that it is just an outright tax. And I think that does a disservice. We look, I believe, in many ways to leaders of our communities to provide the information and assurances that we have a government that truly cares and wants to advance good, sound government policy. And over the last number of years, pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and now today, we continue to bring forward legislative and budgetary motions and bills and legislation to be able to advance the interests of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Today's bill has an impact on close to 11 million people, Madam Speaker. Hopefully the Conservatives will not only support it, but want to see its quick passage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Oh, okay. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got three quick questions for the Parliamentary Secretary. First one, would he agree that every MP in this House should be able to speak to any bill if it means something to their constituents? Number two, I'm just wondering about the member's sort of obsession with conservatives. He mentioned the word conservative at least 10 times today in his speech, 381 times in this session of Parliament, and 2,899 times in this House of Commons. And my final question, does this parliamentary secretary support tax cuts to our low-income Canadians, our seniors, and the most vulnerable? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, at times it can be a challenge to hold the Conservatives accountable for all the weird things they say. And that often means that I have to bring them into part of the public discussion. So I'm pleased to hear that the member is actually doing word counts in terms of how often I'm saying things. I can appreciate that. In regards to members being able to speak, even when I was in opposition, I've always believed that there's a need to look at ways in which the standing orders can be modified and changed. Let's modernize the House of Commons. And by doing that, I would suggest to the member that we could find different ways, whether it's dual parliament, a dual chamber, I should say, or what I call debate Fridays. There's opportunities for us to enhance the number of hours to be debated, which would hopefully encourage more people to actually get engaged in the debate.
Questions and comments? The member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. And as I told his colleague, the minister, what is in C30 to increase the GST credit, we are for that. We actually asked for it, and we thought it should have been done a long time ago for people who are trying to fight inflation, the most vulnerable among us. So Bill C30's measures were proposed at the same time as Bill C31's measures. And I have a question for my honourable colleague. C31, there was a technical briefing to the members of this House that came far after the technical briefing to journalists. Does he think that it's actually reasonable to have the journalists find out about what's happening before the parliamentarians who have to vote on legislation? I have a second quick question. In C31, the rental assistance, it's $500 for 1.8 million people. And when you multiply it, that's 900 million, but it's a $1.2 billion initiative. So where does the extra money come from? Is it We Charity? Is it administration costs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I think that if you take a look at both C31, the member highlights the benefits for people that are renting, but the real nugget from my personal perspective in that bill is the dental program, which is going to assist children in being able to get dental work that might not have otherwise taken place, and also at the same time ensure that the people in particular that need to get that dental work are being fully subsidized to as much as possible. Maybe not 100%, but there are some limits to it. Again, that was just this morning. This afternoon, we're bringing forward another legislation that looks at doubling the tax credit, which again is going to be helping Canadians. I think what you're seeing is a government agenda coming back into the session that's dealing with a very serious situation.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for what I think is a very important piece of legislation that's going to help many Canadians from coast to coast to coast. But I do want to mention the New Democratic Party. We tabled this very same request of this government last May. All of a sudden, it took New Democrats to force this government to finally act to see results for Canadians. We've been clear as a party, Madam Speaker. We want to see results for Canadians that are seeing one of the greatest cost of living challenges in a generation. This support is needed. Albertans, where I'm from, are just $200 away from losing their rent. My question is, why didn't the government do this sooner when we called for it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 15 seconds.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance has been very open, listening to all members of Parliament on all sides of the House, and you'll see through the last 3 years we've brought in all sorts of programs, whether it's CERB, direct payments for seniors, people with disabilities, support for students. There's a smorg of all sorts of programs from the last 3 years to today, not to mention the programs even prior to the pandemic itself.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House. The Honourable Member for...
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, Passports. The Honourable Member for Courtney, Albany, Health. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nickel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to participate in the debate today on Bill C-30, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. Now, before I go any further, Madam Speaker, let us all recognize that this bill ultimately proposes for 6 months on a temporary basis, increase the GST credit for those earning up to $49,200 or $58,500 if it happens to be a household with children. That's when the benefit will be fully phased out. Now, the cost of doing this will be around $2.5 billion. Or put another way, this will yet be another $2.5 billion being injected into our economy, where it'll be spent driving up further demand. This is the inflationary cycle that we are in. And let us take a moment to stop and think about that. I am certain that I'm not alone in hearing from citizens who are facing mortgage monthly payment increases they can't afford. The stress and anxiety this is causing to many Canadian families is severe. However, let us also recognize that not everyone is impacted by this. For those who are wealthy, many are not, only not impacted. But some are actually coming out ahead, earning more interest on their savings and investments. But for some of the financially most vulnerable, often working families with good jobs, living in established neighborhoods, many of them are hardest hit. And keep in mind, they didn't create this situation, but they are certainly being disproportionately impacted by it. What have we heard from the government until only recently? Well, let's harken back to June, just as this place was preparing for the summer break. My office, and I am confident a large majority of other members' offices, were getting call after call. People struggling with $2 a liter gas, runaway groceries, and rents. Conservative MPs in question period after question period were calling for the government to hear these calls and to act. And what did we get? A lecture by the finance minister on Bay Street, essentially telling our constituents that they had never had it so good and tried to repackage their last two budgets as a so-called affordability plan, claiming that benefits tied to inflation, and I should note, Madam Speaker, the inflation was from last year and doesn't reflect the record high inflation of this year. So those CPI increases are from last year. It's a big shortfall that many are upset about. And she claimed at the time that that was what was needed when clearly it was not. Then, Madam Speaker, what happened? Silence. So much I've called it the summer of silence as the government appeared to shut down. Sure, there was announcements of more taxpayer-funded projects being announced almost daily, keeping the Ottawa Spends Twitter account posting at a record pace. But what did the government do as Canadians saw more inflation records and higher interest rates? They saw nothing in response from their federal government. Believe me, I tried to look for statements for any recognition of what Canadians were going through. So what we can assume is that they spent the summer polling. I can only assume that when they came back, they didn't like the numbers that they were seeing, and that's why we're here today, Madam Speaker. Only now, after Conservatives have been banging on pots and pans on gas, groceries, and rents, and increased mortgages, I should add, have the government finally conceded that they were wrong on inflation. Remember the Minister of Finance? She claimed deflation was the major concern and said it was Conservatives that had it all mixed up. Then when inflation was hitting through the roof and they pretended that it wasn't, wrong again. Then when they said that the housing budget that they did in the spring was actually an affordability plan, but turned out little to do for either, they were three strikes out, Madam Speaker. While the government posted quarter after quarter of record revenues due to inflated prices, Canadians slipped further and further behind. When the Canadian public needed them, the only action they received was a government that acted disinterested, disconnected, and distant. Remarkable for a government that likes to say that they have Canadians' backs. So here we are, months after the fact, discussing a payment that will not likely help those that it targets: students, persons with disabilities, pensioners, and low-income families until November or December at best. How much suffering will happen before these payments finally arrive in the mail? Inflation, it is said, is a silent tax that predominantly hurts the most vulnerable, and I'm sure any of the people that have spoken to me will tell you that that is true. But what is also true is that the pain I speak of goes much further than just of those of which C30 targets. There are others who are also finding it harder and harder. That list with the latest GDP projections downgraded our GDP for this year by a full percentage point. With growing unemployment, with new payroll and carbon taxes set to increase in the new year, and that's before we take into account higher interest rates, there will be more middle class and those seeking to join it that are not doing well. Let me explain by returning back to C30, the bill that is essentially capped and fully phased out for those with families at $58,500. The vast majority of the working families being hit the hardest are, and I do not want to make my comments sound partisan for the sake of being partisan, but our banks are not partisan. Their chief economists are typically offering unbiased advice, and they are all clear that the government cannot continue to pour more fuel on this inflationary fire. The reason why I reference government spending is because it is something within our control to deal with. Now, let me give you another example of something that we can control, Madam Speaker. We have all watched skyrocketing gas prices dramatically increase inflation. And of course, with so many of our goods being delivered to market through our supply chains, burning gasoline to do that, there is a serious compounding of higher gas prices. That makes everything more expensive. This is one lesson that we learned clearly over these past months. And of course, that's precisely what a carbon tax does. It drives up the cost of fuel and by extension, inflation. Now, I know some of you will say, but, there are rebates. Well, here's the thing. If you are like the Minister of Finance and live in a city like Toronto and do not own a car, I have no doubt that you will come ahead with the carbon tax rebates. But if you live in a place like Hedley, BC, in my riding, largely because it is the only place where you can find affordable housing, you will not come out ahead. Why? Well, because Hedley has no hospital. It has no high school. It has no major grocery store or insurance agent. To access these services, you need to either drive to Princeton or Keremeos, or in some cases, Penticton. That is true of so many rural municipalities across Canada. For them, carbon taxes are devastating. They do not treat people equally and favor those who live in larger urban areas. Why should any Canadian be discriminated against because of their postal code, Madam Speaker? No one living in a rural community pays less income tax than a person living in Vancouver or Toronto, and yet this federal Liberal government does not treat them equally. And that's why our official opposition caucus will continue to call on this Liberal government to scrap the carbon tax. None of our major trading partners has it. It is time to recognize that. We will also soon, in the new year, see an increase of payroll taxes. Both CPP and EI premiums will increase. This will result in more coming to Ottawa and less money staying in Canadians' households' income. At a time of higher inflation, with crushing interest payments, this actually makes things worse, not better. And that's why our opposition caucus has called on this government to stop all tax increases. Now, we know that this Liberal government likes to say, not our fault. But of course, there are other countries who did precisely as Canada did and have some similar problems. In some cases, even worse. But none of this changes the fact that we have a serious affordability crisis here in Canada. We would not be here debating this small band-aid of a bill were that not the case. And that is ultimately the problem. In this case, people paying GST, so providing them some of the GST they have paid back to them at such a challenging time is something we as the official opposition will support. No differently than we would have supported GST relief on gas and diesel. Unfortunately, that measure failed to win the support as it is ideologically against the NDP and Liberal desire to see higher gas prices here in Canada, regardless of the benefits it would be for the general population. Earlier this week, the Bank of Canada Deputy Governor Paul Boudry, said that in hindsight, governments and central banks should have withdrawn stimulus measures much earlier as their economies recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic, which likely would have put a lid on inflation. They, of course, did not do this. But it is a clear admission from the Bank of Canada that the always be spending approach favored by this Liberal government has played a huge role in how we got here. And again, if we listen to most of the major banks, inflation is not something that this Liberal government can simply spend its way out of. And I worry about that because unlike previous Liberal governments, this particular Liberal government and this Prime Minister seems to have no understanding that you cannot spend Canadians out of inflation. We are told that we may be in this situation for potentially the next 2 years, that interest rates may have to go even higher if this Liberal government continues to spend. And that's a point I made earlier to the Minister of Tourism, Madam Speaker. Why didn't they use the summer to actually do the hard work that was in the budget, where they said they had identified billions of dollars in potential savings through a policy review? Why didn't they pare back that spending over the summer and then produce this bill and said, we've done the hard work. We are trying to reduce the inflation while helping Canadians. But they didn't do that, Madam Speaker. They don't, like our leader, the member from Carleton, have a pay-as-you-go rule where we are trying to make sure that Canadians are getting maximum value for every dollar that is served or that is used, and it's to their benefit. Unfortunately, this government seems to only know one function, Madam Speaker, one lever, and that's spend. Now, there are Canadian households that are barely hanging on, and they cannot afford any higher interest rates, Madam Speaker, nor can they afford 2 years of more pain and suffering. I'm certain that every member of this House has likely heard from citizens in dire straits right now. Do we listen to them? Do we listen to experts and central bankers who say, stop the spending? Or do we continue to have the Prime Minister's office dictate more never-ending spending to help fuel this inflationary fire? Let us not forget, just 2 years ago, Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem said, and I quote, if you've got a mortgage, if you're considering of making a major purchase, you can be confident rates will be low for a long time, end quote. People who followed that advice in good faith, some of them who are now in a dire financial situation. Now, I don't say that, Madam Speaker, to point fingers of blame, because that helps no one in this situation. And of course, likely no one in this situation will be helped by today's bill that we are here debating today. I point this out because we need to recognize that Canadians who work hard, who follow the rules, did all of the right things. Many of them are suffering right now, and this government needs to recognize that. The latest headlines saying that home ownership is on the decline. Many young Canadians I've spoken to have largely given up on home ownership. Their hope is not to own, but just to keep their head above water. Paying down student debt, finding a safe rental to try to raise a family while putting gas in their car and food on their table is difficult enough. They know the hard work, Madam Speaker, but under this government, they've lost hope. This crisis is real, and it affects some households all across Canada. Now, before I close, I'd like to share a thought. First of all, Canada's Conservatives, under the member for Carleton's leadership, will be supporting this bill. However, as we all know, while this bill will help some, a great many will be left behind. This is one of the challenges with government bills like this one, Madam Speaker. Inevitably, the government picks the winners and the losers. In voting to support this bill, we recognize that we will be helping some. However, I know in my riding at least, some of those who are most adversely impacted right now, not just by inflation, but by crippling interest rates increases that will be increased by this bill, does nothing to help them. And I think we all need to be critically aware of those who are still suffering and will not be helped by this bill. Let's also bear in mind that those who this bill intends to help, Madam Speaker, will not receive help to November or December as the soonest. For many of them now, these people live in fear of thoughts of higher interest rates, Madam Speaker, for their mortgage, or going to the grocery store and being able to walk out with less and less because they just can't afford them. And who can blame them for these fears, Madam Speaker? The affordability crisis is real, and I'm hopeful that all members of this place realize that it is more than a talking point. I will also say to say that as they see less and less of themselves reflected in the government, they are looking more and more to my party to step up, to continue to be their voice, to remind the Liberals that more is not always better, that a government that can't do things like issue passports, resolve lineups at airports, should stick to its knitting instead of constantly seeking to expand government, that it needs to be reminded that a government office is a duty where those around a cabinet table are there to serve Canadians and not the other way around, which is why Conservatives will support this bill, to offer tax relief, to serve Canadians who are hurting, and to advocate for the ones that are left out by C-30. It is a reality, Madam Speaker. Thank you to you and to all members of this place for listening to my comments today on behalf of the official opposition, as well as on behalf of my constituents. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Well, let me start with a couple things, Madam Speaker. First, I heard the member say that no other trading partner has a price on pollution or a carbon tax, as he referred to it. That's not true. 14 out of 31 of the OECD countries do tax pollution, including Japan, United Kingdom, France, for example. The other thing I heard him talk about was he talked at great length about price on pollution or carbon tax in BC. My understanding is that BC has their own carbon tax, and that indeed they're not utilizing the carbon tax that's imposed because they chose to do their own model, which was at the premise or the base of this entire exercise of pricing pollution. So he's slightly perhaps misleading by making that comment. And then finally, Madam Speaker, I would say that at the beginning of his speech, he talked a bit about the supports that were going to be in place as a result of this, and perhaps that spending this money would add to further inflation. And I don't reject the economic principle or the economic theory behind that, but is he then suggesting, and I recognize he says he's going to be supporting the bill, but is he suggesting that we just abandon people because we can't provide, because if we spend any new money on them, we're just adding to inflation? I mean, is his suggestion that because it'll contribute to inflation, we should just not spend money on people?
For Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. Let's just start with the last question that he had, and we'll see if we have time for the other ones. First of all, Madam Speaker, I said earlier to the Minister of Tourism during his speech, I questioned him specifically, why did the government not do the hard work? Within the budget that was announced this year, they said that they had to have billions of dollars of policy review that they could be looking to curb back spending. Now, they could have easily, Madam Speaker, dollar for dollar, gone through these other programs of finding things that are either wasteful or no longer necessary, and it actually put forward a plan to say, look, we're going to be reducing the cost of government here while we put this GST tax relief for Canadians to help those. And so that would have actually lessened or even alleviated the inflationary concerns regarding this bill. But they don't do the hard work, Madam Speaker. This government is built to spend. This always be spending Prime Minister, this always be spending Finance Minister. Madam Speaker, this is the challenge we have here. The environment of which that they make policy decisions is no longer 2015. And Madam Speaker, they need to do better when it comes to doing these things. This is not a balanced way to be helping people. A proper way, Madam Speaker, would be balanced and define savings.
Questions and comments, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague, with whom I'm lucky enough to sit at the Finance Committee, for his speech. The government has announced 3 measures to fight inflation: reimbursing GST and dental care and other measures. We received an information session on C30, so far so good. But then in C31 we were informed that the briefing given to parliamentarians came much later than the briefing given to journalists. So what does he have to think about the fact that journalists got the information first? Is the government showing a lack of respect to members of this House? Second of all, in C31, dental help and rental help are 2 very different measures. Does he not agree that we should split C31 into 2 separate bills? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, this government certainly has a lack of respect for Parliament and parliamentarians. That is true. The challenge is that the government seems to believe that other parties are simply not important. They use the media for their own devices. It is important for all parliamentarians to have equal treatment from the government. The governing party has to treat everyone with a modicum of respect, and I ask the government to think about this.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for his speech. When I was listening, I heard him remark that he lamented that this GST increase, this credit, is going to be coming too late, not until the next couple of months. And on that point, I agree. I think this should have come much sooner. We know inflationary pressures affecting families across this country started much earlier in the year, and families have been suffering for too long. So I guess, Madam Speaker, I'm puzzled because if he feels that these interventions should have come sooner, why did he and his party join with the Liberals to vote in May against our Opposition Day motion, which was seeking to take away federal subsidies to profiteering oil and gas companies, which are making massive profits on the backs of working families? And why did he not support us redirecting those into benefits to help families, such as a doubling of the GST credit? We called for this back in May, Madam Speaker. He voted against it back then.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my fellow British Columbian and his question. Look, I think he answered the question right there. The NDP tends to try to want too many things connected to too many other things. They are ideologically against the oil and gas sector, despite it being one of the chief sources of green technologies, despite it helping pay for hospitals and other important social services. Madam Speaker, they are ideologically opposed to that. So we look at every single request, whether it come from the government or through a motion, and we look to say what's in the best interest of Canadians. Today, we have seen that this is an important part to help a small targeted group of the population that we know is hurting. Inflation, as I said, is a silent tax that particularly harms the most vulnerable. But again, this is not supporting broad-based things like reducing the GST at the pumps. And I also will remind the member that member had the opportunity to support that and did not. And so when his constituents ask him, what kind of things have you done for people that are outside of this bill? I would just ask him to look in the mirror and say, I voted against giving you a break at the pumps because I am ideologically against oil, gas, and the utilization of fossil fuels. So this cuts both.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Levon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and is happy to rise on my feet and ask our Shadow Minister of Finance a quick question, and that would be, does he believe that these tax credits will be vaporized by the ever-increasing inflation and cost of living that Canadians have been facing now and into the future? My question is, has he done some research, and has he seen anyone say that these checks that are going to come out in the end of the year are actually going to offset what people will be paying for the long term and what they've been paying for years now in inflation and the carbon tax, and especially on this January 1st with the payroll increases in taxes, and on April 1st the increase in our carbon tax? Are these checks going to help, or is it just going to be too little, too late?
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nickel.
A great question. I thank my colleague for his work standing up for his constituents. What I would say is this, is first of all, as just a little joke aside, I just hope that the Prime Minister can avoid wanting to act as Santa Claus and handing these kinds of checks out himself during that time. Just a bit of a joke, Madam Speaker. But getting to the issue is this one-time help, which Conservatives support as welcome tax relief for families, will be around $467. The average family of four is now spending over $1,200 more each year to put food on the table, not to mention rising costs of heat, gasoline, and rent. Madam Speaker, in British Columbia, where we have tons of natural gas, we are seeing natural gas prices go up. And so we are seeing right now people can't get by. I only think that if it's a cold winter, how really difficult this will be, especially for those areas that don't have access to things like natural gas. So this is only a small piece, Madam Speaker. It's already going to be up against so much inflation in groceries and gas prices and home heating.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask for consent to share my time with my esteemed colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? Go ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the face of inflation, C30 proposes an additional GST rebate for the less fortunate. That's a good thing. We've been calling for this for a long time, and we'll vote in favor of it. But it should have been done a long time ago. This was announced at the same time as the measures announced in C31, rental assistance and dental insurance. We also support those in principle, but C31 is poorly drafted. It's sloppy. It's embarrassing that something so poorly drafted has been put before Parliament. When it comes to rental assistance, we're afraid that the people of Quebec won't get their share, and that's because the assistance is a supplement to the Canada Housing Allowance, and in Quebec, nobody gets that. Quebec has had its own program since 1997 because we had the right to opt out with full compensation. Our program is more generous, but the eligibility criteria are completely different. But C31 doesn't address this problem at all. Once again, this government seems to have forgotten that Quebec exists. There's no harmonizing here. It's embarrassing. It's like this bill was written on the back of a napkin. The same thing goes for the so-called dental insurance. If parents pay for a child up to 11, Ottawa sends them a big check. But it's not a perfect fit. What's worse, in Quebec, dental care is covered for children under 10. People already have insurance in Quebec, and there's no harmonization here, except to say that if the care is covered by Quebec, Ottawa won't pay and won't compensate Quebec for the cost of its insurance program. But if parents pay for a service that's not covered, then they get the big check, even though Quebec already covers most of the costs. And to what extent is Quebec being shortchanged? We don't know. It doesn't say. Again, it's a very poorly drafted bill. It's sloppy. It looks like the department didn't even put a figure on it, except to repeat what the PBO had already done for the NDP proposal and nothing more. Once again, this government has forgotten that Quebec exists. Oops, once again, no harmonization. It could be called How to Turn Beautiful Principles into Bad Law, or Quebec Simply Doesn't Exist. Bravo. Hats off. Finally, to add insult to injury, this government has chosen to brief journalists well before parliamentarians. This government is showing a serious lack of respect for this place. A few words on inflation. The causes of price increases are well known. The changing demand during the pandemic and after, supply problems with supply chains and bottlenecks in response to changing demand, and the public health measures. China's zero COVID policy has caused serious supply shocks. And there's the war in Ukraine. We obviously all want an end to this terrible war. The profound transformation of the labor market and the phenomenon of the big quit, the persistent housing shortage, and finally natural disasters resulting from climate change are also having their impact on the global economy. Altogether, this has seriously affected the global economy here and elsewhere, and prices have gone up sharply. For many industries, our economies of plenty have turned into Soviet-era economies of scarcity. There's some hope for a return to some sort of normal, especially if serious efforts are made to limit climate disruption. But meanwhile, families, individuals, businesses, and farmers are seriously hurting. The world is struggling, and there are no easy fixes. What can be done? Well, in the short term, support the most disadvantaged with measures like the ones proposed in C30. We should also support the most affected industries to ensure they get through all this. For example, farmers. In the longer term, we have to make our economies more resilient. In the face of rising gas and oil prices, support the development of a green economy. Unfortunately, there's no easy answer to the type of situation we're currently going through. Keynes offered effective tools for demand crises, but not for supply crises. In this multi-factor imbalance, how long will the inflation last? It's hard to say. The central bank has chosen to bring out the heavy guns to fight inflation. What it wants to stop outright are inflationary expectations. Here's the central bank's reasoning. Once expectations of higher inflation set in, everyone tries to adjust their prices upwards to meet them. This generates a snowball effect. In other words, inflationary expectations cause inflation. It's easy to fall into this vicious circle, and the Bank of Canada, like the Fed, wants to cut this risk short, nip it in the bud, if you will. And if it means seriously slowing down the economy, so be it. Or a recession, so be it. Central banks tell themselves it will then be easier to re-stimulate the economy to support growth. They're still traumatized by the inflationary episodes of the 70s and 80s. Although still high, inflation seems to be starting to subside. We're beginning to emerge from this phase of general imbalance, at least in some industries. This beginning of the exit would not be explained by monetary policy. Its impact would take longer to be felt. Is the central bank going about this too aggressively? Maybe. Some economists suggest waiting a while to see how the economy reacts. In this trade-off between fighting inflation and avoiding recession, the optimum space is uncertain, and the Bank of Canada, again inspired by the Fed, seems to prefer fighting inflation. We'll see in the months to come whether this was the right choice. In the meantime, the economic situation remains uncertain. This is a difficult situation for many. It's important to adopt policies targeted at those who are struggling the most and to implement them in accordance with the Bank of Canada's monetary policy. Let's also promote structural measures such as supporting social housing or taking steps to alleviate the labor shortage. And in this regard, I don't understand why the government has not yet implemented a tax system that would stop discouraging retirees who would like to work. A word about the situation in developing countries, Madam Speaker. It's downright catastrophic, and Canada, along with the other rich countries, has to do a better job of supporting the developing world. In addition to facing a food shortage, developing countries have to deal with high public debt and international institutions that encourage them to take on debt during the pandemic. Most of their imports and borrowing are in U.S. dollars. However, in the context of global uncertainty, the value of the greenback has soared, serving as a safe haven, further eroding the purchasing power of developing countries. They're also affected by the energy crisis. And finally, China's economic difficulties also reduce business with these countries. This is why rich countries have to mobilize quickly to support these countries in order to avoid a cascade of crises in these emerging economies. So finally, Madam Speaker, let's invest in the green transition. We're facing a deep crisis, and it's urgent to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
The way it was refreshing to hear a detailed economic presentation and one that isn't putting forth simple answers. The Honourable Member mentioned, Madam Speaker, the targeted programs trying to do one-time transfers to people that are getting hurt the worst in a way that won't stimulate inflation, and that balance is a very difficult balance for us to make, and the Bank of Canada making in conjunction with us. So the constrained supply cycle that we're in right now is one that is unusual for us to deal with. Could the Honourable Member maybe comment on how we need to be nimble in the months ahead, knowing that we could be facing higher unemployment, and we could be also facing other challenges on the road ahead?
La députée de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague from Guelph for his comments and his question. I pretty much agree with what he said, and I thank him for that. Obviously, our perspectives, or the global perspectives, are uncertain, especially given the central bank's attacks on inflation. Most economists expect a recession in Europe, especially with the war in Ukraine, which is having serious impacts on European economies. It's going to be very hard to get through that. China is also going through a serious slowdown. The unemployment rate, particularly among young people in big cities, is very high. And China is kind of like the world's workshop in a way, so it's an important player in terms of output. And then in Canada and the U.S., we're expecting a slowdown. The latest figures are less encouraging, but I do believe that the labor market is going through a full transformation, and so there are some problems. We have to be alert and careful in the years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
For New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague, whom I appreciate greatly, talked a lot about C-31. We're supposed to be debating C-30 right now. C-30 is a bill that comes from the NDP, which would give more money to people most affected by inflation, some 12 million Canadians. So C-31 is about dental care for families with children under 12, all families with children under 12, and it will help people who are having difficulty paying their rent. So we're talking about millions of Canadians here that would benefit from these two bills. And my question is a very simple one. My colleague talked about C-31, but we're supposed to be debating C-30. So which of these two NDP bills does he like best? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that these bills are put forward by the government, and that is why I address the government and not the NDP. So C-30 is drafted well. It's all clear. The Bloc's in favour. We'd like to see increased GST credits to fight inflation. We've been calling on the government for this since last fall. So we're happy with that. But C-31, when it comes to the rental assistance, as it is currently drafted, Quebecers would have no right to that benefit because they already have their own program. So it's poorly drafted, poorly harmonized. Same thing for dental care. Quebec has insurance for children under 10, and what's being proposed here is for people 11 and under. So there was no effort to harmonize with Quebec's programs. So that's what we're critical of. We're going to try to make time for one last question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Joliette for his speech. I fully agree with the member for Guelph. It's good to come up with ideas that are a bit more complex and to take a nuanced approach. These are not straightforward, simple questions. The challenges are various and complex. For example, the war in Ukraine, the situation in Canada, the current situation, the pandemic, and also the impact on our economies, the impact of climate change, and the impact on world economies, so the impact of climate change. So I'd simply like to ask my colleague and the Bloc, what does the member for Joliette think of the idea of having a guaranteed income for everyone to protect everyone against such complex problems? The Honourable Member for Joliette, 15 seconds. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to give a shout-out to my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, who's very active on the Finance Committee and has been since the very beginning of this session of Parliament. So we think the idea of a minimum guaranteed annual income is a good idea. Now, how that would be applied in the context of federalism, where Ottawa manages some programs and Quebec City manages others, and there's a lot of problems harmonizing. So there would be a lot of challenges, and we think it would be easier for Quebec to be independent so that we could just do that ourselves. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity. This is the first time I've risen in the House. I'd like to express my greetings to the people of Trois-Rivières. So C-30 is a temporary measure. It gives people a bit of a break. It's a temporary break from their suffering or a delay before having to take on something painful. So it's a bit of a break, and I welcome this initiative. But at the same time, I have to admit that this bill is too weak and insufficient under the circumstances. I'd also like to point out that this was something that the Bloc had proposed last spring. We knew back then that people would be suffering from the economic situation. So it's a bit of a break, but unfortunately it won't be immediate because despite what the bill says, we know that the machinery of government is slow and the checks wouldn't flow until November or December at the earliest. So there's going to be a bit of a wait for this break. And the government has to treat people fairly. So fairness is something that is distinct from equity. So fairness sometimes allows some people to get more than others. So it's different from equality or equal treatment. So what is fair for everyone? Who is this everyone? Well, the most vulnerable, of course, those who are already suffering the most, especially seniors who are on a fixed income while inflation is causing prices to rise. And do you know what it means to be on a fixed income? It means you no longer have any choice. You have no control over things. And if choice is wealth, then not having a choice is a sign of poverty. For our seniors living in a rich country, it means not having a choice. It means being forced to choose between having enough to eat or heating your home. In other words, it's poverty. Seniors must be allowed to live in dignity. Quebec seniors are currently being discriminated against by this Liberal government, which is denying them fair treatment. Doubling the GST credit is all well and good, but the government should also stop cutting the guaranteed income supplement for people 65 to 75. That's what I'm hearing when I talk to people in the streets in Trois-Rivières. They say, where's the justice? I'm 68 years old and I don't have enough food to eat. This is shameful in a so-called rich country. It makes me sick to my stomach. Fairness is flexible. It's adapted to the situation. When you draw a line between 2 points, you draw a straight line. But in a society, not everything fits on a straight line. Some people are closer to the line and some are further away from it. So I think government measures should be adapted to the situation in order to be more fair. Now, how do we assess what is fair for each person? We shouldn't forget low-income families and those who can't accept the finance minister's repeated statements, like it's a mantra, that the situation is better here than elsewhere. You know, low-income families here, they don't live in Japan or Australia. They live in Trois-Rivières, Saint-Ligorie, or the Gaspé. Low-income families are vulnerable, and vulnerable comes from the Latin term, so it means you're more likely to be injured. So doubling the GST credit is good, but it's temporary. For how long? It's not enough, especially when we know that the cost of housing is constantly rising, rents are going up, inflation has hit 7.6% in July. I think everyone agrees that we need to help those who are the most vulnerable, the most affected. In fact, I'd like to paraphrase Gandhi here. A great nation is known by the way it treats the weakest. So it's time we acted like a great nation. We need to build more social and community housing. The housing shortage in Trois-Rivières is unacceptable. The vacancy rate is less than 1%. The population is growing, but the amount of housing available is not keeping up, so that's a recipe for even more poverty. That's why, in addition to temporarily doubling the GST credit, the federal government should devote 1% of its revenues on a permanent basis to transfers to Quebec. But if we want to be a great nation, there's more to be done. We have to protect the independence of the central bank. We have to address the issue of the labor shortage. We have to improve productivity. We have to make supply chains more resilient. We need to strengthen competition, and so on and so on. All those things, what does that mean in reality? Basically, it means we need our sovereignty in order to protect ourselves. In a few words, it's about being decent. And we don't hear people talk about decency that much. We hear more about indecency. But what's decency? Well, decency is basically, in addition to putting an end to suffering, we have to remember that decency is about doing right, doing good things, to adapt to a situation to make life better for people. It's the opposite of indecency. This government is not a manager. They should stop acting like they're the managers. They should govern through caring. And we have to get down to action. The government needs to step up and get down to work. So we support this bill with some reservations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I know that the Prime Minister doesn't like to think about monetary policy, but I know the members of the Bloc care about monetary policy. Because I've discussed monetary policy with some of them. Now, the reality is, it's generally accepted that when you increase the money supply, it causes inflation. Now, I'm not an economist, so don't take it from me, But the reality is that just 2 days ago, in a speech, the Deputy Governor, Mr. Boudry, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, said that in hindsight, governments and central banks should have actually withdrawn stimulus measures earlier to keep a lid on inflation. So I'm asking, after $400 billion in stimulus spending over the last 2 years, why would the Bloc agree to throw fuel on the fire of inflation? The people of Quebec, just like all the people of Canada, suffer from inflation. These benefits will be eaten up by additional inflation before they've had any effect. So I'd appreciate an answer to that question.
The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for his question. He said from the outset that he's not an economist, and nor am I. I'm a philosopher. I can talk to you about decency, indecency. I can talk about the duty to protect. But when it comes to monetary policy, I leave that to my colleague, the member for Joliette, who does a brilliant job.
Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I look at today's legislation as relief for millions of Canadians that's going to have a very positive impact when we talk about the issue of inflation. And I would note, even though we recognize that inflation affects us all, it affects some more so. But one of the things that I think is missing in the debate is that when you compare Canada to the rest of the world, our inflation rate is actually quite well. It doesn't mean that we ignore it, and that's the reason why it's important that we take measures such as this legislation to provide direct relief and money to support Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Would you not agree that is a good reason to be having this bill, and that members should all be supporting it?
Le député de Trois-Rivières.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. So I think the member for Winnipeg North is answering the other member. So I think really, yes, it is important to have the decency to make sure that care for people and their health should go first before strictly inflationist concerns, because we have to help people make ends meet. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for, let's try to say this properly, the Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-de-l'Orléans, Charles-le-Bois. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to greet you in this new parliamentary session. I'm happy to have you here, and I'd like to express the concern of the people in my riding, whose name you just read out, and to talk about the context that we are currently experiencing with regard to labor shortages. And I really did enjoy the speech by my colleague from Trois-Rivières, who talked about taking care of seniors and the unemployed. So I would ask my colleague, what could be improved in Bill C-30 to retain labor in the regions, and what could improve the living conditions of seniors who might want to return to work part-time and get involved in the economy? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I would like to thank my colleague from la Côte-de-Beaupré, de Beauport, Charles-le-Bois. Sorry, it's always a little bit difficult to say, but I would say that, in fact, the situation is complex. There are measures that could be added. The doubling of the GST credit is a good start, but I think that it may be a good idea to make sure that there are some measures to encourage some people to go back into the labor market, for example. I said earlier that I'm not an economist, but I do know that something has to be done. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Here, here. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
My apologies. I'm going too fast. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in debate today on Bill C-30. Earlier this week, I'm in Winnipeg now. I was in Ottawa as recently as this morning. For the first time in the 10 years that I've lived here, there was a couple of seniors that set up camp here in Transcona and Park Circle, where we have our cenotaph. And Main Street Project has since visited, and they've moved on from the park. And I can certainly appreciate the concern that residents had and why they may not want somebody living in the park across the street from their house. But I couldn't find it in my heart to be angry, because these are a couple of seniors who don't have any place to live anymore. And we heard stories like this. We've been hearing more and more of them. People are seeing in their communities the effect of higher prices, and particularly higher housing prices, on people in their community. Folks that are camping out in bus shelters because they have nowhere else to turn. And so we're in this really challenging moment, challenging to be sure for the Canadians that are experiencing this directly and don't have a place to sleep. Challenging also for Canadians who are now seeing people living in their communities in ways that they had never imagined people would, and wondering what that means for those folks, but also for themselves and for their safety. Because we know that when people are desperate, that sometimes that results in some really unfortunate behavior that has an effect on the wider community. And so people are experiencing this moment that we're in all sorts of ways. At the grocery store, there are folks that are putting things back on the shelf or changing what they buy, trying to change some of their family's habits in order to conform better to the realities of budgeting in this inflationary period that we're experiencing. Because even though from a public health point of view, we're moving further and further away from the peak pandemic point, the fact of the matter is that our economy is still very much affected by the pandemic. We haven't come back yet. And that's one of the reasons that people need help. And so there's been a lot of debate in this place. Members will know, and Canadians that have been listening to the news will know, there's been a lot of debate in this place about this moment of inflation and what the causes are. Well, there was a good article published by some economists recently that essentially say that the main forces of inflation are energy prices, housing prices, and grocery prices. And that's, and when you think about the role that energy and housing and food play in our life, you can imagine that if those are the things that are going up in price, that people really feel that in their budget. And there's no real alternative. You can't choose not to have a roof over your head. You can end up in a situation where you don't have a roof over your head, but nobody is choosing to live on the street as a first option. You can't choose not to eat, and you can't choose not to heat your home if you're lucky enough to have one in the winter months in Canada. And so that's why people are feeling the squeeze, because the cost of the things that we cannot do without continue to rise. And there are those in this place, particularly the new leader of the Conservative Party, that would have everyone believe that somehow this is simply the fault of big spending governments. And that if government would just get out of the way, the free market would step in and provide housing for the homeless and provide affordable food for those who need it and can't pay for it, or provide energy at a fairer price. But I would call on Canadians to think hard about that line and the bill of goods that's trying to be sold to them by this new leader of the Conservative Party. We all know that oil and gas companies haven't had the best interests of consumers at heart for a long time. That's not a newsflash. Anybody who ever filled up their car to go out to the lake on a long weekend knows that oil and gas companies have been there to gouge Canadians for every possible excuse. And there's actually some real challenging reasons out there in the world right now, like Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is just one that has caused some real supply issues in the oil and gas sector. And you can bet they use that as an excuse to raise their prices. Not because the gas that's currently in the tanks of gas stations got any more expensive or that they had to retroactively pay a premium for it, but this is all part of the speculation about future oil and gas markets. Really, it's just an opportunity to make more money now. And we're seeing that in the bottom line of oil and gas companies that are logging record profit. Not just record revenue, record profit. That means what they're taking home and giving to their rich CEOs and their investors and their board members is more, much more than it's ever been. And they're making that money. That money's not falling from the sky. That money's not coming from nowhere either. That money is coming directly out of the pockets of Canadians who have to pay for gas at the pump to get to work, to do the things that they need to do in their life, or to heat their home. And in other jurisdictions, what we're seeing is governments that are willing to act. We see in the United Kingdom that there's a windfall profit tax levied on oil and gas companies in order to take back some of that additional profit that those companies are making in these difficult circumstances to invest back in people. That's just one example of a jurisdiction that recognizes that what's going on is not simply government largesse driving inflation, but that corporate greed is playing a real role in driving that as well. And that those profits that are being logged are coming out of the pockets of citizens and can be taken back to be reinvested in citizens, as we must do if we're going to keep our communities safe and we're going to keep our neighbors housed and we're going to make sure that kids have a proper breakfast and lunch when they go to school so that they can learn what they need to learn to become productive members of society and to enrich their own lives in all the ways that a good education will do. So, that's one example. We don't hear outrage from the Conservative leader about that extra profit on the part of oil and gas companies. We don't hear him admonishing those companies for taking this moment as an opportunity to pad their pockets. When we think about housing, which is another major driver of inflation right now, the new leader of the Conservative Party would have you believe that somehow this problem was created in the last 2 years. That somehow the liquidity that the government made available to banks, and I would say, because often it sounds like, people talk about pandemic benefits and how they should have been wrapped up and how that was driving inflation. People who normally might have made $4,000 or $5,000 a month were living on $2,000, and we're supposed to believe that that was inflationary. I think it's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. I've said that many times in this place. I will continue to say that. If there's anything that actually caused inflationary pressure in terms of the government spending package, I've mentioned, two things. One, and this one drives me nuts too, Mr. Speaker, the wage subsidy program, where we know that many companies benefited from the wage subsidy and made extraordinary profits at the same time, which is something that never ought to have happened. They shouldn't have been allowed to take from the wage subsidy pot while they were logging huge profits. And there should have been a mechanism for paying some of that back if they were making extraordinary profits. When we talk about an excess profit tax, this is part of what we're talking about. And it's one of the reasons why we think it is just and good to tax excess profits, because in some cases, those excess profits were a function of public spending, and it went to rich CEOs and their buddies and investors, and it shouldn't have. It never should have come out of the public purse for that purpose. That money was for companies to pass directly on to their employees in order to run their business as usual, not to make extraordinary profits. And in some cases that did happen. In many cases that happened. And that's good. And that's something that we called for. It's something that we supported. But what we didn't support, and what we from the beginning said the government needed to do, was to have a mechanism to make sure that it wasn't abused. No concern by the government there in order to get that piece of the puzzle right. And I would say no really proactive solutions proposed at the time by the Conservatives either in order to be able to make that happen. So certainly some frustration there. Another place where there was a lot of public spending that pales, and like what was spent on CERB and the wage subsidy is as nothing compared to the liquidity that was made available to major banks on day one. That's an approach that was also taken in the 2008 recession, where liquidity by the Conservative government, incidentally, that the new leader of the Conservative Party sat at the cabinet table in, also granted a huge amount of liquidity to banks. And so if that made investors feel more bold, if it made banks willing to lend more, then I think there is a case to be made that that can have contributed to the acceleration of housing price increases that was already off the chain long before the pandemic. How did that happen? Well, to really understand what happened, and I know people don't always like a history lesson, but the fact is, going back to the mid-90s, when the Liberal government of the day cut the National Housing Strategy, like cut it, as in not reduced it, but got rid of it, that was producing somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 30,000 units of affordable or social housing where rent is actually geared to income every year. That went on. It went on and on and on, and it meant that we didn't get any more meaningful injections of new affordable or social housing supply. It was left to the market. I mean, that's what happened in the 90s. So you hear the leader of the Conservative Party today say, let the free market reign and people will have housing. Like there's a bunch of developers just waiting to give housing to people who can't afford it. They're not going to do it now, but when the government gets out of the way, then developers will discover their generosity. I mean, it's such a ridiculous story. I don't even know how people can listen to it, let alone how much it gets repeated, not just in this place, but in the media and stuff like this, as if this is something that could possibly happen. The only time that we have made progress as a society successfully housing people that don't have the money to pay market rates to own their own home has been when there have been ambitious, targeted, non-market strategies led by government. And we have all benefited from those strategies. We've benefited by not having people live in our bus shelters. We've benefited by not having the effects of homelessness spill over into our emergency rooms and our prisons. And we've benefited by not having to pay the cost of having people so destitute that they have nowhere else to turn. That is why it's so important that government get back in the business of building housing. This isn't just about cities issuing permits to developers. There's such a need across an entire spectrum of types of housing that we absolutely need a plan, and we need non-market housing solutions, whether those are co-ops, whether those are government-owned and operated rent geared to income suites. We need to build far more housing. And of course, it wasn't just in the 90s that happened. The new leader of the Conservative Party was also part of the government that when all of the operating grants, so this is the money that the federal government gave to organizations that were running social housing, where people could pay rent that was a percentage of their income, usually between 25 and 30% of their income, whatever their income was. The federal government gave money to these organizations that for 40 years successfully ran those operations and housed people that never could have afforded to live in rental housing at market rates. When those came up, this very leader of the Conservative Party was at the table when that government decided not to renew those operating grants. And so what we've seen in the last 7 or more years now, because unfortunately this Liberal government, despite running on a promise to do something about this, never really did, we have seen these affordable units come up, and the buildings where the people have been managing them for 40 years say we can't manage on the model that we used to because we don't have the operating grant anymore. That's how we could offer rent at below market rates. I mean, market rates are meant to cover costs and have some profit margin. If you want to have deeply affordable units that are actually geared to people's income, that money has to come from somewhere. And it came from those operating grants. Well, the Conservative government of the day, with a member of Carleton sitting at the table, decided that they would not renew those operating grants. So these buildings now are not sustainable, and they're going out on the market, and big developers are snatching them up. They're renovating the suites, and they're evicting the tenants that were there before because they're jacking up the rent. And that's how we end up with people camping out in bus shelters and setting up camp in parks. So I beseech Canadians who are outraged to see that, to carry that outrage past being mad about the problem. That's what the new leader of the Conservative Party is selling. He's selling a lot of rage. And you know what? Some of it is justified. I'm mad about a lot of things. But we are not going to fix those things unless we focus on the solutions and trying to pretend that every problem somehow comes from government when there's clearly a whole lot of actors in the economy with real power and real self-interested motives is not someone that you can trust to fix the problem, because they're deliberately blind to part of the problem. Inflation is a great example, because there are studies out that show about 25% of the current inflation is actually attributable to increased profits, price gouging. It's going on. It's a real thing. You wouldn't know it to listen to the member for Carleton. You wouldn't know it to listen to this government, who also incidentally is not acting in the way they should. And it's why we've been pushing for them to take the tax that they've announced for banks and insurance companies on excess profits and apply that to oil and gas companies and big box stores and others that profited hugely during the pandemic and continue to make record profits despite the hardship that so many Canadians are facing. So doubling the GST tax credit is a way to try and get help to some of the people that really need it the most. We're talking about 12 million Canadians. That's a lot of people that receive the GST tax credit. They're going to see some kind of relief to help with these increases in costs. But it's not going to be enough on its own. And it should have come a lot sooner. I mean, this is something that New Democrats have been calling for well over 6 months as inflation began to really take hold. And we saw that it wasn't just going to go away. We wanted a way to get help to people. And we also wanted a way to get help to people in a way that wouldn't drive more inflation. And so the problem, again, with the new Conservative leader is that anytime you talk about having a plan to help people, he says that's just going to drive up inflation. And that's not true. There are certain ways the government could try to help and end up driving up inflation. But when you're serious about it and you look at what's actually going on in the economy and you look at what the potential solutions are, there are ways, and doubling the GST tax credit is one of those ways. It's why New Democrats believe that this was an important immediate step that the government could take. Over 6 months later, here we are. They've finally seen reason and I think accepted that there is a need for action. But as usual, it's a little slow, just as it was too slow for many seniors who were seeing their GIS clawed back because they had the audacity to accept the government at their word, to apply for the CERB program that they qualified for when they lost their job during the pandemic and needed that supplementary income, and then saw their incomes clawed back the following year. And you could see it from July of 2021 coming, or 2020, I should say. It was coming like a slow train wreck. And the government knew about it and they didn't act on it. I think they knew as early as, I think it was May 2021. You'll forgive me if it's getting to be a little while ago and a lot of water has passed under the bridge. But I believe that to be the case. And it wasn't until this year that they finally implemented a solution for that. And of course, we know, unfortunately, some seniors took their lives in the meantime because they couldn't see a future for themselves, because they couldn't contemplate pitching a tent in a park and living there in the winter in Winnipeg in January. And so this is a government that I think has been far too slow to act when it comes to helping people. But there are solutions if we're intentional. If we don't rule out the very real and positive role that the public sector can play in not just in times of need, but also in structuring our economy so that we don't find ourselves in these kinds of crises, whether it's the housing crisis or other ones. Employment insurance is something I'd love to talk about. Perhaps I'll get a chance in the question and answer. The government's reverting back to the old EI system, even though that was always a disaster. And the new system has been working better, although not great. That's another place where the planning hasn't been put in place. Instead, we've actually got a lot of what the member Carleton calls for, which is a hands-off attitude from government and a pretty well letting the market reign when it comes to these things. And it's part of how we got to here. That's why we need a different approach. This is a small down payment. Let's get it done quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Tar, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to ask a question and the excitement from the member from St. Catharines for wanting to hear my question. I listened intently to what the member was saying, in particular when he was talking about housing. And I know that a lot has been coming from the other side of the House, in particular when the Leader of the Opposition talks about gatekeepers. He seems to focus a lot on these gatekeepers at the municipal level that are preventing development from happening, as if that is the golden ticket to the housing crisis that we have now. I don't believe that it is. I'm curious if he can comment on that. But I also would like to hear his thoughts on cooperative housing. I know that he mentioned that in his speech, and he offered it as one solution. It's a solution that at least I've seen in my riding can be very effective at getting tenants and those who are in the cooperative to genuinely participate in the organization, and it becomes a sense of pride and ownership in participating in that. And I'm wondering if he can comment on whether or not that's his preferred model of affordable housing when it's being built, or if he envisions something different.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I thank the member very much for his question, and of course, I think one of the points that I was trying to make, and I hope came across, was that the member of Carleton has been a gatekeeper himself, and when an important decision came about maintaining affordable housing and social housing and continuing to make that available for people who need it, who otherwise are on the street, he chose to cut government funding to those very housing projects and allow big economic players in to swoop in, buy those units, renovate and evict or renovict those tenants, jack up the rent, and make a killing. And that is part of the culture that has only accelerated in the pandemic years. But we know what this guy is like. We saw what he did when he had his hand on the lever. He decided to let those big players in to essentially dine out on the housing that had been built in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s and make huge profits instead of preserving that housing for the people it was built for who actually needed it. I'd be happy to talk a little bit about cooperative housing another time. I see the speaker's anxious to get to the next question.
Just me being the keeper of the gate. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry with a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to say I am so grateful for that very insightful speech from the member of the NDP. And here's why. They are as excited to talk about our new Conservative leader than they are about anything else, including their relationship with the Liberal government. And I think I know why. We're back from a summer around the riding, and I think folks in Elmwood Transcona, I think people in Timmins, I think people on Vancouver Island sent those members a little message this summer that they don't like this relationship they have with this Liberal government. Their policies are driving inflation, and what we are continuing to see is the same thing. So if he wants to talk about the new Conservative leader, I'm happy to do so as well. The question for him to put on the record then is our clear message this week. Payroll taxes are going to be going up, taking more off people's paychecks January 1st. The carbon tax is going up April 1st and is scheduled to triple. If he wants to control inflation, if he wants to help people with their financial budgets, does he agree with us? No new tax increases.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I am excited to talk about the new Conservative leader because I think as people get to know him, they will come to feel about him as I do. And I think a clue was in the member's question, actually, when he talked about payroll taxes. What Canadians should know is that when he says payroll tax, what he means is your pension. That's what he means. When we're talking about increases to the Canada Pension Plan so that Canadians can have a decent retirement, they call it a payroll tax. People should know that somebody that thinks that their pension is a payroll tax instead of what you go to work and actually work for and expect to bank on in your retirement is someone who is not in your corner and cannot be trusted to manage the affairs of the country. That's what people should know, and that's why I will keep talking about the new leader of the Conservative Party until everybody in Canada knows it.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to first of all thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to hear what he has to say on the following matter. The government's nasty habit. When they implement a policy, they systematically forget to think about Quebec. I would like to have his opinion on how a government can claim to govern all of Canada whilst forgetting 23% of the population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kona.
That is an excellent question, and I believe that another point that highlights this is the big question of OAS. For seniors, an OAS increase is very important, especially in these difficult times. It's important for them to have their OAS, their fixed pension, increased, and we have a government that seems to believe that the real price crunch on people's budgets and seniors' budgets is only applicable to seniors over 75 years of age. And we know, like the members from the Bloc, that this is not true. All seniors in the country, in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada, are under these extreme pressures, and there must be an across-the-board increase of the OAS applicable to all seniors.
Stealing commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for what I think is a very good speech. It's a very good moment for New Democrats when we can finally talk about the issues that most Canadians are already experiencing right at the pumps or in the grocery stores, and that's corporate greed. I heard the member just speak just a bit about that, which I'd like the member to elaborate on, but here's some facts. Pasta, 30% increase, coffee, 20%, oranges, 16%, bread, 16%. Another number, $3.5 billion of profit by big grocery stores. We're the only party talking about the real cost of inflation, which is corporate greed. Would the member please elaborate on how this corporate greed cost is affecting Canadians in his riding?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much to the member for Edmonton-Griesbach for that question. $3.5 billion, and that's money that comes out of the pockets of Canadians, just as any tax paid to the government comes out of the pockets of Canadians. And so when we see that kind of extraordinary increase in profit that goes hand in hand with price increases, then you have to know that a significant amount of that price increase is not just to make up for increased supply costs, but in fact is a company taking advantage of a difficult situation in order to charge more for their product. And they're able to walk away with more of that profit because since the year 2000, the corporate income tax in Canada has dropped from 28% down to 15%. We've seen like another way that the Harper government, among others, have contributed to the real estate culture that is driving housing prices through the roof was by not doing anything about the capital gains exemption that stands at 50%, which allows people to sell not just their stocks, but also real estate beyond their primary residence and get a steep tax discount for doing their business with stocks and real estate instead of income like most Canadians receive when they go to work. They get a salary or an hourly wage. Well, if you're fortunate enough to be dealing in real estate or in stocks, you actually get to pay 50% less tax, period, just by virtue of the way you do your own business. And all of that has reduced government revenue, not just absolutely, but as a share of GDP between 2000 and now. And that's why we don't have the money we need in order to fund proper public services.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Elmwood-Transcona. I appreciated his focus on the excess profits of the oil and gas sector I don't like using the term excess profit. I don't like using windfall profit. Let's be clear what we're talking about. We're talking about immoral war profiteering. That's what we're seeing right now. And if the honourable members across the way want to laugh, let me refer to the business columnist in the Globe and Mail, Eric Reguly, who called this out on his August 8th column and pointed out the profits of oil and gas right now have nothing to do with business acumen and everything to do with war. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he agrees with the Parliamentary Budget Office that by doubling from 15% to 30%, that additional $8 billion coming into the Canadian economy to government coffers could help us take care of the poorest of the poor.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona with a very quick answer.
Yes, I absolutely believe that additional profit that those companies are making, as the member says, not because of their business acumen, but by taking advantage of global circumstances in order to have a fig leaf as an excuse for why they're raising prices, absolutely should be taken back and should be invested in the things that we need in order to succeed as a society. Those are, that we need housing, we need better health care, we need to tackle the climate crisis. We can create jobs, good jobs for people by doing that. And we need money to pay for this. But the money is out there. Government collects a lot less in relative terms than it used to, even just 20 years ago. And it's time we start going back after that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you very much to my Conservative colleague across the way for his enthusiasm for my speech. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to this very important piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that I think that by the sounds of what I'm hearing, all members in the House will be supporting it, or at least I'm pretty clear that I've got that from the NDP and the Conservatives, because I think that people realize that this is something that is important, it's something that's critical, and it's something that people, quite frankly, need right now. What are we talking about? We're talking about a 6-month increase of the GST rebates that are given to individuals, and this means real meaningful impact for people, in particular those that are struggling the most and those that really need it. What we will see is for single individuals who have no children, their total GST rebate would be $467. For individuals for married or common law partnerships, they would see $612, and then there'd be $161 for each child under the age of 19. And really, this is about trying to help individuals, in particular right now when we know that we are experiencing this inflationary problem that has developed over time as a result of a number of different things that have been going on in the world, a number of things outside of the control of any individual country, and that we've landed where we are. But we know that we need to take care of each other, and that's what this really comes down to. It comes down to taking care of each other and supporting each other through the programs. I mean, that's what government is all about. Government is here to establish programs and policies that can have an impact throughout society. If we took the approach that unfortunately it appears in retrospect that the Conservatives wish we had taken when it came to the beginning of the pandemic of every person for themselves, if we took that approach, we really wouldn't need much in the line in terms of government. We wouldn't need government to be there to support Canadians and to support each other. You know, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot, and I think I just want to reflect back on a comment that the member from Elmwood Transcona made a few moments ago in answering a question from I believe it was from our Conservative friend from Stormont South Glengarry. Dundas, South Glengarry, and he phrased it perfectly. We hear the Conservatives talking about EI and CPP as payroll taxes. They're not payroll taxes. CPP is a pension plan. It's a plan that is paid into by the employee and the employer. It's a pension plan that many people rely on when they get to the age of retirement. And so when politicians, in my opinion, start toying with the idea of playing around with that fund or not properly ensuring that it has the resources within it or the funds within it, it means that we're going to have problems from a societal perspective later on when we find out that it is indeed underfunded. Likewise, EI. EI is employment insurance. This is a program it's an insurance policy. It's funding a policy that allows people to be able to withdraw when they need it the most, if they become unemployed or other circumstances that put them in the position of needing it. So I don't agree with that assessment of calling it a payroll tax. It is not a payroll tax. Neither of those programs are, but yet we hear that. You know, I heard the member from the neighboring riding of mine, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes earlier, pine back to the days of the UCCB, the Universal Child Care Benefit that Stephen Harper had introduced, and they pine about that program as though that's the gold standard for social programs of helping Canadians. The Universal Child Care Benefit, Mr. Speaker, was a program that literally gave every person or every child through their parents or their guardians a specific amount of money. It didn't matter how much you made. It wasn't tested based on someone's need whatsoever. How can that be regarded as a program, a social program? Instead, this government has been focused squarely on putting money into the hands of those that genuinely need it the most. And it's not just, you know, when you look at it, it's not just about supporting individuals. It's smart economic policy. Because what happens, Mr. Speaker, if you give a $100, $150 payment to a millionaire, somebody who doesn't need it, quite frankly, through the UCCB? What happens? They'll likely put it in a TFSA, or they'll put it in their bank account and collect interest off it, and it just sits there because they don't need it. What happens, Mr. Speaker, if you give it to somebody who genuinely needs it? They're going to go out and they're going to spend it. And what does that do? That helps and creates and stimulates the economy. So from a perspective, you know, when you pine back to the days of the Universal Child Care Benefit, as the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes did, you know, that's not smart policy. It's not smart policy from a societal perspective of supporting each other, and it's not smart policy from an economic perspective. When we invest in people and we take care of each other, we will all be better off. We will see our economy grow in a way that is sustainable and supports one another. And you know, so to that end, one of the arguments that I've heard come up a few times, I heard it from the member from Central Okanagan, I heard it from the member from Charleswood St. James, talk about, you know, the concerns over the inflationary impacts of a program like this. And I think it's a valid question to be asked, because we know that when you inject more money into the economy, you run the risk of inflation that is attached with that. So I think it's a valid question. But I would encourage them to go out and look and talk to some of the individuals, economists who understand and know this. And I'll read two quotes from two economists. The first from Yarmine Yalnizyan, an economist for Atkinson Fellow. I got that wrong. I butchered it. I apologize. And this is what this economist said. Quote, "In truth, the measures are so modest that they amount to just over 0.1% of nominal GDP and less than 1% of current growth, hardly a tail that could wag a dog. Along with the childcare fee rebate financed by the feds and promised by the province of Ontario government to start in April, money that is yet to arrive in mailboxes, there's a lot of talk, but not a lot of cash flowing to households. There's no chance current federal measures will spur inflationary overspending anytime soon," end quote. Here's another one from David McDonald, a senior economist at the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, who said, quote, "These transfers are unlikely to have much impact on inflation, as inflation is being driven by external factors like the price of gasoline, supply chain issues, and the like. These measures are quite targeted, and to get the full value of all three, you have to be a family making over $35,000. in the best scenario, you could receive about $2,300 for that family, which only amounts to 6.5% of income when inflation is running around 7%. These measures aren't boosting incomes well above inflation. They're just helping lower income families afford the price increases that have already happened, end quote. So there are two economists who are putting to rest, at least in their professional opinions, the notions about inflation and what this could do to inflation, although I think it is a very valid and genuine question to ask, especially in the current climate. But I hope that those two members in particular take comfort in knowing that these two economists don't agree that it would necessarily have an impact. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take up much more time than I absolutely have to. I don't want to speak long enough that I have to come back and speak the next time that this comes up for debate. I want members to have the genuine opportunity to speak to this. I really, really hope that this is one of those bills that we can see pass quickly, because it really it will have an impact in the lives of those who genuinely need it the most. We need to assist those who need it the most, and I really hope that this House will not play politics with this issue, and we will let people have the opportunity to speak to it, but then within a reasonable amount of time, get to the point where we can send it to committee, have it studied there, and then come back. Because at the end of the day, this is about supporting individuals who need it the most, Mr. Speaker, and I really hope that we can work together, because it appears as though we already all support it anyways, to make it happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Figured out. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a benefit to being right beside you, it appears. I want to thank my colleague from Kingston for his comments. I do want to point out one thing. When he talks about checks to millionaires, the Auditor General herself pointed out this government actually changed the tax code when the government was giving away the child benefit bump of $500. They actually changed the tax code so that families making up to $308,000 per year were able to receive that benefit. So when he talks about sending money to people, those in need, he overlooked that. I think it was $88 million of taxpayers' money was sent to those uber wealthy. But my question actually goes back to his comment about helping those truly in need. I want to give an example. When he talks about the tax or the GST credit, my two children, I love them, received the GST credit because one works relatively part-time, one works relatively part-time, but in school, their income is low enough. But here they will receive a bump. As much as I love my children, I don't believe that the children living at home of someone at our income bracket should be receiving that added bump. I wonder if the government did consider perhaps looking at an income means tested based on family income so that we could give more to those perhaps to a single mom or those at low income living by themselves? Or would he perhaps consider that as go forward for perhaps future things so that we really are truly getting that GST money or those money to those really in need as opposed to those living at home? We saw the CERB, $5 billion going to children living at the homes of wealthy parents. If we can enact things to move that away to truly focus on those in need. Thanks.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I'm absolutely thrilled to hear the Conservative members talking about programs that are tested based on need. I think that is a great step in the right direction and certainly a move away from the model of the universal child care benefit. I didn't quite, and perhaps I didn't understand him quite clearly about individuals who are making $308,000 or families. I mean, my wife and I combined are making that, and we don't get the money back that he's talking about. So I don't know where he's getting that number from, but maybe he can help me with that, because quite frankly, I don't believe that people that are in my position need to get that back, and so I'm not looking for it. And but I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that most people who are in my position would agree that when you get to a certain level of financial stability, there isn't the need to rely on these payments. And instead, we could better direct them at those that genuinely need them and provide more to those that genuinely need them. And that's exactly what the Canada Child Benefit did. It looked at how much individuals made and gave money to individuals to help with their children based on how much they made. And once you hit a certain threshold, you no longer made it.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. The government has come up with 3 things to deal with inflation: increasing the GST credit. We're in favor of that. The second thing is dental insurance for those under 12, and then rental assistance. When it comes to rental assistance, we are concerned that the people of Quebec will not get their fair share because it's tied to the Canada Housing Allowance. And in Quebec, we have our own program, and we opted out with full compensation. So when it comes to dovetailing these programs or harmonizing them, same thing with the dental insurance, it's just not there. Our age cutoff is different. There's been no effort to harmonize. Will the member opposite commit to amending the bill in order to better coordinate with what Quebec has so that Quebec doesn't lose out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Amending the bill. I'm not on the committee, and I certainly don't have a veto power over the committee or how it works, but I would suggest that if the member is bringing up and it sounds like he is, a very important point about the circumstances in Quebec and how it might apply differently, that there will be an opportunity at committee for the Bloc Québécois and those that are representing Quebec, quite frankly, to bring forward this issue and to talk about it so that individuals can properly be taken care of. I mean, if what he is suggesting is valid, then I don't see why the committee won't properly study it in order to bring forward solutions to address it.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I always appreciate the member from Kingston and the Islands when he speaks, and he speaks often in this House. And he's right, I think, to give credit to the NDP for having pushed, prodded, and pulled the government to put into place a series of measures that actually help Canadians, help people. The GST credit, that rebate, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is about, on average, about $500 that will go to about 12 million Canadians. We have, as well, dental care that's reflected in the other NDP bill that would be put in place. It would help thousands of Canadian families. And of course, the rental supplement will help nearly 2 million Canadians. So these are all measures that the NDP and the member from Burnaby South fought for. And it is to the credit of the government that they allowed themselves to be pushed, prodded, and pulled in the right direction to actually do things that will benefit Canadians. My question, Mr. Speaker, is to other measures that the NDP has talked about. For example, the greedflation, the intense profiteering that we have seen. As inflation has risen, we're seeing, of course, the cost of food go up, but profits for companies like Loblaws and Sobeys have increased far beyond the increase in the cost of food. Will the government take measures to actually cut back on this profiteering that is hurting so many Canadians at this dire time?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't care whose idea it was. I don't care if it was the NDP's idea to increase the GST or, done through negotiations or whatever. We're helping Canadians. Like, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I doubt that individual who's receiving the check in time to help buy more groceries really cares that it was the NDP that pushed for this, nor do they care that the leader of the opposition fought for, various different parts of this. All they care about is what supports their government is giving them in their time of need. So if the NDP want to take credit for it, fill your boots. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that. My position on this, Mr. Speaker, is that we help Canadians to the best of our ability. To his question about, corporate greed, as the NDP continually bring up, I'm not shying away from the topic. I hear the NDP bring it up a lot. I'd love to hear more about it. The member from Burnaby, if he wants to sit down with me and explain it, his positions on it more and talk about what he thinks some of the solutions would be, I'm more than willing to listen.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you'd be interested to know I'm literally in the market for a deck. Now, when you ask for quotes for a deck, you get price X and then price Y for cash. And what it speaks to is the number of people who don't file income tax returns and therefore will not benefit from their CPP, the HST increase, the rent supplement, all of that sort of stuff. I'd be interested in the honourable member's thoughts with respect to the need of Canadians, particularly low-income Canadians, to file their income taxes so that they may benefit from all of these things.
The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary, about a minute.
I'll start by saying that if the member from Scarborough Guildwood's looking for help in building a deck, I'm sure the member from St. Catharines and I can go over and help him. Well, maybe you can come too, Mr. Speaker. I don't know about the quality of the deck or how it'll turn out, but I'm more than willing to do my part. But, you know, I will say he raises an excellent point. He raises an excellent point. And that's why I think it is our job to encourage and make sure that people are aware of why it's so important. Filing your taxes is not just about, paying money and making sure you paid your fair share or trying to avoid taxes here or there. It's also about being able to tap into these very important programs that are designed and dedicated for individuals that need them in their time of need. And by filing your taxes, people will be able to demonstrate that when it's time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 6:19 p.m., comme il est 18h.
It being 6:19 p.m., the House will now deal with private members' business according to today's order paper.
Député, resuming debate of M42, Hindu Heritage Month, standing in the name of Mr. Arya.
I believe, looking at my list here. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's online. Perfect. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, and please go.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to resume remarks I was making previously on this bill to create Hindu Heritage Month, a bill recognizing the immense contributions of the Hindu community to Canada's life, national life in so many different areas. The last time this motion came up, I was also speaking about the way that we have moved from using heritage months to recognize ethnocultural communities to now increasingly recognizing religious communities as well. And I think these acts of recognition for faith communities are of some particular importance. For many people, faith is more fundamental than ethnocultural identity, and it also has a different kind of substance and depth. It is relatively easy for us to go through the process of experiencing the food, dress, and language of another ethnocultural group, but it is much harder to try to really understand the internal logic and view of the good life advanced by another religion on its own terms. But in a pluralistic society, that understanding is very important. Of course, understanding doesn't mean agreeing. Understanding and respect can be very consistent with also firmly asserting the truth of one's own convictions. But living out a healthy pluralism is about still seeking to draw from the insights of particular religious traditions other than one's own, recognizing that our understanding of the human condition and of the world around us is well served by a willingness to draw ideas and insights from different religious traditions. Mr. Speaker, I believe that pluralism isn't just a feature of a political system, but it is a virtue to be developed by individuals. To develop the virtue of pluralism is to seek to understand other ideas on their own terms and to be able to think about the internal logic of the other without losing one's own grounding in one's own tradition. It is to cultivate the ability to step into the intellectual space offered by another religious tradition while still being fully able to see its potential flaws and step out of it. In this sense, I'm defining pluralism as an intellectual virtue, a quality of the mind that citizens and leaders should seek to develop. Virtues are defined by Alistair McIntyre as qualities of character that allow an individual to achieve goods internal to practices and sustain us in the relevant quest for the good. The good practice of pluralism requires intellectual curiosity and substantive open-mindedness on the part of individuals to the insights of religion and of different religions. This goes beyond mere acts of recognition and seeks to understand and learn from the ideas of others. One can and should develop this virtue while still retaining a sense of one's own grounding. Pluralism is different from relativism. Relativism denies that things can be true and false. However, pluralism is to emphasize that I can retain a sense that there are objective points of truth and false while still being able to mentally put on the thinking of another tradition long enough to really understand it and to take it seriously, and that I can learn from insights of that tradition or way of thinking. So I've tried to develop this kind of understanding of Hinduism. For those of us from Abrahamic religious traditions, Hinduism as a religion can be particularly difficult to understand. This is because the typically Abrahamic way of thinking about religion is very different from the Hindu tradition. The different communities really mean something substantively different even when they use the term religion. The Abrahamic faiths, particularly Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, are rooted in the concept of a single all-powerful God who provides direct and decisive revelation, who outlines the moral framework for us to live by through that revelation, and who expects to alone be the object of worship. These faith systems do build on past revelations, with Christianity seeing itself as building on Judaism and Islam seeing itself as building on both. But there are also senses in which these are revolutionary ideas and that they call for a decisive separation from other religious practices. All of the Abrahamic traditions emphasize some concept of one God, one truth, and leading to one right path. For the practitioners of the Abrahamic faiths, religious doctrines which are absolute in nature can coexist with political doctrines that are pluralistic. That is, we do believe in the existence of one right path, and we also believe in the freedom of individuals to find it on their own. Religious freedom in the Christian tradition emphasizes that human free choice and freedom to pursue God without state interference is a consequence of the absolute belief in created human dignity. Hinduism is different from the Abrahamic faith in that it has the concept of plurality directly within it theologically. An expansive, open-ended pluralism isn't just defended as a valuable feature for political communities. It actually exists right within the religious community of Hindu believers. You will find monotheists and polytheists and people with very different ideas about moral questions and aspects of religious practice who all identify as Hindus. Hinduism is not defined by a belief in a particular god or gods, and it is not defined by a creed. Hinduism is a kind of family of spiritual practices and religious ways of life. As it has developed into its modern form, it has continued to grow and adapt as an organic thing, preserving the past while adding to it. This is most notable in how the early Vedic traditions of Hinduism evolved with the development of the Upanishads, introducing monotheism into Hinduism as a kind of superstructure over top of, but also including the older polytheism. Hinduism finds ways of preserving aspects of the old while developing the new. Hinduism has also developed a unique kind of pluralism within itself that willingly incorporates other ideas from other religions. The best summary of religious dialogue between Hindus and members of Abrahamic faiths is this apparent exchange between the founders of India and Pakistan. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "I am a Hindu, a Muslim, a Christian, a Parsi, a Jew." And to this, Jinnah replied, "Only a Hindu would say that." Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we are all blessed to live in a country where we can practice our faith, share our traditions, and learn from each other. Our Canadian pluralism ought not be taken for granted, as we see threats to religious freedom on multiple fronts, from violent extremists who vandalize temples, mosques, churches, and synagogues in order to make people feel unsafe in their religious practice, to governments that deny people's ability to practice their faith openly in the name of so-called secularism, to governments that fail to respect conscience and threaten the charitable status of faith-based organizations. We see that threats to religious freedom are growing in Canada, and I am committed to fighting in this place to defend pluralism and religious freedom for as long as I am here. So once again, thank you to the Hindu community for your significant contributions to this great nation.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Paget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we are here today to talk about the motion to create or to symbolically rename a month as Hindu Heritage Month. And really, what I like about this motion is the word heritage. Because, of course, we are all secularists, and I am an ardent secularist, and I believe in freedom of conscience. But that is a concept, the one of secularism. It might seem to be a bit out of this world in this parliament and in this country. And in fact, the term that we use in Quebec for secularism, or laïcité, does not have an equivalent in English. So really, we think that religion belongs to the private sphere. So the existence of a god or gods cannot be something that is decided in the public domain. It's not something that can be established through argument or through reason. So really, if it's impossible to discuss it in the way we did discuss inflation and budget measures, well, that's based on facts. But when it comes to faith or lack of faith, it's not the same thing. As an elected representative, I would never answer questions about my own religious faith. I am allowed to believe, to have a faith, to be passionate about a culture, but that has nothing to do with my work, because I represent people from all faiths, or people who simply do not have a faith, and that is up to each person to decide to either believe or not believe. And when it comes to secularism, it means to have belief and non-belief on the same playing field. It is possible to dislike religions, one or many, and to ridiculize religions, because those who wish to prevent that have also led to excesses such as the Charlie Hebdo incident, that sad incident in France. I also abstain from identifying people by their religious community or cultural community, because a nation is not a grouping of people who belong to different faiths. It is a grouping of citizens who are equal and whose religious beliefs are a matter for their own conscience. The government can know about all creeds, but should not recognize any of them, in my opinion. It is possible, but it is not something that should happen when it comes to talking about the precepts of a religion, be it Hinduism, the Muslim religion, or Christianity, or any other. So when it comes to cultural diversity, that is not something that has to do necessarily with religion. So, because, as we know, there can be people from a given region who convert to a religion that is not in their territory. So really it is clear that there's not only one religious heritage, there are many religious heritages, and that's why we like this motion. That's not because we are able to recognize the importance of the Catholicism in the history of Quebec, for example, and even we can be secularists at the same time. And we also can recognize that churches are architectural jewels. That is completely possible to say, even though we're secularists. Therefore, by that same logic, when it comes to Hindu heritage in Quebec, there is significant Hindu heritage in Quebec with strong roots. The Hindu community, despite the reservations I just expressed, has its own history, and it was difficult to adapt the traditional rites of the Hindu heritage to Quebec reality, because in fact it's much simpler to do that in the Caribbean, for example, and in other places. But there were some dates in the Hindu calendar that had to be shifted to adapt to the constraints of Quebec and Quebec's weather. And there's also the Hindu temple in Dollard-des-Ormeaux, which is an architectural jewel that adds to the richness of the heritage and the beauty of Quebec's architectural landscape. So really, we can support this motion without any trouble at all. In Canada, the first Hindus arrived at the beginning of the 20th century, and in 2015, there was in 1915, when there was legislation to prevent Asian immigration into Canada, and then that was lifted, and that's where we saw a wave of immigration. According to Statistics Canada, in 1981, there were 7,500, and in 1991, there was twice that, and 25,000 in 2001. Hindu heritage has its place. Since the 80s in Montreal, the first Hindu temple was built, the first temple in Canada. It's the Hindu mission on Bellechasse Street in Petite Patrie. And the community is mainly made up of two groups. So the northern Indians and the southern Indians and Tamils. There are two main sites for the rites, and I'm not here to say whether anything is right or wrong, but it is a temple. And it's a space for religious heritage that is important, but really in Quebec, Hindu heritage is mainly situated in the second site where religious rites are situated. And you can see it with the architectural characteristics of the temple. Tsihu Murugan, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing this right, of the Tamil community in Montreal. That temple, well, there is also the Hindu Mandir temple, which follows traditional Hindu architecture, but also has more functional aspects. The Murugan reproduces the original architecture from India, which goes back to about 5,000 years before the Christian era. The Tamil community saved up for 20 years to be able to save up 3.5 million to build the temple. Some rites are practiced in the Dollar des Ormeaux temple that go back millennia. So really, it is the main Tamil site of worship in Quebec. This is the Murugan temple. So when I tell you that these buildings are spectacular, really when you go in to the Dollar des Ormeaux Hindu temple, you walk into that space. It's 6,000 square feet. There's if you go there, you go under a tower, a pyramid-shaped tower that's about 30 meters high. I've never been, but I did my research, and really I do want to go. And I intend to go very soon. And then there's a second tour over the main altar of the temple. And that is considered by the Tamil Hindus as being their main divinity who is worshipped there. And then outside the sanctuary, there are other spaces. So it is truly an impressive space inside and out. And it's a temple that is open to everyone 365 days a year. And this project was conducted by immigrants from Sri Lanka who arrived in Montreal in the 1980s. So this temple, the desire to build it goes back to 1983. There had to be fundraising, and we are very happy to see that it was successful because the temple honors the community. It's part of the city. It's in the industrial sector. Really, it raised private funds. I can see that you're telling me that my time is running out, Mr. Speaker. Yes, so I will conclude. All right, so it's time for questions. I'll conclude by saying that we are pleased to support this motion for the reasons I just outlined. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Burnaby. Namaste, Vanakkam, Monsieur President. I'm happy to rise to support motion 42, M42, and following in the footsteps of my colleague, a member from Edmonton Griesbach, who spoke on the first hour of debate very eloquently. I just wanted to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that M42 says the following. In the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Hindu Canadians have made to the socio-economic development of Canada and their services to Canadian society. The richness of Hindu heritage and its vast contribution to the world of arts and science, astronomy to medicine, and its culture and traditions, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon it for our future generations in Canada by declaring November every year Hindu Heritage Month. And I wanted to start off, Mr. Speaker, by addressing my constituents in New Westminster Burnaby and the important Hindu temples that are found in Burnaby. I wanted to start by remarking about the Hindu temple in Burnaby that is one of the largest Hindu temples in all of Canada, and the Hindu Cultural Society and Community Centre of BC. This is a remarkable temple that is found on Marine Drive and has many celebrations that invites the entire community. It is very, very much a foundation stone in our community. Secondly, the Arulmigu Turkadevi Hindu Society, which is a Tamil-speaking Hindu temple on Edmund Street in Burnaby. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, for those who participated in their annual Chariot Festival, which goes along Edmonds Street and through the Edmonds area of Burnaby, it is truly extraordinary, a very extraordinary manifestation of the strength of the Hindu faith in Canada. And finally, I wanted to shout out and mention ISKCON in Burnaby, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this year I attended the Krishna Janmashtami just a few weeks ago. It is quite extraordinary, Mr. Speaker. Over 30,000 people, many of them my constituents, many of them constituents of the NDP leader, the member from Burnaby South. And throughout the evening, it was a very warm summer evening. That commemoration of Janmashtami, that celebration, goes late into the night and even into early morning hours. And every one of the 30,000 that were present had the opportunity to eat a vegetarian meal. There is entertainment, there's worship, of course, in the ISKCON temple. It is quite an extraordinary event. And I think both the Hindus that attended and non-Hindus, there was a feeling and a sense of solidarity and peace that is truly, truly exceptional, Mr. Speaker. It is an incredible addition to our community. And I mention this, Mr. Speaker, because when we talk about those of the Hindu faith across the country, 500,000 Canadians, we see that type of contribution to communities, to provinces, indeed to the entire country. And this is why it is so important that the member from Nepean, and I congratulate him for bringing this forward, has brought forward this motion that we put into place a Hindu Heritage Month. When you have 500,000 Canadians making that type of contribution each and every day right across this country, it is important for this Parliament to acknowledge that and this Parliament to underscore that. And so I'm delighted, along with my NDP colleagues, to support this very, very important motion. And we hope that it will pass with the backing of all members of Parliament. I thank the member for Nepean for bringing this forward. And I also wanted to thank him for discussions that we've had that do touch on the Hindu faith, Mr. Speaker, regarding my Bill 229, which is the banning of Nazi symbols in this country. I want to touch on this briefly because it is important as we highlight the important contributions of Canadians of the Hindu faith right across the length and breadth of this country. We can't ignore the fact that there is an increase in hate, an increase in racism, an increase in things that we thought in Canada we had gotten beyond. A lot of this is provoked from outside the country. We've seen far-right organizations in the United States and even in Europe that are trying to ignite hatred. And it is important to curtail that. We saw it with the recent convoy as well. The expressions of hate that we need to push back against. And so my bill to ban Nazi emblems, Nazi symbols, was put forward in this House, as you know, Mr. Speaker, a few months ago. The member for Nepean and many members of the Hindu community stepped forward to say it's important that we not talk about the swastika as anything more than an important symbol of Hindu faith. And this is an important point to make, Mr. Speaker, that the swastika is a profoundly reverent symbol of the Hindu faith and should be treated as such. And so I have undertaken to amend my bill to eliminate that reference so that we speak only about Nazi symbols when we talk about a banning of these symbols of hate. And that is perhaps why, Mr. Speaker, it is more important than ever that we underscore the important contribution of Canadians of the Hindu faith in putting forward and adopting this motion to adopt Hindu Heritage Month. Because we are seeing this increased manifestation of hate, we need to counter it. And this is one very effective way that we can do that. As members of Parliament, hopefully all joining our voices together, we move to adopt this motion to put in place Hindu Heritage Month for the month of November. This is an important way of pushing back against the signs that we have all seen that are profoundly disturbing about a rise in hate, often triggered from outside our country. And Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier the Janmashtami and the 30,000 people coming out at ISKCON to celebrate this important Hindu festival. I mentioned the Chariot Festival at the Arul Migu Turkadevi Hindu Society on Edmund Street. I think it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that in New Westminster Burnaby, we have a profound contribution from those of the Hindu faith right across the length and breadth of our riding. And in all of those circumstances, these incredible festivities of peace and serenity and celebration of the Hindu faith, there's never been any incidences that there is a profound support in the community for these very significant festivals that are held. And this is something that I appreciate enormously about New Westminster Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, I know that I've talked to you before about New Westminster Burnaby. It is the most diverse riding in the entire country. Over 150 languages are spoken there. People come from all the four corners of this planet to join on the traditional territory of the Kakite First Nation and the Hokamina and Skohomish-speaking Coast Salish peoples. And there they have found a home in which everyone gets along together. 150 different languages, important components of every major faith around the world. And all of these many people get together in harmony. It is something that we treasure in our community, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about the Hindu community, there as well, we know many dozens of languages that come from those of the Hindu faith themselves. And I had, in my younger years, Mr. Speaker, the chance to travel from New Delhi down to Kanyakumari in third-class train across India. I spent a couple of months traveling throughout India and saw firsthand the importance, the relevance of the Hindu faith there in its birthplace and its remarkable contribution right across the length and breadth of India, and the incredible diversity of so many different languages. Well, that is replicated, Mr. Speaker, in New Westminster Burnaby. And that is why it is, I think, so important to underscore the important contributions of 500,000 Canadians of the Hindu faith. To do that, hopefully, as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. And I hope as well, sincerely, that this initiative from the member of Nepean will be adopted unanimously in the House. I hope that that will happen soon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me a great pleasure to rise today and speak to motion 42 to have Hindu Heritage Month be every November moving forward. Couldn't be more supportive of this motion, and I'm glad to hear it seems like we have quite a bit of consensus in the House today. Multiculturalism, we all get a source of pride from across Canada. And, you know, we know that many other months have been designated for the celebration of other Canadian heritages or backgrounds. And I think the proposal to have Hindu Heritage Month every November is another contribution to us acknowledging the many contributions that Hindu Canadians make, but also really celebrating and learning about the richness of the culture that Hindu Canadians bring to Canada. And you know, the Hindu community in my community of Whitby is growing and becoming stronger. Our community's growing rapidly and diversifying, which I'm very happy to see. And I'm really happy to see this because I really relate to and truly appreciate Hindu culture. I love the vibrant colors, the clothing, the music, food, dances, festivals, and many of the events that I actually get to attend. And I know that Hindu culture is pluralistic, so there's, you know, it's not just one religion or one God. There's a number of traditions within the Hindu culture. And I think that's beautiful, that it's highly pluralistic. It also has a sort of aesthetic foundation, which really sort of, you know, I think brings out the arts and the sort of unique cultural expression within the Hindu culture. And we know that diversity is always been recognized as a strength for Canada, but I'm glad to see that we're continually embracing that and recognizing it as a true strength that we have. And as we continue to foster diversity, I think that the further strength will come with it. And we need to facilitate, I think, cross-cultural dialogues and really work to learn and appreciate the cultures that we get the chance to be exposed to here in Canada. And that really means, being committed to learning and engaging and really truly coming to appreciate the various cultures that are there. And the Hindu culture is no exception. Just the other week, I went to an event on September 9th for unveiling a statue of Ganesh for Ganesh Chaturthi, organized by the Cultural Association of the GTA and the Durham Telugu Association, and it was fantastic. The food was amazing. The statue came all the way from India, and it was a big event. It was a big cultural event in our community, and there were hundreds of individuals of Hindu faith that were there. And we really just enjoyed the many aspects of their culture. Also looking forward to, obviously, coming up in October, which is the Diwali, the Festival of Lights, which I know many of us celebrate as well. The victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance, which is great. The tradition Diwali really brings people together, and we have a lot to be grateful for in terms of that tradition. We've also, in my community, been encouraging cricket, and cricket is being played by hundreds and hundreds of people in our community. It's really growing in terms of popularity, and we've been advocating for a cricket pitch for some time, and the many Hindu Canadians that love their cricket are now getting to play in a more permanent pitch that's now in my community, which is great. And so I would also just say that there's so many contributions that Hindu Canadians have made to the fabric of our country, and the over 500,000 Hindu Canadians that continue to make valuable contributions every single day. One in my riding that I particularly appreciate is Charminar Indian Cuisine Restaurant in Whitby, which during the pandemic was wonderful at feeding frontline workers and so generous. They support all kinds of charity events in our riding, and they really do great things. Not to mention their food is fantastic. We also know that here in Ottawa, the neuroscience clinic was supported by a very generous donation by the Bhargava family. And, it's things like this that we really need to recognize. Obviously, many of us have probably appreciated yoga. I know being 6'6", it's something I find a bit difficult, but I certainly think lots of Canadians can appreciate that as another contribution that Hindus have made to Canada. And I have one other really strong tie with the Hindu culture. When I studied philosophy at Carleton University many years ago, I read and studied and got many insights from the Bhagavad Gita. All in all, I would just say Hindu Canadians are making great contributions to the country. The fabric of our communities is greatly enhanced by the contributions that they make, both their cultural expressions and their many traditions, and even their religious beliefs and backgrounds are really making contributions to how we work together and understand the importance of diversity in our communities. So I would just say, it couldn't be more supportive of making every November moving forward Hindu Heritage Month. And I hope everyone in the House will support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the member. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in strong support of M42. The motion before us simply seeks to declare that every November be Hindu Heritage Month. And I want to, at the outset, take this opportunity to acknowledge the member for Nepean. He's someone that I've gotten to know over the past 7 years that we've served together in this place, and he's someone I consider a friend. And I want to acknowledge his leadership in bringing this forward, the member himself being of Hindu heritage. Mr. Speaker, Hinduism is one of the world's oldest religions. Indeed, it has been said to be the world's oldest religion with an ancient history dating back more than 5,000 years. It's also one of the world's largest religions, with 900 million people, more than 900 million people, from all corners of the world who practice Hinduism. More than that, Mr. Speaker, Hinduism is beyond that of a set of religious beliefs. As the member for Nepean, in his eloquent speech when he spoke to the motion, spoke of the rich, diverse, and ancient inheritance that underpins Hinduism, including wisdom traditions, literature, festivals, and, as the member noted, most importantly, samskaras, or sacraments in their homes. Hinduism is a religious tradition. It is a way of life, or dharma, with a message centered on tolerance, on religious freedom, and in universality. Mr. Speaker, indeed, a Sanskrit phrase found in Hindu texts, when translated into English, means the world is one family. Consistent with this, pluralism is very much inherent in the beliefs of Hindus. These principles, including pluralism and tolerance and universality that I spoke of, are rooted in the sacred Hindu texts, the Rig Veda, Vedas, which provide that truth is one, sages call it by many names. Mr. Speaker, Hindus in Canada have a long history dating back more than 100 years ago. Then, a small number of Hindu families came from Punjab. It was not until the 1960s that a larger number of Hindus came to Canada, mostly from northern India. In the 1970s, many more Hindus from other parts of the world, including countries in East Africa, Trinidad, Fiji, and Guyana, came to Canada. Many of those Hindus were fleeing religious discrimination and persecution in their home countries. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that one of the great things about Canada is that we are a country of religious freedom. Canadians have a right, indeed it is a fundamental right guaranteed to all Canadians, to peacefully assemble and practice their religion freely. And consistent with that, and in that spirit, this motion reflects the cultural and religious pluralism that is Canada. Today, the Hindu community is a vibrant one. It is more than 600,000 people strong and growing. It is a community that is recognized to be peaceful, community-oriented, productive, and highly educated. Hindu Canadians have contributed to virtually all aspects of Canadian society, including technology, science, the arts, law, medicine, and politics. And speaking of Hindu Canadians who have contributed politically, I do want to acknowledge the member for Nepean. That honourable member came to Canada not many years ago, in 2003 or 2004. He came, like many Hindu Canadians, as someone who was highly educated, who brought professional expertise as an executive in high technology. He came to build a better life for himself and his family, to work hard, and to give back, to contribute to Canada as a dedicated volunteer in his South Ottawa community. And quite remarkably, in little more than a decade upon arriving in Canada, that honourable member was elected to serve the people of Nepean, where he has served over the past 7 years, and during which time he has made substantive contributions. I also would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge our late former colleague, Deepak Obrai. Deepak is someone that I was fortunate to get to know when I was first elected in 2015 and served with Deepak until his untimely passing in 2019. Deepak's political career is a storied one. He did many things, including running for the leadership of the Conservative Party. Although he was very much an underdog and frankly didn't come close to winning, he did contribute in a substantive way to the leadership race, and he made many contributions to our party. But more than that, he made many contributions in this place where for 22 years he tirelessly and effectively represented the people of Calgary East and Calgary Forest Lawn. For many years, he served as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, where he represented Canada on the international stage in that capacity. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me say that in passing this motion, in declaring November as Hindu Heritage Month, rightfully acknowledges the significant contributions of Hindu Canadians. More than that, it provides a unique platform, an opportunity for Canadians of Hindu heritage to promote their culture and traditions and to tell their stories and the stories of their ancestors that are interwoven into the fabric of Canada. Mr. Speaker, this House has a long tradition of passing bills and motions that celebrate communities that make up Canada. In that spirit, I hope that this worthy motion receives the unanimous support of this House and that every November we can celebrate as Hindu Heritage Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member for that intervention. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in support of the motion on Hindu Heritage Month. Like my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, I want to also congratulate and say thank you to our honourable colleague from Nepean. He has worked tirelessly in pursuit of cultural recognition, and I want to publicly thank him. Understanding, tolerance, acceptance is what this motion is all about. Before I get into the crux of my address, I want to begin by mentioning my Ukrainian intern, Yulia Hrabenko. Yulia, who started with us last May and stayed until the end of the session, was responsible for researching this motion. I know Yulia is watching from home tonight, and if you will indulge me for a moment, Mr. Speaker, I want to say a few words to her. Yulia, I can't tell you how impactful you were. It's one thing to see the horror of what's going on in the Ukraine on TV, but to speak with someone living it each and every day, there are not words to express. You are an incredibly strong one. I want you to know we are thinking of you. We're thinking of your family. We're praying you are all safe, and we're praying for an immediate end to this Russian aggression. Mr. Speaker, Yulia was a valued member of our team. Aside from her daily duties around our office, she offered us real-time perspective on the war, what was going on back at home. She opened her eyes daily to the atrocities her family, her friends, and her country are facing at the blood-stained hands of Vladimir Putin. I asked Yulia to help research this motion, and I'm extremely proud of her effort and the work that she performed. I'm extremely proud of the work that she did with us and on this motion. And I'm extremely proud of her. Again, Yulia, you are a remarkable young woman. Mr. Speaker, acceptance, tolerance in a world torn by conflict is something that we should all strive for. The motion before us, in my mind, embodies what it is to be tolerant. We don't lose ourselves or our traditions when we recognize and celebrate the values and traditions of others. In a world that has seemed to have lost its way, we need more understanding, we need more education, and we need more acceptance. We fear what we don't know. There's so much intolerance. You can't turn on the news without seeing acts of violence in the Ukraine, acts of violence in Iran, acts of violence against the Yazidis, and the list goes on. But this violence, while seemingly more prevalent today, is not unique or exclusive to this time. Recent discoveries of mass graves at residential schools across Canada have shown us this. Atrocities committed against the youngest defenseless have filled news feeds for the last 2 years. This is unacceptable. There are many Canadians that are just waking up to the fact that residential schools were there to drive the Indian out of those children. Tens of thousands of them went to those schools, and many, many never came home. How do we ensure that this generation and generations to come understand and know their heritage? My own children are Indigenous, but they know very little about their culture. They know very little about their language, and they know very little about their history. And that's a shame, because the greatest connection to your heritage should be through your family. I've always said you'll never know where you're going if you don't understand where you are from. One of the main reasons we see these daily atrocities is the lack of knowledge, the lack of unwillingness to accept each other's perspective. This leads to unfathomable forms of intolerance between people. This prejudice lets us believe that our actions have no consequences. History is rife with examples of intolerance, instances where we have looked the other way because we believe that those who are not like us don't matter. The beauty of Canada is our multicultural background. I value the ethnic patchwork that makes our country whole, but we have room to grow. The motion before us today is a perfect example of this. The addition of Hindu Heritage Month will only strengthen our union. It will only strengthen our tolerance. It will only strengthen our knowledge. It's an opportunity to celebrate, remember, and educate future generations about Hindu Canadian contributions, about the important role they have played in building our country, about the important role they continue building our future. When I think of Hindu Canadians, the first name that comes to mind is my friend and our former colleague, Deepak O'Brien. Deepak was an MP from Calgary East and then Calgary Forest Lawn, and when Conservatives formed the government, he became Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation and to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He was the only Hindu Canadian MP running for election at that time. He was an incredible person, loved by all in Parliament. He showed me how one can respect and promote their original heritage while maintaining an incredible love for Canada. Deepak O'Brien was a proud Hindu Canadian who brought Hindu cultural celebrations to Parliament Hill. When I was first elected in 2015, one of the very first events that I visited on the Hill was the Diwali festival organized by Deepak. Diwali is the festival of lights and one of the major holidays celebrated by Hindus every fall. I fell in love with the vibrancy of the event. I was sitting in the front row and felt very proud to celebrate our diverse community and be part of it. I felt so Canadian at that moment. Deepak passed away, unfortunately, in 2019. He was a very good friend of mine, and every time I speak to his family, and now, I always tear up because of how kind and dedicated he was. Deepak had so little time to share his culture with us, to celebrate his Hindu heritage. Yes, a life well lived, a legacy never to be forgotten, but alas, a life to breathe. After his death, I decided to take over the organization of the National Diwali celebration on Parliament Hill. Since 2019, we've been holding the event on the Hill. Canadians of all ethnicities come to the National Diwali celebration on Parliament Hill because of Deepak. I'm so proud to announce that we will be once again hosting the 22nd National Diwali on Parliament Hill on October 26th in the Sir John A. Macdonald Hall. and I hope that I will see all of my colleagues there. Deepak showed me a great example how a leader must invest into his community and work with different communities across the nation. He must be understanding, involved in events that are culturally significant to his constituency and Canadians, regardless of background and religion. Like Deepak, my philosophy is that it doesn't matter where you come from. We must care for one another. We have a responsibility to support our neighbors, regardless of their background. Canada is home to more than 500,000 Hindus. Their contribution to Canada's social and economic fabric is so immense. It was about 110 years ago when the first Hindus migrated to Canada from India and settled in my own province of British Columbia. Today, there are over 2,000 Indo-Canadians who live in my riding of Cariboo Prince George alone. Many of them represent the vibrant Hindu community of our region, and I'm always delighted to visit my Hindu friends and be part of their glorious traditional celebrations. Canada is also home to some of the largest Hindu temples to be located outside of India. One of the biggest is the venerable Bapshri Swaminarayan Mandir in Toronto. The mandir is the largest of its kind in Canada and was constructed according to guidelines outlined in ancient Hindu scriptures. The grounds spread over 18 acres. In addition to the mandir, include a heritage museum. The mandir was inaugurated in 2007 in the presence of Prime Minister Stephen Harper. In his address that day, Prime Minister Harper said this, and I quote, "The Bapshri Swaminarayan Mandir will inspire visitors to appreciate how the spiritually diverse, multi-ethnic heritage of Indo-Canadians has contributed to the fields of arts, science, education, and pluralism." 15 years later, I cannot agree more with the vision laid out by our Prime Minister. We as Conservatives have contributed much towards the evolution of Hinduism in Canada. We're very proud of the contributions and achievements of our Hindu Canadians. That is why I will unequivocally support this motion to make the month of November Hindu Heritage Month. There are so many divisions in the world. We should all stand together, shoulder to shoulder, to celebrate our diversity and learn from each other, because that is how we unite. I hope all my colleagues will vote in favor of this motion put forward by our honourable member from Nepean. Thank you.
Any other speakers? No. If I'm to recognize the honourable member for Nepean, it'll be for his right of reply. The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Namaste. I would like to begin by thanking my colleagues from all political parties for strongly backing the motion to designate November as the Hindu Heritage Month. I am humbled by the support of dozens of organizations from across Canada and from thousands of Canadians. Hindu Canadians are the most peaceful, hardworking community which has made and continues to make significant contribution to Canada's socio-economic development and cultural heritage. On Hindu heritage, Hindus have an ancient, magnificent, and robust inheritance, which they have received from numerous sources. Our wisdom traditions, our religious rites and rituals, our literature, the many arts and crafts, our elders, our fairs and festivals, and above all, from the many samskaras or the sacraments in our home. That heritage not only gives us drishti or worldview, it defines our purusharthas or aims of life, and equally defines our samskriti, our culture. In short, Hindu heritage defines our dharma. In a civilization that is so ancient, what strikes one is that not only does it have an unbroken tradition of 5,000 years of recorded history, but also the plurality or diversity of our tradition. Even in the absence of a monolithic religious dispensation, we Hindus, whether in Canada or anywhere in the world, are connected by an invisible thread that binds us together. That is the strength of our Hindu heritage. Our wisdom traditions that starts from the Vedas and then flows into Upanishads or the forest discourses, followed by our Puranas our songs and stories, are philosophically rich and form the foundation of temple traditions. It is the same vast heritage that informs our costume and cuisine, our habits and behavior, our arts and crafts. The Hindu heritage does not restrict itself to matter religious, but we have a strong aesthetic foundation which leads to the celebration of Saundarya, or what is beautiful. We celebrate the beautiful in our lived lives through stories and paintings, song and dance, color and cuisine, festivals and family events. Though ancient, our heritage is alive and growing. It is open to influences from other civilizations and freely adapts and gives to whoever we come in contact with. Thus it is that for us Hindus, Canada is a comforting home, a comforting and embracing home away from home. For many people in the world, the term cultural heritage is still primarily tangible or material cultural heritage. There is a need to recognize, preserve, celebrate, and promote the Hindu heritage as defined by UNESCO's intangible or living cultural heritage. This intangible or living cultural heritage includes oral traditions like song and dramatic performances, performing arts like vocal and instrumental music and dance, social practices like rituals and festivals, traditional knowledge like cuisine and medicine, and traditional craftsmanship like pottery, metalwork, and jewelry. Proclaiming Hindu Heritage Month provides an opportunity to remember, celebrate, and educate both current and future generations about Hindu heritage and the contributions of Hindu Canadians to our great nation. I would like to thank again my colleagues in this House, dozens of organizations across Canada, and the thousands of Canadians who have reached out to me in support of this motion. This support is so Canadian way that both people with different political ideologies and people agnostic to any political ideologies all coming together for recognizing and promoting Hindu heritage in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dhanyavad.
The question is as follows. Mr. Ara, seconded by Mr. Duguid, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Hindu Canadians have made to the socioeconomic development of Canada and their services to the Canadian society. The richness of Hindu heritage and its vast contribution to the world of arts and science, astronomy to medicine, and its culture and traditions, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon it for future generations in Canada by declaring November every year Hindu Heritage Month. If a member or recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would ask them to please rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to an order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 28, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I thank everybody for their interventions tonight. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. And I'll recognize the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in adjournment proceedings this evening to pursue a question I asked on World Oceans Day. World Oceans Day, June 8th, is observed every single year within what is the United Nations and Canada's Environment Week. I asked about the impact of the climate crisis on our oceans and whether this government was prepared to take it seriously. Every single second, and I need to repeat this, when you do it in 30 seconds in question period, I think it goes rather quickly. Every single second of every single minute of every single hour of every single day, every second, the equivalent of 7 Hiroshima nuclear bombs, equivalent heating, is absorbed by our ocean due to our burning of fossil fuels and destruction of forests, the problem that gets referred to as the climate crisis. I put that forward. We're seeing changes in our ocean currents. They're massively dangerous. We are seeing ocean levels rising, but so are the acidity levels in our ocean water rising. So also is the oxygen level in much of our oceans dropping. One particular example is the Gulf of St. Lawrence, which those of the members here in this place who have connections to Atlantic Canada, myself, I'm a member for British Columbia, but live and my family's still on Cape Breton Island. The Gulf of St. Lawrence is Canada's most productive marine ecosystem. It provides billions of dollars of wealth to the Atlantic region. We still have a fishery, Mr. Speaker, despite the collapse of the North Atlantic cod. There is a fishery in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. But the Gulf of St. Lawrence is experiencing rapid deoxygenation and acidification. And why? Because the Gulf Stream is stalling and the Labrador Current is stalling. And what happens is that as you used to refresh the Gulf of St. Lawrence with the colder water from the Labrador Current, which was full of oxygen, the Gulf of St. Lawrence is now being recharged by a stalling, warmer, deoxygenated Gulf Stream. Well, all of this, of course, points to the fact that the climate crisis isn't a manageable issue, like put some kind of a filter at the end of a tailpipe and keep on polluting. That's the approach this government has taken. Its so-called solution of net zero by 2050 is nothing but propaganda. As I pointed out to the parliamentary secretary in that debate, net zero by 2050 is not a goal, it's an epitaph. Now, it's true that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the most eminent scientific and most rigorous process ever invented for any issue, has made it clear that yes, by 2050 we must be at net zero, and we must meet the commitments to hold to as far below 2 degrees as possible, and if possible hold to 1.5 degrees. But net zero by 2050 is a lie and propaganda if that's all that's mentioned, and it's not mentioned that in order to have it make any difference, the curve of that line starts with a rapid drop. In other words, we must ensure that before 2025, globally emissions stop rising and start decreasing. We also must ensure that by 2030, that curve has dropped so fast that it's about half of what it was in 2010, and then it levels out like this. But I'm afraid the human brain rather translates net zero by 2050 as if, oh, we have lots of time. But the line doesn't go like this. The line must go like this. So when the government approves Bay du Nord and insists on completing Trans Mountain, they're foreclosing any hope of holding to a livable world.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate that the member opposite is talking about oceans. I think that they're extremely important, and that's why we have put so much work into the Oceans Protections Plan. And I was really happy to hear the news, for example, that in the past 3 years, not one right whale has died because of the efforts that we're putting into protecting our oceans environment. It is tremendously important. And as someone who has a riding on the Great Lakes, I'm also going to say that I was really happy to see investments and supports for Great Lakes protections. And I'll say that some of the things that we see are even smaller, but they have a big impact. Now, in my own community, we are naturalizing the mouth of the Don River. That is something that is actually going to provide protection to our lake, and it's going to reintroduce wetlands in an industrial land that wasn't ever there before, or wasn't there before for very long. That is the largest infrastructure project in all of North America, and it's happening here in Canada, and it's going to have some wonderful effects on our fresh waters. So just wanted to start with that. But I know that the member opposite was talking about climate change, and I agree with her. I agree with her that climate change is the essential issue that we must tackle. And it is something that there is no time to waste. I fully agree with her on that. Now, there is so an importance in talking about what we are doing. We did table a 2030 emissions reductions plan. That covers every economic sector across our country. And that is a plan about how we can create healthier communities, And it's also about what we can seize as opportunities for good paying sustainable jobs. It's about having clean air. It's about a strong economy. It's about fighting climate change, which is so important. Now, when you look at what we have done, its scientific and economic imperative to reduce emissions is clear. We're going to work on that. We are doing that right now. I want the member opposite to see that. You know, when we talk about transportation, we're putting a sales mandate on zero emission vehicles. It's about combustion, and we are working on that. And we're also seeing that there are investments in the manufacture of zero emission vehicles here, in batteries, battery manufacturers here. So there's a combination, right? We are working on reducing combustion. At the same time, we're creating jobs and investments here in our country. Now, the 2030 ERP takes into account the reality that we need to set guideposts for each sector, and it highlights the measures and strategies towards the lower bound of Canada's 2030 target of 40 to 45% below 2050 levels. And with deepened collaboration and partnership with all levels of governments, Indigenous peoples, industry, the financial sector, and civil society, that will enable further reductions and position Canada to achieve the upper bound of the target. It includes investments in a suite of new measures to help mobilize Canada towards a truly sustainable economy and to be a leading competitor in a global transition to cleaner industries and technologies. Those are technologies that we can export and help the world as well as it's going into its green transition. We also are developing Canada's first national adaptation strategy that will establish a shared vision for climate resilience in Canada and identify key priorities for increased collaboration and establish a framework for measured progress at the national level. So that's another important piece that we can focus on. But I agree with the member opposite. Climate change is real. It is important that we tackle it right now. And that is exactly why we are doing that hard work, working across all sectors to get there. And we will do it.
L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary, I know, cares about climate. I'm sure the Prime Minister and the Minister of Environment care about climate. The totality of their efforts put us on track to an unlivable world for our kids as assessed by the science. The global atmosphere isn't interested in negotiating with the Liberal government. They're not going to get any brownie points for good intentions. They have to meet what the science requires, and the science requires far more than they're committing to. And at the same time that they make these incremental feel-good measures towards climate action, they approve Bay du Nord for 1 billion barrels more oil to be burned for more greenhouse gases, and they persist in the insanity, the obscenity of taking public money to build a Trans Mountain pipeline for diluted bitumen to further fuel the climate crisis. I say shame.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, our focus is on reducing combustion of fuels, and that is exactly what we are doing. And we are doing it across all of our sectors. We are putting a cap on oil and gas emissions, and that also goes to the emissions that are happening right here in our country. We are working across all sectors, and it's important that we do it quickly, but that we do it correctly so that it actually sticks and it's done properly. That's what we're doing right now.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to be back here in the House of Commons this week with you and colleagues as we get back into routine here in Ottawa and in our job from this side of the House, holding the government to account on the many issues and problems our country is facing. And on that, I want to follow up with my question from question period in June before we rose on the chaos that we were seeing at the time at Passport Canada. In my question, in the scenario, the scene setting at that time was, again, absolute chaos in every part of this country for Canadians simply wanting to apply or renew their passport. We had Canadians each day by the hundreds, if not by the thousands, lined up in lawn chairs, lined up at Service Canada's, at Passport Canada's, coming to our MP offices, begging for help as they began to travel once again. It was bad. The government said they were going to address it, and shortly after the House recessed for the summer, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet announced that they had created a special committee focusing on delivering results on customer service. 10 Cabinet ministers, Mr. Speaker, were coming together, and I will note here in the Toronto Star days after that announcement, the headline reads, "Passport Delay Task Force wants something tangible," quote, tangible, within weeks, says the minister that was co-chairing this. "This is about listening first," she said. That's how I operate. I get the facts, I listen, and then I act. I want Canadians to know that we are there for them, we are there with them, and we will get to the bottom of this. June 28th was that Toronto Star article. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd hope I can come back today and do a late show here with you this evening to say thank you to the government for solving the problem. And in fact, unfortunately, I have the opposite. I can say to you, based on the experience in my constituency office, the experience I hear from many people in my riding, and I know is a growing frustration, a continued frustration across this country, it is just as bad when it comes to service standards at Passport Canada. I'm grateful to my constituency staff in Cornwall and at our Winchester satellite office hours, and I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, through you, that still, despite the government's pledge months ago to improve the situation, we are still getting dozens of transfer requests because people are traveling in the coming days or weeks, still haven't got their passport yet. Dozens of people that are inquiring to our office that they applied in March and April and in May and still have not heard back. But Mr. Speaker, the irony that so many say to me, and it's so true, you submit your passport application through the mail or through an MP office or Service Canada or Passport Canada, very quickly they charge your credit card, no problem, within a matter of days. And then it's a matter of months and months and months of waiting for a document where a standard used to be at some point about 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks in tough times. Months in, saying spending, saying hiring, doing all these things is resulting in nearly zero change for the average Canadian that's trying to get their passport. We're seeing and living that in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. And as a matter of fact, I just read just within the last few weeks in CTV Toronto, the headline says, "Massive line for SIN cards and passports in the Greater Toronto Area." The lines outside Service Canada like Brampton aren't dissipating as the fall semester looms. Many international students are arriving in Canada and they expect this problem to continue. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to you, through you rather, to the government will be, when is a date that Canadians can get back to normal standard, normal customer service levels at Passport Canada? There's apparently 10 cabinet ministers, there's apparently millions of dollars apparently being people hired, and yet months later, we're back this fall, and we're still in the same situation as we left it in June.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's wonderful to be back in the House with colleagues and to see you in the chair, and to my colleague across the way, the member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. I want to thank him for his follow-up question. As a matter of fact, I have news to share on the progress that has been made over the course of the summer, and to share it with this House and colleagues who are here. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that Service Canada employees, and we need to acknowledge this, have been working flat out to deal with this unprecedented situation. They have taken timeless days and hours and weeks working overtime and on weekends because we knew we needed to take this seriously, because we know members like my colleague across the way agreed with us that this was important to Canadians. And our Service Canada employees are deeply aware, as is the Minister, that the timely processing and delivery of passports is a vital service, and it's been severely disrupted in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic. The Minister has made it clear in numerous public events and media interviews that fixing the problem is her priority, and that is exactly what she is doing. The figures change every day, but these examples help tell the story of the enormous efforts that are going into giving Canadians the service that they do deserve. So let's start with dates. Since April 1st, 2022, Service Canada has issued over 1 million passports. For the week of September 12th to September 18th, Service Canada has issued 68,550 passports. Starting in the week of June 20th, I'll correct that, triage measures were implemented in 17 passport offices across the country. On July 25th, Service Canada expanded the passport pickup service to 5 additional passport offices. They included Brampton, Whitby, Pointe Claire, Calgary, Sundance, and Richmond. Few more dates, Mr. Speaker. On July 29th, Service Canada announced that Canadians who mailed a completed application more than 20 business days ago and are traveling within the next 20 business days can visit any of our over 300 Service Canada centres to make a transfer request themselves. This guarantees that their application is processed in time for their travel. Service Canada continues to introduce new measures to improve passport service delivery and decrease wait times for Canadians as it works through the unprecedented demands and volume. For example, the triage system introduced this summer in 17 of our 35 passport offices has made a significant impact in reducing the lineups. In addition to the existing passport offices offering pickup service to Canadians, Canadians can apply for and pick up their passport at the following Service Canada centres. I'll list them for you just so we all know, PSA. Trois-Rivières, Quebec, Sherbrooke, Quebec, Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Kingston, Ontario, Sudbury, Ontario, Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, Red Deer, Alberta, and Lethbridge, Alberta. Unlike the regular Service Canada centres, these 8 locations offer 10-day service. Canadians who need their passport in less than 10 business days will need to visit a passport office that offers express or urgent pickup service. The expansion of pickup sites will allow many Canadians who need to pick up their passports to do so closer to their homes, because, like the member across the way, we did hear that distance was an issue. In fact, Service Canada is working towards in-person passport services within 50 kilometres of the homes of nearly all Canadians. Also, more scheduled outreach sites that pertain to certain passport services will be added in the coming weeks across the country, and I look forward to updating the member again. Mr. Speaker, these challenges have been achieved by increased staffing, which has given Service Canada the tools to vastly improve and expedite in-person service. Service Canada employees are working hard, putting in overtime on evenings and weekends to serve Canadians in applying for their passports. And it's important we acknowledge that. I want to thank the member opposite for his question and for his advocacy.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her response, but I want to highlight a couple of things in the 1 minute that I have left. Again, there are 10 cabinet ministers apparently focused on this. Promises have been made, more spending, more staff, more hiring, but at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the one thing that's absent, it is taking months upon months, hundreds of people in lines in communities like Brampton apparently got improved service, and here we are still seeing lines, confusion, and frustration. But Mr. Speaker, you're going to hear me speak about this several times over the course of this fall's parliamentary session, because it just isn't Passport Canada. When it comes to Service Canada, CRA, Veterans Affairs, immigration, and everything that the federal government touches these days, I'll say the words of the Auditor General of Canada: the Liberal government is spending more money and they are getting less results. I'll just ask one last time to say, what date, all this spending, all this planned 10 cabinet ministers, when's the service standard going to get back to the way it should be?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the member and most Canadians know, after 2 years of travel restrictions in this pandemic, there was a massive surge of applications for passports, both in Canada and around the world. This has led to delays in processing and the issuing of passports. Most of those applications are not just simple renewals. The majority are, in fact, much more complex applications for new passports, and in particular, passports for children. The Minister has been adamant that Service Canada must improve service because the situation is not acceptable. Canadians need their passports. We will keep Canadians informed as the situation evolves. As always, we encourage people to plan ahead to make sure they have valid passports before booking their travel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks 1 year since the 2021 election, and it's been another difficult year for many, with more uncertainty on the horizon. The impacts of the pandemic continue to be felt in our communities, and our healthcare system is under intense strain, and the rising cost of living is adding stress to the daily lives of Canadians. In the last election, the Liberals made a promise to Canadians that it would take steps to improve access to mental health care here in Canada. That is certainly needed, as polls have shown that about half of Canadians have suffered from worsened mental health since the onset of the pandemic. And unfortunately, too many Canadians are unable to access mental health care when they need it because of long wait lists or financial barriers. We need a national mental health wait time strategy to ensure people can access support in a timely way. And we need to break down the financial barriers that keep people from getting the care they need. A cornerstone of the Liberals' promises on mental health was to establish a new permanent transfer to the provinces and territories to expand publicly funded mental health care and address backlogs. Canadians were told an initial investment of $4.5 billion over 5 years would be made in this country through the Canada Mental Health Transfer by the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Now, here we are a year later with no idea of when this money will get out the door. When the government announced its intention to establish a $10 a day childcare program, there were deals with all the provinces and the territories in place within a year, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, the Canada Mental Health Transfer was nowhere to be found in the 2022 budget, and there's been no transparency on when this much-needed investment will be made. That's why I tabled motion M67 to encourage the government to act without delay in creating this transfer and to take steps needed to ensure mental health is put on an equal footing in our universal public health care system. I'm going to read the text of M67 as it reflects what mental health stakeholders have been telling us and calling for. That the government recognize that, one, Canada is experiencing a mental health and substance use crisis that has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, that too many Canadians are unable to access mental health or substance use supports in a timely manner. Third, that lack of access to community-based mental health and substance use services increases demands on hospitals, emergency rooms, and primary care providers. And fourth, untreated or inadequately treated mental health carries significant social and economic costs. And B, that in the opinion of the House, the government should first, without delay, develop legislation that will enshrine in law parity between physical and mental health in Canada's universal public health care system and ensure timely access to evidence-based, culturally appropriate, publicly funded mental health and substance use services beyond hospital and physician settings, and recognize the importance of investing in the social determinants of health, mental health promotion, and mental illness prevention, and include national performance standards and accountabilities for mental health and substance use services. And secondly, without delay, establish the Canada Mental Health Transfer to sustainably fund the provision of mental health and substance use services and disperse an initial investment of $4.5 billion to the provinces and territories, and report to Parliament annually on progress towards achieving national performance standards for mental health and substance use services. As we try to recover from COVID-19 pandemic and navigate uncertain economic times, mental health can't wait. So I ask, when will the government follow through on its promises on mental health and deliver help to Canadians who are struggling?
L'honorable Secretary Parlementaire de la Santé.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the writing of Courtney Alberni for this important question and for his advocacy. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the House on what we are doing to support the mental health needs of Canadians. We know that this pandemic has had a toll on the mental health of Canadians, due in part to increased isolation, stress, anxiety, depression, and loneliness so many face during the pandemic. Additionally, COVID-19 has pushed an already stressed healthcare system to its limits, and it can be a challenge for Canadians to know where to look for help, to find the right help, and to be able to access that help right away. Right from the start of the pandemic, we have been there for Canadians during these difficult times. We acted right away during the very early days of the pandemic by introducing Wellness Together Canada. The Wellness Together Canada portal has served as an invaluable connection for many Canadians, allowing them to get the help they need even when they could not leave their homes, or use it as a stepping stone to receive advice on where to find more specialized care. Le portail
Canada's Workspace portal is convenient, accessible, and successful. With over 2.7 million users, we know that this portal is helping to meet the needs of Canadians.
Another need that we are addressing is the establishment of a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. As of next fall, November 30th, 2023, Canadians will have access to an easy-to-remember 988 number to call when they are in need. We also recognize that even more needs to be done. Le transfert.
The Canada Mental Health Transfer will be a new permanent federal transfer to the provinces and territories to help jurisdictions expand the delivery of high-quality, accessible, and free mental health services. Our government is committed to getting this new permanent transfer right, and that is a reason for which Budget 2022 reaffirmed our commitment to work with the provinces and territories to develop the mental health transfer. The Government of Canada also remains committed to funding the MHCT with an initial investment of $4.5 billion over 5 years.
The Minister of Mental Health and Addictions has also undertaken extensive stakeholder outreach to gather views to inform the development of a comprehensive and evidence-based mental health plan. This engagement is ongoing and will also inform the development of the mental health transfer. The mental health transfer will be established with the benefit of the input from the ongoing provincial, territorial, and stakeholder engagement. Notre gouvernement.
Our government has made historic investments in mental health, including $5 billion to the provinces and territories through bilateral agreements, which will provide $600 million annually to support the Joint Statement of Principles of 2017 on Shared Health Priorities, which is currently helping to increase the availability of mental health and addiction supports for Canadians. This existing transfer provides $600 million on an annual basis until 2027. We have also announced our intention to work with the Standards Council of Canada to develop national standards for mental health and addiction services. This to meet the mental health and addiction needs of Canadians. In Budget 2021, we invested $45 million in this initiative.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, as I cited earlier, that the government announced its intention to establish the $10 a day childcare program, and there were deals with provinces and territories in place within a year. Here we are a year later when it comes to mental health transfers, and they still haven't delivered their 2021 election promise. Now, too many Canadians can't access appropriate mental health or substance use services in a timely manner, either because they'd be required to pay out of pocket or they face long wait lists for publicly funded care. The average wait time for adult residential treatment for substance use is 100 days. In Ontario, there are more than 28,000 children on wait lists for community-based mental health services that can range from 67 days to more than 2.5 years, Mr. Speaker, depending on the service, exceeding clinically appropriate wait times. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. These are children. I'm calling on the government to be more transparent and move rapidly on their $4.5 billion transfer. It's needed now. Mental health care is needed now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have heard my colleague's question. I do agree that the current crisis is too acute and that we must act to meet mental health needs for Canadians. And we've often said mental health is an integral part of health, and our government has made it a priority. Since 2015, we have made historic investments, including $5 billion to provinces and territories to increase access to mental health care, nearly $600 million for a distinctions-based mental health strategy for Indigenous peoples, $140 million to support veterans, $45 million for national mental health standards, and $270 million for the Wellness Space Portal. We also remain committed to the new mental health transfer of $4.5 billion over 5 years.
Establishment of a new permanent Canada mental health transfer is one of our top commitments. The government is fully committed to designing and implementing a new permanent Canada mental health transfer. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
The House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.